Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky for the 2024 USBC Youth Masters and Queens event here in the south side of Louisville. Alongside Doug Barker, I am Daniel Farish. We would like to welcome all of our viewers from across the region, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Tennessee, wherever you may be from. Thank you for joining us on this production presented by ZBMedia. As I said, I'm alongside Doug Barker. We'll get into who we are in just a little bit and why you should be listening to us talk about this amazing sport that we love, that you love, because that's why you're here watching, whether you're watching your child, niece, nephew, grandchild, doesn't matter, friend, family member. Again, we're glad you're here. So, Doug, let's get into a little bit of who we are. Actually, before we want to do that, the reason we are here is a lot of our great sponsors. So I want to list off the sponsors that have made this day possible, and we will get into a little bit into who they are and what they are throughout the broadcast. We want to thank the Louisville Metro USBC, CC Marketing Solutions, Paget's Lawn Care, Lawn and Landscaping, ZBMedia, 10-Back Pro Shop, Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl, and CC Marketing Solutions, as well as Brunswick Bowling. Now, Doug, a little bit of background. You have been a coach in this area for bowling for quite a while.
I've been coaching since about 1998. I've been the youth director at Ken Bowl here in Louisville since 2002. I was also the head girls coach at BRP from 2004 to 2007, and I was head coach at Bellarmine University when we started the program for 5 years right after that. Since then, I've just been running the youth program at Ken Bowl and leading some private lessons.
And you've been doing the youth program at Ken Bowl for how long now?
23 years.
That sounds about right. That's about when I started bowling out there. So this guy right here, in case you all don't know, and you probably don't, has been integral in not only my career, but the careers of a lot of the kids out here now, a lot of the kids from my generation that are now adults. He's has his hand in a lot of youth bowling across the area. Now myself, the reason that I'm sitting here alongside him, I've grown up bowling in this city, born and bred, 37 years, minus the 4 years I was in college. Bowled youth events, bowled his youth tournaments, Kentucky All-Stars, Junior Gold, all that good stuff. Continue to bowl competitively. So we are the two best people here that can bring you the action. And we can flip right over to the bowlers in front of us and take a look at who is competing this morning as we get our rosters out and take a look at the players. We've got 4 divisions today, U15 boys, U15 girls, and then U18 boys and U18 girls. All competitors, all 108 competitors. The field is full, to my knowledge. We'll bowl 5 games of qualifying. The top 8 in both U15 divisions and the U18 girls. The top 8 will advance to the bracket. For the U18 boys, the top 12 advance to a bracket, with the top 4 earning a first-round bye. Take a look at the bowlers here in front of us on 23 and 24. Jackson Kuiper, Lucas Pendola,
Hyann Brewer,
Carter Walton, Chandler Taylor, as we flip.
and Hassan Bishop.
Yep, Kassan Bishop,
Yep.
and last Maddox Carrillo.
And then on 25 and 26, we have Alexis Tinger, Caitlin Nelson, Josie Hollingsworth, Danielle Sprague, Isabella Hefcox, and Jordan Sprague.
Now, we've had a couple of questions come across our way. The first of which we want to address is, what are they bowling on today? This pattern is the 2023 team event pattern from the USBC Open Championships. That, of course, is the tournament that travels around the country each year, open to all bowlers with a USBC card. And it was in Reno last year. It's in Vegas this year. And they bowl team event on one day and then singles and doubles on another. This is the team event pattern as you're taking a look at it here. It's designed to be difficult on the fresh, but if broken down correctly, it can lead to some high scores. The team that won the team event at the OC last year averaged right at 715 per person to win that event. So this pattern can be exploited. Now, it was also run for the adult Masters and Queens back in December here in Louisville, and the scores there were very low. They were incredibly low.
You got to bowl on that pattern, Daniel, both at the OC and at the local Masters and Queens. What was your experience?
Well, it was a lot easier in Reno, I'll tell you that. The stadium was a lot tighter. The adult version of this event was at Executive Bowl right down the Waterston Expressway. It hooked a lot more there, and there was a lot of urethane going down the lane, which did change the pattern in a way that made it very difficult. We didn't experience that when we were in Reno. We take a bunch of guys out there. We have a game plan. We try to break the lanes down, in a way that suits us. But in a singles tournament, the field doesn't work together.
Right.
There's no reason for them to.
No reason.
You're looking out for yourself.
Yep. So my experience here at Dixie Bowl was that this is a lower friction surface, also closer to what I have found Reno than Executive Bowl. So it may very well play more like it did for you in Reno today. It's been a while since I've been to Reno, so it may have changed, but at least that's my experience.
Well, in Reno, they did the renovation leading into the COVID year, because 2020 we were all supposed to go back to Reno for the renovation, the reopening, the grand reopening, so to speak, and then COVID happened and everything got pushed back. But they had brand new lane panels, which did make the pattern play tighter.
Okay.
So we should see a little more hook out here than what we saw in Reno. Maybe not quite as much as I had at Executive. I walked up and down the pairs about 40 minutes before we started, and then about 5 minutes just to look and see what kind of balls were on the racks. I didn't see a lot of urethane, and that's one of the things that players of my generation are critical of the younger generations is all they do is throw urethane. I didn't see a lot of it on the racks. I saw a lot of surface, but not a lot of urethane.
Just a couple comments on players. We're here, Lucas Pendola, that's currently on lane 24. He's a local athlete that bowls at PRP. Two-hander, but he's very smooth and very accurate with his play. He doesn't overpower the pins. And not all of these players are we going to know because they're not all local, but we'll learn them as we go along. On 27, 28, we have two Sprague sisters, and I got to coach them when they were very young, and it's been a joy to watch them develop and get better and better. Jordan's game has improved immensely. He's an athlete that just started learning how to bowl 2 years ago. Along with that, her sister Danielle has gotten a lot of coaching along the way with the same coaches and has improved immensely. We also have currently on 26, Caitlin Nelson, another local athlete who's a multi-sport athlete, former soccer player, very good bowler. Her game continues to improve constantly. She's very open to coaching and is part of the PRP High School Girls Program, as are Danielle and Jordan.
Now, the players were encouraged to fill out bios before we started, and one of the bowling center reps was just down here getting my email. They're going to get those bios to us because it's hard to know. You run the youth program at Ken Bowl, so you know the players that are in front of you. I know you're at a lot of youth tournaments and you see the friends, so you know a lot of the players, but it's hard to know everyone because, like you said, not all these players are from Louisville.
Right.
We've got players from Franklin, Kentucky, players from Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana. It runs the gamut of this Midwest region.
And I also coach high school and assistant coach locally now, and so I get to see a lot of these other local players and some out in the state as we go along. So on 23, we have Jackson Kuiper, who is a kid that grew about 8 inches in the last year and just totally changed his game, and he's matured both on the lanes and off the lanes, and has become a very clutch bowler in high school at least. He knocked us out of the regionals by bowling so well.
I should have asked this before. Do you know what the lane skip is today?
I think it's 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Three and bowl on the 4th.
Well, that's good. With 5 games, they'll cover a lot of the house.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things, if you're kind of new to bowling, if you've got a smaller bowling center, 16, 20 lanes, a lot of the house, and I say this, and we know there's a 20-lane house here that plays very different end-to-end.
Yes.
But in a smaller bowling center, you don't see the lanes play very different end-to-end. But in a bigger center, 36 here, 50 at Kingpin, 52 at Exec, you can be in one bowling center, but if you're crossing the house, there's like 3 different bowling centers out on the lanes.
Yes.
So having a big skip is important to make sure that the field sees the entire house in case there's a bad pair, a good end, a bad end, etc.
Yeah. I bowled here last weekend on the house shot, but the low end of the house played noticeably tighter than the high end of the house. And of course, we got here later in the day, so it opened up some, but it was a big difference in the amount of friction.
If you're viewing at home or viewing on your mobile device and you didn't have the ability to type in the chat, do us a favor and refresh your page, whether it's the app on your phone, your browser window, and then the chat should come up, and you'll be able to say hello, tell us where you're from, any questions you may have, and we can try to get those answered. All scores will be updated on the Louisville Metro USBC Facebook page, and then Dixie Bowl also participates with Lane Talk. And with all the bowlers' names being on the screens, you can go to Lane Talk. I don't know if they have a website. I know they have an app because we see Kyle Troop's face every broadcast, every commercial talking about Lane Talk. But you can go there and find out their scores, their stats, all that good stuff. So we have an updated and complete roster, and it looks like we did fill the field. That's awesome.
And there was a small waiting list, I know, before we started, but at least 2 people weren't. Somebody got sick last night, somebody didn't show up. So it's awesome that we were able to continue to fill the field. Then there's another large youth tournament going on in town, the middle school championships, that is also full. So it speaks a lot about the strength of what youth bowling is right now in this area, which includes Ohio and Indiana, and even we talked to a parent today that was from very southern Kentucky that bowls in Tennessee. So it's good to see this many people bowling.
Yeah, and looking back at my high school experience, now this pains me to say this. I graduated high school 20 years ago. As Isabella almost gets the 7, wiggles it, but can't get it down. That's just to the right of our screens. Kentucky started high school bowling in the 2000-2001 school year because we joined at Trinity the next year, my sophomore year of high school. And we went up to Cincinnati, up to the Western Bowl, to the Hoinky, for their high school tournament, because back then, we only bowled 1 tournament during the regular season. Now, it seems like high school teams, half their season are matches, half their season are in-season tournaments, which is awesome. Very jealous of that.
Yeah.
But we would go to Cincinnati, and they would fill Western Bowl. Now, we would be like one of, 3 or 4 Louisville teams that would go up there. Yeah. It'd be full of Ohio bowlers.
Right.
So Kentucky was a little bit behind the curve, but to see how far it's come in the last 20 years and to see the youth participation is amazing and very promising for the future of the sport.
I agree, and it's in high school bowling. It's been just a godsend for youth bowling in at least in Kentucky, and I assume other places. A quick note, going back to what Daniel was saying, Lane Talk does have a website. It's lanetalk.com, and you can find Dixie Bowl and follow the scoring on there. I checked while Daniel was talking, so that's something else good to know.
As we watch the action in front of us, I do want to talk a little bit about a couple of our awesome sponsors. First off, Brunswick Bowling. Brunswick is the official sponsor for the Louisville Metro USBC Youth Masters and Queens Tournament. Brunswick is the recognized leader in the bowling industry. Manufacturers of world-class bowling balls, shoes, and bowling accessories. And I didn't know this, but they also do pool tables and boats.
Wow. I did not know that either.
Yeah, there was a point in life where I didn't know that, and I saw Brunswick on the rail of a pool table, and I was like, is that the same? That is the same.
Wow.
Visit BrunswickBowling.com or your local pro shop to find out more about the great products that Brunswick offers. Running a couple ball raffles here, a DV8 Troublemaker Pearl, and Hammer Black Widow 3.0. And what was the other one? What was the third ball? It was, I saw it sitting on the table. I know that they're also raffling off a new blue, the Bowler Solutions. That's a pro shop in Dixie Bowl's sister house, Ken Bowl. put up for auction. And as Todd just announced, I don't know if you heard it in the background, probably didn't, but all proceeds will go to the local association and the local youth movement.
We'll hear from Todd later on today.
We will.
Yep.
We're going to have a number of guests rotating in and out, a couple of local college coaches from some Kentucky schools. Todd's going to join us. We may have some defending champions or previous champions of the adult versions of this event in the booth with us.
And possibly a defending youth champion, I understand.
Okay.
Possibly. We'll see what happens.
Because as entertaining as Doug and I think we are, maybe not everybody wants to listen to us for 6.5 hours. So we'll try and break up that monotony. Couple good starts in front of us here for Jackson
Piper
and Lucas.
Oh, yep. I don't see a lot of people stringing multiple strikes, though.
That's what I was looking around to see.
Right now, it's going to be a spare shooting tournament.
And that's exactly what the adult version was.
Yeah. I'm still sad that I missed that, but I was where I needed to be, but I'll be bowling that again next year.
That was a weekend I kind of wish I would have missed. We had a singles event at Executive that was run by a guy from out of town. That didn't go very well for me, and then I bowled the local Masters, and that didn't go very well for me. And it was, I don't know, about a couple weeks, that was middle December. It was a couple weeks later, after Christmas, after New Year's, I started showing up to Kimball on Saturday mornings to practice, and got better. I was in a funk, and the local Masters was not a good event for me this year. It was a spare shooting contest, and I left a lot of splits.
Also want to mention our sponsor, CC Marketing. They're a great source to search for ways to grow your business. CC Marketing Solutions will help you elevate your brand with custom designs and management that make your company or cause stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling 502-751-7300 or visiting them on Facebook at CC Marketing 502. Guess we're not going to get a chance on those bowling balls.
No, I forgot to get my tickets.
As a youth coach for a long time, this is the kind of tournament you really learn a lot about the kids. It tests their mental abilities to fight through and to grind. And not everybody will succeed, but they'll all be better at it by the time it's over. I've seen many a meltdown over the years. Sometimes crying, sometimes frustration or throwing things, and sometimes just withdrawing into themselves. But they always get better out of these tournaments in the end because you learn how to grind. And those of us that aren't as talented as Daniel have to grind a lot more. And I've learned to do that. My whole thing is patience is a plan. And hopefully it's a virtue too.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've really prided myself about my youth career is I was always a very level-headed, never really got angry, never really had any meltdowns, never had a coach walk up and say, young man, you probably shouldn't say that. I never had those moments, and I know you being a coach that was around me a lot, you can back me up on that, right?
You know, as a youth, yes, that's true. As an adult, we had to protect the tables a couple times, but, you know, such is life. So.
No, I learned my lesson, was it mid-20s? Because Rose Bowl was still open, but that's where our family pro shop was at, a bowling center here in Louisville that closed down, gosh, 10 years ago now. And I had bad night of bowling, and behind the counter is where we had the trash can behind the counter where Dad sat, and then we had some shelving there, and then below the shelving is where empty ball boxes went. So we sold a ball, empty ball box went there. Well, every now and then, we would put a damaged ball in those boxes to take out to the dumpster, and I had a bad night.
Yep.
In league. We're talking 3 games of league here.
Yep.
Bad night, and I go through the swinging door that we had that went back behind the counter, and I went to kick one of those ball boxes, and Doug, it had a bowling ball in it.
Ouch. And did you break your toe?
No, I got very lucky.
Wow.
I got very lucky. So, no more temper tantrums.
Yep. I saw an unnamed former youth bowler who is also a high school coach that I might coach with drop a ball on the floor once, and it happened to hit his toe. And that did not end well for him for 6 weeks.
I was going to say, if his toe is as hard as his head, he was probably fine.
No, it broke his toe.
Those are called learning moments. But to your point, how this all started is events like this, it does help you grow mentally because it can be a grind. You know, the adults, we all just went through this bowling the Bradley Open last weekend. Very tough tournament. You have to make your spares. If you don't make your spares, you're not going to do well, and it can really just tire you out. Not even physically, but mentally. You are drained at the end of the weekend.
Yes. And that's a good word. You're drained, and the part of this is building up mental stamina, and that's not something that's easily taught or trained, except, as I say often, the only way to get experience is to get experience, and you have to go through these. And shooting 116 in a game when you're averaging 220 can be destroying to your ego if you don't manage it carefully.
String of 3 in a row for Lucas there. Stopped short. Got that one a little wide left to 2-8. Great shot there. Another half 10 from Kaysen. Take a look left, take a look right. I see a 4-bagger down there. Who is that? For Hayden Fowler.
And also Noah
Wright
has a 4-bagger also.
Yeah, those are a couple paired to our left.
Parents, just a note, and also spectators on the live stream, if you aren't able to type in the chat, refresh the page, and you should be able to. It's working now. We also have cameras on 25, 26, 17, and 18. And I think that's all the cameras we have. So hopefully by the end of the day, everybody will get to see whatever bowl you're attempting to watch at least once. The ones that are starting on 35 and 36 and make the jump to the other end of the house will end up right in front of us on the last game. So we should be able to see everybody to some degree. Hayden Fowler threw his 5th in a row. So.
Yeah, Hayden tried to get the train back on the tracks, open the game with open, miss spare, spare the 3rd, and then a 5-bagger. Noah, similar, split, miss single pin, strike spare, 4-bagger. And as the pattern starts to develop, you know, as a competitive player, what you're looking for, and we see this phenomenon more on short patterns than we do longer stuff. And this is kind of a medium. This is 42 feet. But you're waiting for the end of the pattern to carry down a little bit to tighten up, because on the fresh, you've got all that fresh hook on the back end. and it's hard to control what the ball's going to do. So as they start to break it down and carry down the end of the pattern a little bit, then they're going to start to see kind of a smoother, arcier motion as opposed to that skid snap that they see on the fresh. And when you see that arcier, smoother motion, it's easier to repeat shots and easier to score.
You're pretty much just working through the first game to get to that point. Grind out a good first game and then try to score for the next 2 or 3 games. Because then it'll flip by the end of the day where it'll become very tough again.
That looks good. Ooh, that shot off Chandler's hand looked good, and then it caught that fresh back in, and that thing went left. Lucas clean through 6, offering in the 7th. 2 very different 5 counts on the same pair.
Yep.
That's the thing. Lucas got that ball just a little bit right. The spot, the dry hasn't developed in the track area quite yet, and that ball just stood up and went straight.
So just to give you an idea on scores, we had 4 quality bowlers on 25 and 26 on the girls' side, and the high game was 176. It's playing tough. There was not a lot of strikes. And later on today, all of those ladies will throw a lot of strikes.
If you're looking for some local experts to help you throw strikes, I suggest you get up to Dixie Bowl and visit Tin Back Pro Shop. It's a veteran-owned pro shop located here in Dixie Bowl. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you are sure to be able to find a ball for you and have it fit well. Tin Back Pro Shop is the best place to go for anything you need bowling related. Give them a call at 502-999-7465 for a quote today. Again, that's Tin Back Pro Shop, 502-999-7465 right here inside Dixie Bowl. And we do have, with how the divisions are split up, we have some pair with 7, some pair with 5. Like the pair in front of us, 25 and 26. They have 5 on the pair. They just got done. Whereas 23 and 24 has 7. So they're a few frames behind. You're going to kind of see that staggered throughout the day. But I believe the plan is for everyone to finish qualifying before any brackets start. Because you don't know where your pairs are going to be, and if you've got a pair finishing qualifying that's supposed to be a bracket pair for a division that's done, they can't start.
Right. I think that, yeah, that's what I understand also.
And Doug, the bowler bios are available to us now.
Oh, they are.
It's in our Google Drive. Let's just take this for a spin. We've got Jackson in front of us. Breaks down the split into a strike. Great result there for Jackson. Bowls for Fern Creek High School. High game of 280. Currently averages a 179. High 3-game series of a 732.
That must have been his book average from last year.
I'm thinking.
He's averaging 210 in the league this year.
Yeah. I read the 179, and I saw him throw the shot. And I was like, this doesn't compute.
As I said, last year he was about 6 inches shorter, so he didn't quite have the power yet.
Oh, great shot there
great
from
ball by
Lucas.
Lucas.
Yeah. Now that's what I thought Chandler's ball last frame was going to do. It was going to set up there in the 1-3. just over to our right on 25 and 26 coming to this pair. For the next game, we've got a couple of U18 girls and a couple of U15. Danica Lyons, Kaylee Blaine representing the U18, and then 3 competitors in the U15. I'm sorry, 2 competitors in the U15. Carissa Martin, Madison Hatfield, and then Madison Bryant, who is U18.
Danica was the Region 3 singles champion this year in high school bowling.
Yeah, I recognize a few of those names, and we look at their scores after game 1. The highest between the 5 of them was a 173. So this is playing tough. Now it's going to get easier, and those scores are going to go up. But man, the fresh is tough.
Well, have you ever been in a singles tournament where the 3 of y'all work together to break down a pattern? Or has it always been just all for yourself?
No, not really. I mean, if the only time that I've tried to maintain a pair or treat it nicely, so to speak, is if I'm bowling a tournament where you're not moving pairs.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're moving pairs, you don't have enough time to do that.
Even on the first pair with practice, trying to like throw plastic balls straight down 10 or something to that effect.
Now that I've never done.
Okay. That would take a lot of cooperation between people, and that's not always easy to do.
Exactly.
Individuals. It's not easy to do in team.
I mean, if let's say you've got 6 bowlers on a pair, you would need more than half the pair to buy in.
Yeah. Chandler, that's on 24, he just left it too late. He's a senior at Baltimore High School in Bowling Green, and thought that was worth mentioning. We'll try to mention something about all of them. It's good to see athletes from Bowling Green up here. We don't get to see them much in the Louisville area, even though hopefully that will change as we start doing more and more of these tournaments.
Packs it in there, high flush. Good double for Jackson. He's going to step up to the 10th with a chance to get the 220s.
Noah ended up with a 191 and Hayden with a 205. So locked in now.
Another player with a good game going just to your left now in the blue pants, Connor Woosley. He just doubled the 8th and 9th. He can step up in the 10th and possibly shoot 249.
Connor was the Region 4 high school bowler of the region this year. Squeaking it out over his teammate Ethan Ackerman.
This from Todd Smith, lanes 13 and 14. We don't have a camera down that far. Devin Holland on the front 9.
Madison Carrillo, who's up on 23, he is from Boone County High School up near Cincinnati in northern Kentucky. Again, somebody who traveled away to get here, and it's good to see them. I like to see the people coming from out of town.
So Devin is the anchor player on 13, waiting for him to step up.
Jackson just flushed another one.
Solid shot. That guarantees he'll be in the 2 teens.
Walton that just left to wash out on 23. He is from here in town, and PRP. He's a 10th grader. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him in high school bowling. PRP has a great program. A lot of history over the years. That ball got away from Jackson. He tugged it in a little bit and up to 3-6-10. He's still going to be in the 2 teens, so it's a good start.
I would argue to say that PRP's girls program is probably the best in the state over the last 20 years.
Yes.
Multiple tournament wins, state titles, regional titles.
And a few second place in there too. I coached 2 of those. We won one and finished second twice. But yes, they're consistently in the top programs in the state.
All right, Devin is stepping up on lane 14 right now. I can see him. Two-hander, pretty firm, pretty straight. Through the face, 3-6. At least a 3-6, maybe a 10 up there as well. But a great run from the front 9.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he will be your tournament leader after game 1. I feel very comfortable saying that.
Yes. Lucas just threw another one, went Brooklyn by.
It counts.
Yeah, it does.
Can't give it back.
And at the same time, Chandler threw one right before that. So, you know, if you hit the head pin, you're dangerous, especially on tough shots. And Juan Dameron taught me that, the Pikeville coach. That's exactly.
Is that where you got that?
Yes, he won. He said he won 2 national championships throwing his girls at the final round. Hit the head pin, we're dangerous.
I did not know that's where you got that from.
That's. Juan is a good man. Much better ball by Lucas there. He's on a 4-bagger now. He's going to be in the 220s, maybe 230.
And I guess the angle that I had was completely wrong. Zach just let me know that Devin had the front 10 and then went runaway up a 5-8. So from this angle, I thought he went through the face. It's hard to tell.
28 for Lucas.
Great game. Yeah. Great game. And way to bounce back after that PBA washout in the 7th.
Yeah. We're on 25 and 26. We have Caleb Blade, who's another local bowler. He bowls Kimbo, also a PRP. She's a senior. She is committed to Cumberland. If my recollection is correct. She's just really smooth, and she's a kid that always smiles. Really great to be around. And a really good bowler.
Down and in, that's my kind of player.
Yeah. And that's what she does. And she does really well.
It's like Ron Swanson said, down the middle, throw a straight ball. No muss, no fuss. Anything more of this becomes figure skating.
And you know, somebody just sent me that the other night in a text message. Somebody you
probably
might
the same
know.
person that sent it to me.
Yes, it probably was.
He probably sent it to both of us.
Hey, Chuck.
Hi, Dad.
On lane 25 right now, we have Madison Bryant. She is a 11th grader at Pathfinder, which is she was Region 3 second all-team this year. I haven't seen her bowl a lot, but if my recollection is correct, she has started being coached by somebody locally. I'm gonna Alex.
Kulas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I couldn't remember his last name. I don't think we got to mention him through here, but on 23, just threw a really good ball. Cayenne Brewer. Let's see, we'll get a little stats on him here. He is from Pendleton High School, which is out in the the western part of the state. He's an 11th grader. He has a high game of 279, and he's averaging 216 in the league. And he was the regional champion in 2 of the last 4 years. And he's also had a United Regional Championship, and he's 5th in the state in singles this year. So, very accomplished bowler.
And looking at his attire, 17-year-old Daniel didn't know this at the time, but I can say that 17-year-old Daniel is jealous of Brewer and of a lot of these players, because we had to wear thick, heavy cotton wool polos that were all like a size and a half too big for all of us. And we didn't have these cool, breathable, fit, awesome jerseys to wear.
And they're so much more comfortable. That's why so many of us bowl in T-shirts. Still, it's because we didn't want to bowl in those thick polos. I was glad when we started getting the dry fit material. And on 26, we have Madison Hatfield. She's a 10th grader from Lexington, Lafayette. High series of 600, the high game of 248. Goes the ball pretty well.
Well, as we start to move into Game 2 here on our featured pair on 23 and 24, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll come back for Game 2 of qualifying, and we'll have a couple of guests in the booth moving forward as well. You are watching the ZBMedia production of the 2024 LMUSBC Youth Masters and Queens from Dixie Bowl. Alongside Doug Barker, I'm Daniel Farish. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Game 2 coverage of the 2024 USBC Youth Masters and Queens from Dixie Bowl here in Louisville, Kentucky. Alongside Doug Barker, I am Daniel Farish. Thank you all for joining us on the stream this morning. And this would not be possible without all of our amazing sponsors. If you will indulge us for a moment, we want to go through all of them and thank them and tell you a little bit about who they are and what they can provide to you. First off, the title sponsor of the event, Brunswick. Brunswick is the official sponsor for the Louisville Metro Youth Masters and Queens Tournament. Brunswick Bowling is the recognized leader in the bowling industry, manufacturers of world-class bowling balls, bowling shoes, and bowling accessories. Visit BrunswickBowling.com or your local pro shop to find out more about Brunswick Bowling and the products they offer.
And are you looking for a way to grow your business? CC Marketing Solutions will help you elevate your brand with custom designs and management that make your company or cause stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling 502-751-7300 or visiting them at on Facebook at CC Marketing 502.
We are here at Dixie Bowl, but they also have a sister center, Kimball. Those are two great locations, and they're your home for family fun and family entertainment here in Louisville. Dixie Bowl and Kimball provide the best entertainment value in Louisville for the entire family, adults and children of all ages. Visit our two locations to have some family fun. Check out their page on Facebook.
The Louisville Metro USBC is the only official organization in Louisville that best represents all bowlers alike, with many leagues, tournaments, and events throughout all of the Louisville, Kentucky's bowling centers. To find out more on how to become a member and to support the Louisville bowling community, visit LouisvilleMetroUSBC.com.
Well, at some point, Mother Nature is going to turn off the air conditioning and turn on the heat. And when that happens, well, your grass is going to grow and your bushes are going to become unkempt. And when you live a busy life, it's hard to find the time to seed, fertilize, weed, and care for your lawn. Paget's Landscape Group is here to take care of your landscaping and lawn services for you so you can worry about what's important. Paget's is a family-owned business serving central Kentucky and surrounding areas since 1995. For a quote today, call them at 502-905-5673 or find us on Facebook.
Ten Back Pro Shop is a veteran-owned pro shop located here at Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you are sure to be able to find a ball for you and have it fit well. Ten Back Pro Shop is the best place to go for anything you need bowling related. Call them at 502-999-7465 for a quote.
And last but not least, presenting this broadcast, ZBMedia. ZBMedia is the proud producer of this live stream and of many future live streams for the Louisville Metro USBC. ZBMedia offers affordable videography and live streaming services for events like sports, weddings, concerts, and more. To find out more about ZBMedia, check them out on Facebook or give them a call at 502-689-0670. Now that the bills have been paid, we'd like to welcome in a member of this local association who has put a lot of his hard work, blood, sweat, and tears into building it into what it is now and hopes to continue doing this for the future. Todd Smith, welcome into the booth.
Thank you, guys. Pleasure.
So this event was kind of spearheaded by the association, by you and a group, and talk to us a little bit about how you got the planning for this started and what brought the idea to bring this event back and build it into as big as it has gotten.
Well, obviously 4 years ago, we decided, we did this for the adults. The challenge, everybody knows, and last year we did this with 54 entries, and it was a success. And me and Bill Carter got together like, hey, with the Brunswick deal, with it we've got now, what can we do to greatly improve this? And obviously something we've never done before by giving away junior gold spots, youth open spots, we can attract people from all over the state. And lo and behold, here we are today with 113 kids from all over the state of Kentucky.
113. That's
113, awesome. Yes. A little nervous. Didn't know what to expect. These kids, just if you put something out, they want to bowl. Kind of like you adults. They want to come bowl.
And you mentioned the Kentucky Open, the Youth Kentucky Open.
Yes.
Sure
we are giving away Youth Open spots, okay, junior gold spots, and then top 4 qualifiers today will get a Kings and Queens entry to represent the state of Kentucky for the Kentucky and Indiana All-Stars in Indy in June.
And that's a wonderful program, the Kentucky Indiana All-Stars. Daniel was
Absolutely,
part of it.
Absolutely. Started by Betsy Nolan, Bill Carter. I mean, it still goes to this day. Kids look forward to it every year. I mean, the competition's amazing. Obviously, I know a lot of kids here have bowled it last year, and look forward to doing it again this year up in Indy.
Yeah, some of my favorite memories of youth bowling was bowling that Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament. It was, you spent all year trying to beat the kids in your city, but for one weekend, you came together as a team and tried to go out and beat a team from another state, another youth association.
And that's the best part about it. These kids bowl different youth leagues all over the state of Kentucky, whether it's high school, youth leagues, whatever. You see them come together today for something like this. Then you put 32 kids together to go bowl Indiana, and all of a sudden they're best friends. They can't wait to bowl together. You see friendships that build from that. And, just like yourself as a youth bowler, those friendships last a lifetime.
Yeah. Take a look at the players here in front of us on 23 and 24. Brooks Golden, Carly Schrader, Chase Foreman, Connor Woosley, Jackson Bickett, and Joseph Adams. And looking at the scores, the scores do follow the players as their names jump from pair to pair. A couple of great numbers up there from game one. Connor had 248, and we had a 215 from Brooks Golden. So Doug and I talked about how low the scoring pace was. Of course, Devin Holland had the front 9, front 10 earlier. So we know the scores are out there to get. And there aren't a lot of them as Connor packs that one in for a double in the third.
You guys have a pleasure of this pair on 23-24 because you got Connor Woosley, Carly Schrader, who has just recently signed with Oklahoma Christian. I know Brooks Golden, going to bowl collegiately. You guys are in for a treat on this pair.
And Connor will bowl collegiately somewhere.
Yes, absolutely.
Someday.
He was on the nation top 50 watch as a junior this past season, so yes.
And I get to talk and watch Connor a lot, and he has a passion for the game that reminds me of Daniel. How much he wants to know about the game, how smart he is, how he'll argue with you in a good way when he doesn't agree. But he takes that and he learns from it all the time.
Connor's a workhorse.
Yeah, he is, and he's got a little sister that's coming on. Bailey, that he's won the middle school tournament today, but is going to be really good too. So they're good athletes.
And over here on 25 and 26, Kaylee Blaine is another one, Doug. I know that you coach in youth that graduating this year, going to Boulder University of Cumberland, has phenomenal game. The college level will elevate that with her as well.
And Danica Lyons is another local,
Yes.
who is, though she's young, she's only a sophomore, I believe.
Sophomore.
And she's very talented and comes from a long bowling history in her family, and just gets better by the year.
Yeah, back-to-back Region 3 singles girls champion. That's pretty hard to do these days.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I believe she beat Kaylee in the finals.
She beat Kaylee Blaine in the finals.
Yeah.
Actually, the year before, this year, she beat another girl from PRP. It was Phoenix Newkirk in the finals this year out of Kingpin. These girls work hard, have phenomenal game. Starting to see a lot more come up these days.
Anna, to your question in the chat, the players are moving lanes as they complete each game. That way, they're not on the same pair, and that way we can rotate as many possible players through the live stream pairs so that everybody watching can hopefully at least get to see their favorite bowler for a game.
You guys are in for a treat when you come to the girls come to 25-26 the next game. You all get the pleasure of seeing Abigail Hamilton out of Mayfield. She's also a nation top 50 watch. Has phenomenal game. Comes into Louisville as often as possible to bowl these tournaments, along with Taylor Sams, who's graduating from Eastern this year. Back-to-back Region 4 Girls Bowler of the Year as well.
Now, Todd, let me ask you, and this is it's a tough question to answer because it's a tough problem to solve, but we're off to a promising start with the youth participation that we've seen the last couple of years. What is it going to take to get youth players to continue bowling once they're out of high school, either if they go to college or don't go to college? How can we make sure they transition into the adult game? Because as we know, the adult game right now seems like the average age is getting older, not younger.
The average age is getting much older, and the thing that I found That works right now is you come get with these kids, you get to know the kids, and you get to know the parents that get invested in this product, and you encourage them to move up, step up, come to the adult world. Some that go to college, we love to see as they come out of college, but keeping tournaments like this around that they love to bowl in, then they find a good league that fits their needs, because obviously, I mean, with having 11 centers, we have leagues that fit everybody's style. You just keep them interested. You know, a lot of them want to come around and bowl with family, friends that have just recently aged out. Obviously, my first choice is get the kids to go to school first, and then come bowl later, kind of like the path you chose, and so many choose. Well, let's come bowl. I mean, there's leagues for everybody, and it is hard these days. I mean, we're up 83 members from this time last year, and I want to see that number to continue to grow with our tournaments, award programs, everything we have going here in Louisville right now. We have so many kids here today from Northern Kentucky because those kids don't have opportunities, but we allow them to come bowl our stuff. I mean, we're never going to turn the kid away.
Well,
we want them to be part of this.
Something you just touched on, a lot of people that aren't informed, they say, well, what does my USBC membership give me? You know, the National Association, the USBC, doesn't give out awards anymore, but you just mentioned that we have a great awards program locally, and a lot of people don't know that it's the local associations that handle awards like that. So what do we offer that would entice someone to continue?
This is something we did 2 years ago when we had to raise dues $2 because of nationals, and we went to 27 here. We broke it down for the bowler to let them know, hey, this is exactly where your money goes. Where that $10 that comes to Louisville Metro, you know, when you educate them and let them know that we have a $15,000 to $20,000 a year award budget, and they see the awards that are out in the centers that we're entertaining the bowlers with. I mean, yes, we understand USBC doesn't do anything anymore, but we're picking that slack up. I mean, we're trying to make sure they're getting the best value for their buck. I mean, for $27, where else can you go bowl 7 nights a week for under one membership? And there's rewards. I mean, I tell everyone, I mean, you have one of your best friends, Aaron Irvin, who shoots an honor score, and they'll write checks for these awards, even though he's received them once from us. I mean, it's people like that that appreciate what we're doing, and it's not, well, USBC doesn't do nothing for us. No, they do a lot for you guys. We do a lot locally because we want to make sure the bowler has the best value for their dollar.
I'm going to jump back to something you said a minute ago. You said we're up 83 members. Is that 83 youth members or 83 overall? And
I don't know the overall number. I was just informed this morning before the membership meeting this afternoon that we're up 83 members.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take that any way we can get it. I do know the youth programs are up. Doug, I know yours is looking really good at Kimbo on Saturday mornings. Obviously, John McCarthy had an opportunity at the Gaslight Festival to run a booth, and a lot of new young kids that he got introduced to the game, as well as what they've done right here at Dixie Bowl. Bob Bates down at B&B does a phenomenal job with youth leagues. I mean, I will put our youth leagues against anybody's in the state of Kentucky. I mean, we have the best directors, the coaching, the clinics, Doug, that you guys run. I mean, hands down, it's the best value for your buck. I mean, you can't get it anywhere else. And it thrills me to walk into Youth League on a Saturday morning and see the kids' faces. Like, they love these programs. Like, you guys are doing an amazing job.
So you mentioned B&B. B&B's in E-Town, correct?
That's the one down in E-Town. They run a Sunday evening.
Okay.
We have a lot of kids that double dip. They'll come here on Saturdays, go down there on Sundays. I mean, because they just want to bowl. I mean, interesting, 4 years ago, I had no idea that youth bowling was this elevated here. And now that I see it, like, you have to jump on it. As you see where we're at today. If you'd have told me this time last year, we live streamed and a sold out Dixie Bowl, I'd probably told you kidding.
And Lynn's Pens, which is in Brandenburg, do they have a youth program?
12-lane center. I was down there 3 weeks ago on a Saturday morning. They've got about a little over 20 kids. Old good wood lane house. Great atmosphere. Yeah, they're actually got quite a few kids here today bowling because, you know, they want these same opportunities that, you know, we here in Louisville have. I mean, they're a part of our association. Just like over in Indiana when you got Clarksville Strike and Spear and Blackstone bowling. I mean, they got great programs and great directors. You know, so there's something for everybody. You know, one may not be right for you, but the other one can, is perfect.
And you just said something that made me smile and made me so happy. You said wood lanes.
Absolutely.
That is something these kids do not get to see.
It's Ryan Spears, the manager down there. I went down there a couple weeks ago on a Saturday for the Youth League for about an hour. Spent some time with these kids, and they run a 37-foot house shot. And I spoke to him actually last night and said, hey, Ryan, how do you feel about us taking a doubles tournament down there, whether it be youth or adult? And so I will be looking for that here soon, as soon as we get something that works. They're a part of us. Let's go down there and have some fun. I mean, it's a throwback center that what I used to bowl on out of Linden Lane.
I really hope I'm in town for that.
And it made me think of Vernon Range.
Absolutely
So,
does.
yeah, it's
Absolutely.
Vernon and the Linden were kind of
I
synonymous.
think these kids with equipment and what they get to bowl on now, as I know I spoke to Daniel in the Monday Night League, you challenge these kids now on what it used to be like versus what you have right now, because you've got equipment at your disposal and a shot that just caters to them. Now they have to earn every pin they go get.
While we were talking, Kaylee Blaine had a nice game over here, including a
203.
three-bagger with a
You
203.
go +3 right now is pretty good.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's just, how they transition today, and as the kids are obviously how they play the transition, not really worrying about scores as much, just playing the transition, making their spares, making good shots. This is what the key is to today. You're not going to win it 1 game, 2 games. It's a 5-game qualifier. It's not for everybody. Coming from someone that's won these a few times on the adult level, Daniel, he knows what this takes to win. It's a grind, and it's not supposed to be easy for these kids today.
Well, there is one player on our pair in front of us who is making it look easy. 248 the first game. Connor, now, as we talked about, all the accolades, top 50 watch in the nation. He's one of the best players, not just in the building, but in the state, in the region, in the country.
Hands down, one of the best players in the state of Kentucky. He's probably got a great college career looking in front of him if that's where he chooses to go. Hopefully he does. He will be a name to be reckoned with in the adult world when that time comes as well. I'm sure we'll see him many Kentucky Opens, Daniel, as well as Bradley qualifiers, Bradleys, just a lot of tournaments. Kids are going to, a lot of adults will take notice when this kid shows up. As we speak.
Black Cloud. Got him.
But he's got a great mind for the game. Great student. Got a good teacher.
He's got a lot of good teachers.
Yes,
He has a
teachers.
lot. He's
Both
fortunate.
for a great program at Trinity. Always looking to both tournaments on the weekends.
Good shot.
There's Carly Schrader. He's leaving us at the end of the season. Just signed to go to Oklahoma Christian. Hate to see him leave the state of Kentucky, but we know he's moving on to bigger and better, and wish nothing but the best for him.
He's a good kid.
He's been a board member at Holmes now for the past 2 years. He leaves us after this year. He's one of those youth that's not afraid to jump in a board meeting and say, hey, look, we should be doing this or we should be doing that. Always giving great opinions from that youth side of things that I guess before me or anyone, no one really listened to that. I believe they all have a voice. They need to be heard. They have great ideas. And we can't improve the product unless we hear back from them first. I mean, that's the only way we're ever going to improve this game is to listen to these kids. I preach about it all the time to the board right now. It's like, I wish I would take a full room of youth bowlers on my board. They just have such a great mind. We got Joey Adams who on this pair as well. He's on the board, as well as our our 3-time champion Alexa Escamilla, who you all get the pleasure of seeing here in the next couple of games. I mean, she's a board member. I mean, these guys just have such a mind for this. Kind of keeps me motivated all the time.
It keeps you on your toes, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes. Well, they're always challenging you as the association president. Hey, hey, why don't you do this or try this? And some things work, some things don't. But you got to try. And just like when I listen to you guys, I go to you guys all the time for advice. And either you say, hey, take it and run, or maybe that's not the best idea. You got to listen to everybody. I mean, you got critics out there, but it doesn't hurt to try things.
Well, Todd, as we wrap up with you here, tell us a little bit about what's coming up on the schedule for the youths here in the city.
Well, we are
announcing here in a little bit, we have a great tournament coming up here actually on May 19th. It'll be our first ever mixed doubles. A little different format. The kids are going to bowl, take them out of their comfort zone, make them find a boy and girl bowl together. It'll be a 3-game doubles. They're going to move pair, go 3-game bakers. Then they're going to come back and 3-game and no-tap bakers. Something different for them. Change formats instead of your basically 4 or 5-game qualifiers and move on. And then obviously, as we move into the season, Chuck Gardner with Brunswick and the youth experience, you know, everybody knows they were here this past October. They've asked to come back again in October for the Youth City Tournament, so we'll be promoting that statewide once again, and hopefully we sell it out like we did this past season. Don't know who's coming with him. I don't know if Dasha will be back or not. I'm hearing that Matt will be here along with possibly Pocket, and obviously if I have any say, I'm going to get Parker Bone here, just because the knowledge with the youth, with his sons, and just to pass on to these kids. I think they're sponges, so they can hear it from that level. I think it's a huge thing.
All right, well, Todd, thank you very much for all the work that you do, the board does.
I appreciate you all being here today.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Todd.
And that was Todd Smith, representative of the LMUSBC Association. Again, a big thanks to all the hard work that he and the association board have done. I know that they're trying to kind of revamp things here in the city. Things have been done a certain way for a long time, and they've been done that way because that's just the way that things have always been done. And sometimes you've got to, you know, make a couple eggs, break a couple eggs to make an omelet, and that's what they're trying to do here in Louisville.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job of it. They're very visible, and they're always in the center, and you can find somebody representing, and it's good. It's nice to see everybody out like that. So try to get a mention of everybody here while they're coming through. Joey we talked about, Carly we talked about. Let's see. And I don't have any information on Brock's Golden here. Now, the young man, and I am very colorblind, so I'm not sure what color his shirt is, but he's preparing to bowl in the center of the lane. He's from Meade County. He's one of the Lynn Penn's kids that we were talking about. And I was going to throw that in while Todd was on, but we ran out of time with Todd. Tyler Bloom had a nice run of the four-bagger over there on 21-22.
Ooh, Carly just misses the 4-pin. Kept the ball on the lane, but misses the 4-pin left.
Oh, Carly's spare shooting approach is a lot more of the PBA Tour approach of right down line.
Very straight.
Yeah, very straight, right at it, very direct, not crossing the lane at all. And the Meade County young man was Chase Foreman. He's an 11th grader at Meade County High School. And that's where Lynn's Pens is, which we were talking about. And I say that my wife is from Brandenburg, so I'm going to make sure they always get a little bit extra boost. So. Oh, and Chandler Taylor's over here. He's on a 3-back. Got him too.
Owen Williams on a 3-bagger here. Looking to bounce back after a gutter spare in the third. Looks good, flat 10, half 7.
Ooh. He's from Simon Kenton High School, which is up in the northern Kentucky area. Another 11th grader. and his team made state when he was in middle school. So he's been at this a while.
It's a good shot from Brooks. Ooh. It just feathered a little bit down lane. That ball did not want to roll the corner.
All right, ballers, this time, parents, we're going to start coming through for our second ball raffle. It is a 15-pound hammer NU. Tickets, once again, will be $5 a piece, 5 for 20, and all proceeds are going to our youth scholarship fund. Once again, this is a 15-pound hammer NU. Tickets for this are $5 a piece, 5 for 20.
Roll, roll. Ooh, okay.
Go to our youth scholarship fund. Also, parents, to remind everyone that on May 19th, we were having our first mixed doubles tournament, youth doubles tournament here.
What is the percentage you've seen of youth players these days that throw straight at their spares, namely left side spares, as opposed to hooking at it?
20. It's not very many.
Not very many that throw straight?
That throw straight, yeah. Most of them are still hooking at it.
Okay.
A lot of them will have to relearn that in college, I think. And the ones that do throw straight generally have a coach, an individual coach that has experience with that. I'm a big advocate of it, as you know, but it's also what works for them and how they score best at the time. And I certainly think they need to know how to do both. You know. So on 22 right now, we have Ethan Ackerman, who's a senior at Trinity. And I am not sure where Ethan's going to school, but he was the Region 3 Bowler of the Year in high school last year.
I believe Ethan's Pikeville.
Is he Pikeville?
I believe so.
Okay. So you put, yep. So
we are friends on Facebook. Let me check.
Okay. And he bowls with Connor on the same team, so that's with Connor Woosley. So that's quite a 1-2 punch they have. And Ethan, again, is a great pressure player and a really classy kid.
Ooh.
He almost did it again.
Almost did it again.
Almost did it again. Yeah. And on 21, we have Brandon Padgett, who is a relative of one of our sponsors. And another Trinity bowler. So they are loaded. Very good player, very direct.
Yes, he plays the lanes almost straighter than I do.
Yeah.
He and I have bowled a couple of doubles tournaments together. He had a strong start to this game, strike spare double, but fell off in the middle, had 3 opens in a row in the 6th, 7th, and 8th, all makeable spares, no splits. The 5-2 is probably a washout, but 167 that game for him. He's minus 20. He's 373 after 2.
21's Noah Wright. He's a PRP bowler, and I believe Noah is a junior. And he has just started working with an individual coach, which I'm glad to hear that he is. And he's a nice, smooth player.
Yes, junior.
Okay.
Has a 300 under his belt.
Yeah. And that's pretty recent.
Is it?
Yes, pretty recent. No, yeah.
And one thing I don't think we mentioned earlier, we were talking about the PRP history. They swept state this year.
Yes, they
boys
did.
and girls.
Yes.
Super, super impressive.
And it may be the first time that's been done. And the boys' program's always been really good. Just the girls' program's always shined more because it's been the best. You know. We were talking about Hayden Fowler earlier when he was on a string. He's from Western Hills in Lexington. And I say all this because we have such a wide variety of places everybody's from. It's all over the state. And I don't know that this would have happened 3 or 4 years ago. Well, I don't know this would have happened pre-COVID. I think post-COVID, a lot of things started to change.
Oh, he did not like that, and for good reason. But
He tripped it out. And he's on a 3-bagger.
and if I'm right, I think he's still throwing a stealth made by track, falls under the Brunswick brands. He just kind of gave us a look like, I didn't think that was going to come back. But it's a stronger, symmetric, solid ball, and he's got a lot of surface on it, so that miss right is a miss that he can do because he's got so much surface. Now, if he misses left, watch out.
Yeah, it's probably going to jump.
Jackson working on a 3-bagger, tugs that one a little bit. Lucky to get away with just a 9 count.
And on 22, we have Joshua Rice, who is another Trinity bowler. And he is a freshman. So they just are reloading right now.
That's what John McCarthy and Lee Lamrell were telling me a couple years ago. They said that we're in a place right now where the next couple of years we're going to be tough, but then we're going to lose players and we're going to have to start rebuilding. Yeah. And I think they're kind of getting to that point.
Yes. Yeah, they lose a whole bunch of bowlers next year. But I also know that there's a couple of 8th graders at Bolt High School that are going there to become 9th graders next year.
And that is so cool to me that you can bowl, and then that starts in 6th or 7th grade?
7th grade.
7th grade. So 7th, 8th grade. So you can bowl 6 years of high school.
Yes.
That is so cool.
Yeah. I know. My grandson Mason, hopefully, it's going to start bowling for Southern next year. And, got a little bit of convincing for 6th grader and Bolt High School kids to do, but yeah, it's very cool. And they just bowl 2 years for public school. Some of them will go to private school, or some of them bowl for one school, and then they end up in another, and there's no transfer rule, so it's all good. So let's see if Connor can finish this out.
Great shot there in the 10th. Slide ball.
I was completely blocked, so I couldn't see it except his body reaction.
Tyler Bloom just over to our left, finishing up his fill ball in the 10th frame, the last bowler on that pair. He has a clean game going, he has a clean game because you can't open one shot. He can strike here in the fill for 224. And he did.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a nice set. He had 189 first game, so that's a solid start. And Connor goes in the 11th with the washout.
Just pitch it right a little bit?
Yeah, he pitched it right, and it just completely burned up before it got there.
Whoops.
But first thing he did was he tapped his chest on the way back. He said that was my fault. So there's a nice shot by Brox. Like I said, we don't have much information on him. Wish we could tell you more. Just a reminder, if you want to watch scores, I don't want to be a walking advertisement for Lane Talk, but it's a good option. You can go on your app or go on the website, and you can actually see the ongoing scores of your bowlers and the scores you're carrying today, so you'll be able to see what they've shot as a total the first couple games. And they're also posting the score sheets as quickly as possible after each game on Facebook, so you can pick it up there. All right, we got the girls' pair starting up on 25 and 26. On 26, we have Olivia Fowler. And Olivia is from South Warren High School down in Bowling Green. She's a 10th grader. She has a high game of 275. She averages 190, and she was a regional runner-up in 2023. So, somebody snuck in beside me. He got on my shoulder. We were just talking about him and his relatives that's out there bowling right now. So give us just a second, and we'll get him on here. There, you got room?
All right, well, joining us in the booth real quick as we finish up the 10th frame of Game 2, here is one of our sponsors, actually, former high school bowler for Trinity, Brent Padgett. Brent, welcome in.
Thank you.
And what brings you up here today?
Just sponsoring the tournament and like seeing all these youth bowlers out here bowling.
Yeah, so talk to us about your business. I didn't even know you started it until a couple years ago. Kind of tell us about what you do, what you offer.
I got into doing a lawn and landscape business, and I was just cutting grass at the beginning of it down the side when I was bowling in high school, and then it took off pretty good this past 2 years. So now we do a lot of hardscaping and a lot of just projects now.
Okay. And then if people want to get in touch with you, what's the best way if they want to schedule your services?
They can call me on my phone number. It's 502-905-5673, which should be on the flower, I think. And then they can also look me up on the Facebook.
If you want to catch that, if you need to call Brent and get a quote or talk about the services they offer, you can give them a call 502-905-5673 or find them on their Facebook page. And the most important question I got to ask you is, are you still bowling?
Yes, I am. I bowl on Monday nights at Kimball.
Okay.
Wednesday nights at Executive Bowl.
So how's bowling going for you post high school?
Definitely not as better as I was in high school. I used to practice a lot. I don't practice no more. I just bowl.
Well, you run a business. You don't have time to practice.
I don't have time to practice anymore. So I just bowl and have fun.
Don't let him fool you. He's still not bad.
Oh, I know. I've seen him on Monday nights.
$220.
Okay, we were watching Brandon a little bit earlier. He seems to be struggling. Need to go down and give him some tips. Did he listen? No. He didn't listen. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I'd be willing to bet that you probably rolled your eyes a couple of times at some of your coaches. Yeah, probably. Well, good. Well, man, thanks for joining us in the booth for a little bit. Talk about what you're doing. Thanks for sponsoring the event. And good luck with everything, bub. All right.
Thanks, man. Always a pleasure.
All right, big thanks to Brent for joining us there just for a few moments. Again, any of your lawnscaping needs, you can reach out to Brent Padgett, 502-905-5673, servicing Central Kentucky and surrounding areas since 1995. I think Brent was probably like 2 years old in 95, so.
Yeah, probably so. He may not have been 2 yet.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah. He may not have been.
I keep forgetting I'm as old as I don't think I am.
Yeah. Yeah. And what was that story about? Who was the oldest person in the brackets in the Bradley?
You know what? So the Bradley Open it's a prestigious event that's run here in Kentucky for almost 40 years now. It was in Lexington for the longest time at Eastland. When Eastland closed, Jason, the tournament director, brought the tournament actually to Kimball for a couple of years, and now it's at Executive where he is the general manager at. And it's known as a very tough tournament. It's 50 feet of oil. It's 48 units-ish. To give you an idea, this pattern is 42 feet, 27 units. So it's 8 feet longer and 75% more oil. It's a dead flood. Ball doesn't hook. It's a spare fest. It's exactly what it is. And I was fortunate enough to make the top 8 bracket after 12 games of qualifying last weekend. And during shadow practice, I'm bowling against Brandon Bone, one of Parker Bone's kids. And Chad Roberts, a very good player from the Columbus area, and buddy of mine, he goes, "Hey, Daniel, how old are you?" I said, "Chad, I'm old." He goes, "No, seriously, how old are you?" I said, "I'm 37. He goes, "You're the oldest one in the bracket." There was only 2 of us over 30. A guy named Zeke Bate from the Ohio area. Jacob Buttroff, you've seen him on TV. Jacob's 29. But then pretty much everyone else was under 25. It was a young man's game. And this old man was there trying to beat him.
Yeah, that's never thought. I'd hear you say this, old man. Yes.
You see the gray in my temples.
Yeah, I know. I do.
When the camera's on us, you viewers at home can see it as well. Final shot here for Bowen Williams to wrap up game number 2 for the U18. That's kind of the pace that we're following with our schedule as the U18 because there's so many of them, and they've got the pairs of 7. They are going to be the last ones done. As you see, to our right, you've got a couple of U15, U18 girls. They're already game 3. There's a couple pairs that are, 3-4 frames throughout the house into game 3.
Make sure we get a mention of everybody that comes in front of us. Olivia Fowler just spared. I'm sorry, she just throwing her strike ball. She is from South Warren, again, Bowling Green. She is a sophomore in high school. Her high game of 275, high series 690, and she was a regional runner-up this year in high school singles. We have Abigail Hamilton on 26. Sorry, I should be better at this, but I'm looking around somebody. And Abigail is, I had it right here in front of me and I lost it. Is a 11th grader, a junior at Graves County, which is out in the western part of the state. And she has a high game of 290 and a high average of 224. And she is a 2-time state champ with her team. She's won region singles champions twice. Regional team champ twice. She's all about team. I like this. State singles runner-up and 9th place finish at high school nationals, which is pretty impressive. Obviously, a very good player, and I think that's one of those Todd was talking about earlier. And Taylor Sams is getting ready to throw the ball in 26. She's a local bowler that is smooth, very good, has a good coach, and comes from a bowling family that's been bowling a long time very successfully. And I don't know where she's headed to college. Do you?
I can find out real quick. Let's look that up. We'll come back with that from the break.
Okay.
As we start game 3 here, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Grab some water, refresh. You're watching the 2024 USBC Youth Masters in Queens, presented by ZBMedia, live at Dixie Bowl here in Louisville, Kentucky. For Doug Barker, I am Daniel Farish. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Game 3 coverage of the 2024 LMUSBC Youth Masters and Queens from Dixie Bowl here in Louisville, Kentucky. And before we get to our guest in the booth and the action in front, we do want to thank all of our incredible sponsors, starting off with our title sponsor, Brunswick. They are the official sponsor of the LMUSBC Masters and Queens event. Brunswick Bowling is the recognized leader in the bowling industry, manufacturers of world-class bowling balls, bowling shoes, and bowling accessories, and as we covered earlier, boats and pool tables. Visit brunswickbowling.com or your local pro shop to find out more about the products that Brunswick offers.
Your search for ways to grow your business starts here or stops here. CC Marketing Solutions will help you elevate your brand with custom designs and managements that will make your company stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling 502-751-7300 or visiting them on Facebook at CC Marketing 502.
Big thanks to Dixie Bowl for hosting this event. Also, their sister center, Kimball, hosts youth events, and they are two great locations for your home and home for family fun and entertainment here in Louisville. They take pride in the services that they offer, and they have the best entertainment value here in Louisville. Visit their two locations to have some family fun or visit them online at their Facebook page, Dixie Bowl and Kimball.
The Louisville Metro USBC is the only official organization in Louisville that represents all bowlers alike, with many leagues, tournaments, and events throughout all of Louisville's Kentucky bowling centers. To find out more on how to become a member and to support your Louisville bowling community, visit LouisvilleMetroUSBC.com.
As they said in the song, the sun will come out tomorrow, and at some point the sun's going to come out, the temperature's going to go up, and that means your grass is going to grow. And when you don't have time to take care of all of your lawn care needs, talk to Brent Paget and Paget Lawnscape Group. They are here to take care of your landscaping and lawn services for you so that you can worry about what's important. Services such as seeding, fertilizing, weed, and caring for your lawn. Paget's is a family-owned business servicing the central Kentucky and surrounding areas since 1995. For a quote today or questions about their services, give them a call at 905-5673 or visit them on Facebook.
10-Back Pro Shop is a veteran-owned pro shop right here in Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you are sure to be able to find a ball for you and have it fit well. 10-Back Pro Shop is the best place to go for anything you need bowling related. Call them at 502-999-7465 for a quote.
ZBMedia is the proud producer of this live stream and of many future live streams for the Louisville Metro USBC. ZBMedia offers affordable videography and live streaming services for events like sports, weddings, concerts, and more. To find out more about ZBMedia, visit them on Facebook or give them a call at 502-689-0670. And we welcome you back for Game 3 of this event. Take a look at some of the players in front of us. We've got Ethan Ackerman. Let me get my list up here. Ethan Ackerman, Hayden Fowler, Joshua Rice, Brandon Paget, Noah Wright, and Ross Ramage here on lanes 23 and 24, as well as Tyler Bloom, who is shooting a 5.710. Did not expect to look up and see that. It happens.
It does.
And all you can do is move past it and get on to the next frame.
Oh, and we have a guest with us here today. He's a young man that I've known for quite a few years, back when I got to know him when I was coaching Bellarmine University bowling team. Bobby, introduce yourself.
Coach Bobby Brown on the University of Pikeville.
A little closer. Okay. And do you have any recruits here today?
Actually, I have two here with the girls' joint venture on Rosenthal Center.
Okay. Ethan Ackerman? Oh, also. You got, yep. Okay. So he answered a question there because I wasn't sure where Taylor was going to school. That's awesome. Yeah, you got a couple of good ones there. So,
Bobby, tell us a little bit about the history of Pikeville. For those of you watching that might not know, Pikeville is one of the more storied programs in the nation. Been around for quite a long time. A little background about the program itself, your all successes, and what has kind of led you to the point where you are now. Well, I know that one of the things that it's been fun to watch the growth of Pikeville, not just the bowling program, but the school, the university, the city. You know, when I was at Lindenwood, we knew them as Pikeville College, and Pikeville had a couple stoplights, an Applebee's, a McDonald's, and a Walmart. Like, that's what we knew Pikeville to be. But the city has absolutely blown up over the last 20 years. It's no longer Pikeville College. It's not Go PC. It's University of Pikeville, UPike. So the program has come a long way. The school's come a long way. What does the school have to offer? Because, as we know, academics come first, then comes all the extracurriculars. What does the school offer academically? Like, if I was going to go to Pikeville for something, what would it be? Oh, wow. Wow, so they can actually spend more time specializing in their field as opposed to, 3 or 4 semesters of just the gen stuff. I like that. As someone who had to take a 100 level, 100 level geology class my senior year, I would have enjoyed something like that. So is that the relationship between the school and the program what helps such a small school like Pikeville be so successful in not just bowling but in other areas, sports-wise and academically? Is it that relationship that helps breed that success?
A lot of places you have silos where you have the academic and athletic, and we try to break down those. So the communication has to be strong and everything, and the delegate makes us successful that way. I also think that we're kind of successful too, is like most people don't know, the University of Pikeville put us a team-like bowling center. It's not open to the public, it's just for my team. Like, that's amazing, right? So, there's things that university does. Like, I came from Morehead State. I love my time at Morehead State. It's a great time there, but I didn't know how to get a feel of it until I got there. So, I'm blessed to be where I'm at. I follow big shoes with Ron Cameron, and the school keeps growing. The program keeps getting better. It's exciting times.
So, when Ron was coaching, and we were friends. In fact, he recruited my daughter. You may not know that. He recruited Allison. But there was a lot of multi-sport athletes. Do you still have multi-sport athletes, or is it still?
I still have I have a couple girls that play softball.
Okay.
So what we do is you can actually play two sports, but you have to deem your primary. So like my girls are bowlers. So most of them play JV softball.
Okay.
So JV softball is a springtime session, not the varsity side when it's now.
Right. Okay.
Making a run for the season.
So has the population of Pikeville University, is it a bigger population than it was 15 years ago?
Yeah.
How big is it now?
It's funny because we joke around like Daniel said, it used to just be Applebee's. When I moved there, it's been 8 years now. They just opened the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ooh.
Now next month they're opening Drake's.
Oh.
It just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Okay.
The student population keeps getting bigger. But I also think that, we're kind of specialized too with the dental school coming in. Like, that'll increase our enrollment size, but like, we're going after a different marketplace.
Right.
So the school is growing. We actually just bought a hotel and just transformed it into dorms to run our events.
Okay. Yeah.
I can tell you how much we're growing.
Yeah, that does.
So I've got a question. It may be a tricky one, kind of put you on the spot, but it's something that I'm going to ask any of the coaches we speak with today. What is one thing about Pikeville that something special that I wouldn't know if I went to the website or followed the players on social media? Like, what's one thing about it that is neat, that stands out, that makes it unique from anywhere else?
Most places have bowling teams, but don't really know how much invested the school is. And we won the conference championship yesterday. I probably had 300 text messages from the president to the provost, to the professors, to faculty members, to everybody saying congratulations. But I've coached at other schools or other coaches. If you won a tournament, you probably didn't know nothing from anybody except for the people around you. So, like, for me, I think it's a big family. Like, my daughter, she's 11 years old. She hangs out with the people who did. Like, there's something going around and there's safety there. And it's like, I call it the family atmosphere. Like, my team is a team, but we're a family. Fight, you want victory, you do everything else. At the end of the day, you help each other go on. So I think that's what we're doing.
Awesome. And so if someone wanted to learn more about the program, what could they do?
They can follow us on Facebook. The men's and women's bowling team both have it. You can go to upike.edu to figure out about the school. And then we have upike.com, which is the athletic page, which is performance. You can drop your information in if you want to contact us.
Okay, so you guys captured the Mid-South Conference Championship on the women's side this weekend. What's up next for your all squads?
Well, Central just got announced, and we're heading to
Detroit,
Detroit.
okay.
Wow.
We're in Detroit. Got to go out here in about 8 days.
Are you making the drive, I'd assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of our closest ones, Smyrna or Detroit or whatever. I met there. It's during our spring break, so kids don't miss classes, which is awesome. But also, it kind of bad for the kids.
It takes their entire spring break, yeah. Yeah. All right, well, good luck to you guys, and because I know the Nationals is going to be here in Louisville, which is awesome. So I hope to see you guys back here for Nationals.
And what's the date on Nationals here in Louisville?
It's that third week of April.
Okay.
It's like April
That would be the 21st would be the Sunday.
And one of the cool things this year that most people might not know is it's the first class for the Collegiate Hall of Fame.
Oh.
We tried to start this for many years, and we finally got it finalized. And the first class is getting inducted here in Louisville, Kentucky.
Awesome.
The cool thing is this is year number 50 for IGC.
Is it? Wow.
Wow.
So, I mean, there's a lot of exciting times, and it's exciting to bring it to the state of Kentucky.
Yep, April 17th through 20th.
Okay.
So awesome. Well, Bobby, good
Awesome.
luck with everything. We hope to see you then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah. Good luck. Yeah. Good to see you, Bob. So, I'm going to comment as a former college coach.
Okay.
It's not the same as high school bowling. It is so much more intense, and it's a different kind of intensity, and coaches have to be in shape to stand up for 8 hours.
No kidding.
And I can't do that anymore. But it just. Yeah.
Because this is year 26 for me.
Oh, wow.
In college bowling.
Yeah, yeah. I remember you when you were just a kid then. But it's a different, and I'm gonna tell you, as a parent watching, it's a great experience, even though it can be very frustrating to be able to see, because there's such a community. Again, bowling's a great community, and the college bowling community, it's always together once you get to know somebody. And so.
Yeah, well, what I like that he said, not to sound like Dom Toretto from Fast and Furious, but it is a family.
It is.
You know, it is a community, and kind of extrapolating on what you said, it's a family within your team and your university, but then college bowling itself is a community. You know, there are so many players that I cross with at tournaments now, whether it's a regional or an amateur event. If I go bowl a U.S. Open or something like that, then I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that guy in 20 years, since 15 years since college.
Yeah.
And it's nice to reconnect. It's like, yeah, we share stories and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and on personal level, those kids that I coached, and now they're all adults now, I'm still close to all of them, and I know where every single one of them are and what they're doing. Except one. There's one kid that I've kind of lost track of, but it's sad because you get to go to funerals. It's great because you get to go to weddings or officiate weddings. It's just been a wonderful experience. My 5 years there, I made so many close friends that are lifetime friends. I was their coach, and now I'm their friend. So that can't be said enough. And I was fortunate enough to coach my daughter for a year and a half in college too, which was a great experience. And so I know we had a couple requests that looking at the girls on 25 and 26. I saw that the camera was over there for a minute. Especially, we'll get them all mentioned here. Abigail Hamilton is up right now. The camera's on them. And she is, I'm jumping ahead of myself. I'm still learning as we go. Abigail is I mentioned her earlier. She's a Graves County ninth grader. And Phoenix Newkirk just came off the lane. She's a PRP senior. And again, I'm not sure where Phoenix is going, but she's a really good player. And again, she has an individual coach, and it's paid great dividends for her. And we're actually going to talk to her coach a little later on, and we can ask her about her. And Taylor Sams, we already talked about earlier, and her coach is actually right beside Daniel. We mentioned his name is B.J. Hines, who's a good friend of mine, and has been a big help to our youth program and other youth programs in donating balls and such. He's just a good man.
Once our producer Zach gets back, we'll have him switch over down. We also have a camera on 19 and 20, and we can highlight some of the players down there. Curtis Baumgardner, Cyrus Uchwal, Devin Holland. Devin had that front nine 260 earlier. Jaden Farley, Hayden Tootin, Jake Hall, and Jared Nelson.
And I can't.
And we do have some score just put up on the LM USBC Facebook page, some score updates. We'll start here and go forward. The boys U18 division, after 2 games, your leader is Connor Woosley at plus 89, Devin Holland at plus 22, Grayson Roll at plus 21, Ty McGuffin at plus 17, Matthew Yazell at 14 over, Tyler Bloom, who is in front of us on 23 and 24, struggling this game, but after 2 was sitting in 6th at plus 13. Dylan Davis, Brady Trent, and Lucas Pendola and Wesley Plains round out the top 10. And then 11 and 12, Hayden Fowler, and Hunter Bloyd. That's your cut after 2. It's -9 for that 12th place on the U18 boys. Scroll up for the U18 girls. Your leader, Olivia Fowler, at +18. Alexa Escamilla at +10. Alexis Tinker at +7. Ellie McMahon at +3. And then a bit of a jump down to the next 4. Taylor Sams at -22, tied with Casey Sapp. Kaylee Blaine in 7th at -38. And your cut for the U18 girls after 2 is Jaden Hunting at -62.
The girls' top is very compressed. Tightly.
It is, right around that cut, too.
Yeah.
For the U15 boys, Jackson Kuiper leads at +3, Jared Nelson at +1. Then you have a drop to Joshua Rice at -62, Curtis Baumgartner at -66, Bryce Sargent at -67, Andrew Brangan at -70, Braxton Sloan at -81, and your cut after 2, Jackson Bickett at -92. And then the final update for the U15 girls, Madison Vanover leads at 55 under, Abby Sargent at 72 under, Madison Hatfield at 80, Jordan Hunting at 81, Addison Clifton at 88, Alexis Holzer at 97, Carissa Martin at 122, and then your cut for the U15 girls after 2 is Elena Wendell at -123. And joining us in the booth, the second college coach, we're going to have Kevin from UC. Kevin, how are you, sir? Doing well, doing well. So tell us a little bit about your program, a little bit what you guys have to offer for any aspiring collegiate players. Mm-hmm. 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 I pass by that campus every time I go to Gatlinburg. And it looks like a beautiful campus, too, right off 75. Mm-hmm. All right, so you said the program's 11 years old. How have things been the last couple of years? You said the Mid-South was this weekend. How'd that go for you guys? Who was that? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So what does we talked a little bit about the program. As far as the school, if I'm a student, because, we know academics come first, what does the school itself have to offer academically? What's the big selling point if I was looking to go to UC? Mm-hmm. 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 So a lot of secondary education options once that bachelor's is done. Mm-hmm.
So tell me a little bit about your team. I'm a former college coach, and just tell me about how you run your team, what it's like, what practices are like, etc.
Yes, we generally practice 4 days a week, and if we're traveling. One of the good things from the school is actually we don't have classes on Fridays.
Oh, okay.
So that gives us the opportunity to leave, real early on Fridays and not miss classes. So sometimes we'll leave practice sessions on Fridays as well.
Yeah.
Generally, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Lots of spares, obviously. That's where it takes in college.
Absolutely.
Sometimes all we do is shoot spares.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
physical games are pretty solid, very close, and it's getting the bags right, getting the equipment. Every year, the equipment just gets more and more important.
Oh, it does, yeah.
This year, it's more balls than we ever had.
Yeah. Okay.
When the moment comes, they know exactly what to do when there's no indecision. That was one thing they really worked on going into the conference championship was because, the best score is 7, then they should make it so every shot is win or lose.
Right, yeah.
So it's about the least stability, and we started everything out. You want to know exactly what they're doing, what the move is. It's the 9th frame, and it's game 7. There's enough going on. You don't want to have to worry about
Right, but you have a plan.
just focus on the execution.
Yeah.
Stay positive. That's the thing. It's so difficult sometimes for our kids is to try to stay positive through all the adversity and get through teenage there's a lot of that.
So I mentioned we passed by the school on 75. It looks like a small community. What type of community is it there in the UC area for parents as they send their kids off to go to college, hundreds of miles away? What can they expect?
Very small town, safe community, at least for us in our security as well. So it's not just that we campus plans, resources, and that as well. So it's a very safe area, very safe campus.
Good. Yeah, that's one concern. Like, as I left here for college, and I went to Lindenwood in St. Louis, and we knew a lot of people there, but my parents were still like, we're sending the kid 300 miles away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's a lot of that, so then they tell people they go to high school, so parents are usually very comfortable because they know,
and they kind of create that pipeline, and then you can, as a coach, kind of feed off that pipeline. Well, good.
It's a common theme.
It is. So. Right. And Doug may have asked this, but do you have any recruits here bowling today? Oh, a two-handed girl.
Yeah.
Yes. So the green doesn't quite match with your all's colors.
Yeah.
You got quite a few out there.
Yeah. 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 So, a little pump.
Oh, wow. So it'll be a rebuilding year for you guys, but give it a year or two.
Yeah. Kaylee and Austin both bowl at Ken Bowl, where I'm the youth director. So, yeah.
So you guys just had the Mid-South this weekend. What's next up on your all schedule? Smyrna. Okay. That's nice to be that close, too.
That's sweet.
Right. Yeah, that was one of the things. Now this is 15 years ago for me when I was at Lindenwood, more than 15 years ago when I bowled for them. But at the time, the school, they don't do this anymore. They learned their lesson. They just shelled out money left and right. And so we always got flown away to sectionals because we were one of the schools that could afford it. And then Lindenwood got smart and quit doing that. but yeah, we got to go to Vegas twice, and it was like, yeah, it's fun, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it's great for the players, and you know they're gonna miss less school because of that, because driving, even better. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I've still got a year of eligibility. I'm just saying.
I've got 4.
There we go. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. All right, well, as we wrap up Game 3, I've got one last question for you. It's going to be a difficult one, kind of put you on the spot. But what is one thing about the school, the city, the program that I wouldn't know if I wasn't there, like an inside kind of thing that would draw a player to there once they got there? Like the school has underground tunnels or the free ice cream on Thursdays, or just something neat about the school, the community that makes it endearing that I wouldn't know if I went to a website or a forum or something. Anything, just...
We have a training lane on campus, which is nice. Kids access 24 hours a day. So besides practicing at the bowling center, they can go door and they can go in and work on individual stuff at a time. So that's going to make it out because you're just not limited to maybe trying to practice or something. In terms of after practice, that's how we just practice. So that's one of the.
That's pretty cool. And I follow a couple of your players on Instagram, and I've seen their videos practicing in there. And I was like, man, that's kind of cool. I wish we'd have had that. Gotcha. All right, well, Nationals is going to be here in Louisville in April. We hope to see you guys here for that. Good luck at sectionals. All right, Kevin. Thanks, sir.
Kevin, pleasure to meet you.
All right, Kevin from University of Cumberland. We are going to wrap up Game 3 here. Game 4 is starting. We're going to take a quick break for Doug Barker. Alongside, I am Daniel Farish. Coming up, Game 4 of the 2024 USBC Youth Masters and Queens from Dixie Bowl here in Louisville. We'll be back. All right, welcome back, everyone, for Game 4 coverage of the 2024 USBC Youth Masters in Queens from Dixie Bowl here in Louisville, Kentucky, alongside Doug Barger. I am Daniel Farish, and joining us in the booth, the head coach of the Midway University bowling team, Jason Utchwald. Jason, how are you doing, sir?
Not too bad. Another day and another bowling center for me this weekend. So I guess I never get any rest between those days.
Yeah, you pretty much, you're in the bowling center all the time anyway.
Yeah. Like I said, that doesn't change. It's
Yeah.
either at work in the bowling center or coaching teams in the bowling
Yep.
center. So, stay busy.
Yeah.
So we know that we spoke with representatives from Cumberland and from Pikeville, two programs that have been around a while. Midway is a relatively new program, comparatively speaking. So tell us a little bit about it.
I think it's 5 or 6 years now. I've only been coaching for 2. I coach I'm the head coach of the girls team. I'm the overall program. That's my call.
Okay.
He's done a great job setting up the program from where they started to where we are right now. Beautiful small campus, about 1,500 students, lots of great programs. Close to home for a lot of people, probably a lot closer to Louisville than Cumberland, Pikeville, but there's some of the other schools around.
So where is Midway from here, from Louisville?
I mean, I would look at it literally like looking between Frankfort and Lexington. So it's
Okay.
midway between the two.
Okay.
A 45-minute or so drive, right?
What's that?
45 minutes or so for the drive?
From here, probably 45 minutes to an hour from
Yeah.
Louisville.
Okay.
Probably less than 25 minutes from Lexington.
Yep.
So really close travel time for the kids. Like I said, a lot of great programs, a lot of other things that they can do around the campus. Nice small town. Having a daughter in college, I've had the opportunity to go and visit a lot of the schools and do the kind of college tour. So, I would teach every kid, not just for Midway purposes, just to look at where you want to go to school, find something that you definitely want to study, find somewhere you're going to be comfortable for 4 years because it's a 4-year commitment at a minimum. Daniel would be the first person to say that. Enjoy where you're going to live, and then if bowling is your thing, which it is for a lot of these kids, they're going to find somewhere with a school that offers bowling. And then if you've got all the rest of the things down pat where you're living and what you're wanting to study, then the bowling part will come easy because you'll just pick the coach that you want to work with for 4 seasons.
Oh, hang on one sec. There's a 5-pin out on lane 22. We'll let them know that real quick.
Yeah, go tell them. So tell me a little bit about how you run your program. And I know you're just in the girls' side, but I'm sure it represents both sides. So you're like a day-to-day operation and how you practice and where and how often you practice, those kind of things.
For us, we practice 3 days a week, 2 hours a day at a minimum. We try to put in more time in sessions if at all possible. If they can work that in. But again, first and foremost for the kids is about the academics. So making sure that they get everything done with school. We're super proud for them to be great bowlers, but at the same time we want them to be great students and successful with their college career through the academic side. The bowling side, going back to that, practice 3 days a week. Putting a lot of repetition, working on a lot of things that you're trying to see out on the lanes. A lot of the college teams are bowling anywhere between 8 events to 14, 15 events a season. Not including the varsity teams, which is part of that. We were just bowling this weekend with the Mid-South Conference Championship. Then you have sectionals, and then you have the possibility of 2 national events, either the ITC or the NAIA Nationals as well.
Okay.
So, you got to put a lot of time with what you're trying to limit your mistakes on.
Yep.
I think Dixie would probably speak for this better than I would, even being a former collegiate athlete himself. Working on, you want to strike as much as you can. That's a blatant obvious, but at the same time, spares are what fill up 90% of your games. Sometimes you could easily, we won a game this weekend for the Midway girls team, but we won a game without having 1 strike and every spare was covered. And so, to me, there's a lot of importance on making sure that there's a lot of time, effort, practice put on limiting mistakes and practice mistakes and anything else that we can do to make those events easier to navigate.
Okay. I would definitely agree with that. Throwing strikes is great, but college teams, you all bowl on such demanding patterns that a lot of times strikes aren't the number 1 option. And if you can't make your spares, it doesn't matter what your first ball does.
Yeah, 100%. Like we've always been saying, or we've all been saying, strikes are great. I think high-scoring pace shots is that there's more of a premium on your spare shooting because there's more spares to shoot. So, yeah, getting practicing on those. That's what I work with my own kids on. My son's out here bowling today, so, putting in a lot of time on working on spares and shot making is super important.
And how's he bowling today?
So, not where he'd want to be, not where I'd want him to be, but, it's all a learning curve still. As you know, he's gone through a couple things discipline. Unfortunately, he dealt with a tumor in the last 2 years. And fortunately, not cancerous. Always happy and thankful for that. But when you're a big guy like he is, 6'4", 270, and 15 years old, physically is super important. And getting all the shot making down. But he's still young. He's got plenty of time, like a lot of the kids are watching right now.
So the kids out in front of us, do you all have any current recruits out here?
I don't think we do right now. I mean, there's loads of kids that we've talked to.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, my call wants everything on the guy side. If I see somebody that catches my eye or something, I'd always recommend it to them. There's a lot of girls we're looking at because for some reason, in my opinion, it's a lot harder to recruit girls than it is for the guys. It seems like you could probably recruit 4, 5, 6 guys, and then you might recruit 1 or 2 girls in that process. So it's always hard with, teams that have not been around as long. I mean, you take a Pike, for example, and I know you've had Bobby in the booth. It's such a great school with a great history, but sometimes it's easier in that process to recruit because it's just the history of the program and the knowledge of what they've done is easier to recognize.
Right.
In comparison to a school like Midway that's been there for 5, 6 years. Not that I don't want us to be as competitive. I believe that we can beat any team on any day. And this weekend was great proof of that. We started the weekend, we lost our first match to Tennessee Wesleyan. We went into the losers bracket, and we literally went undefeated for the rest of the day until we both played them twice. So we both Tennessee Wesleyan, got past them. Cumberland Phoenix got past them. Both Tennessee Wesleyan again the next morning, beat them 4.5 to 2.5.
Wow.
Both Cumberland's, University of Cumberland, who've got a very competitive squad, beat them 4-1. Then we had the joy of bowling Pikeville twice. But I can say I think we were one of the only teams that have ever 4-0'd them.
Right.
So we 4-0'd them the first round, and then they returned the favor and did the same thing to us. So, if you look at it in the media aftermath of that match, you're disappointed that you didn't go on and win. If you look at it in the grand scheme of things, we bowled 14 events this season. We've had 13 that were in the top 10. We finished 17th at the Hoosier, which for anyone who's watching the stream and they don't know it like any of us sitting here, it's the largest collegiate tournament in the nation. We had 67 teams for the girls. Finished second in conference. Probably have a good bid to go to the NAIA Nationals for an at-large bid.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Yep, fingers crossed.
Had a major win on the record this year by winning the C300 shootout earlier this year. And then we've got sectionals coming up, which we got selected to go to Texas. So
okay. Very nice.
it's a lot of good stuff going on. Like I said,
That's awesome, Jason.
to me, the program's great. It's growing. There's a lot of super talented kids out there, and there's a lot of super talented kids that are going to Midway. My pitch anyway for Midway, not necessarily over another school, is don't look past a school like Midway because it's smaller and younger in terms of history. I think it's always neat to be part of everything from being the first. First wins, first conference championships, first trips to the NAIAs. It's most programs are building something really big on the boys and the girls side. And so we're always proactively looking for talent.
All right, and if anybody wanted to find information about Midway, where could they go to do that?
Yeah, there's a lot of different places. You can go to the webpage. There's you can go to the Midway webpage anywhere you can go to. You can go to the Facebook pages. There's one for the girls and for the boys team out there. There's just multiple different ways to contact. Myself and Mike Hall you can reach out to as well. Mike's contact information is on the Midway Facebook page and on the Midway
Midway University website. You can set up a visit. You can see if you're accepted. There's loads of different ways to just, again, reach out, contact, see what it's like. Worst case scenario, you take a trip, and if you love it, then we'd love to have you. And if you don't, we're appreciative that you took the time to visit the college and see what it had to offer.
All right, Jason, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Jason. Yep.
Thank you. All right, Jason Utchwall, head coach of the Midway University women's team. Again, Mike Hall is the men's coach and pretty much the program, head of the program.
He was saying a couple of things that near and dear to my heart because I started that Bellarmine program and I know how hard it was to recruit and how hard I worked and it's quite an undertaking that he's doing. And it's appreciated.
I can tell you that I know that before you started coaching Bellarmine, your hair was all one color. And the work and the stress and pressure you put on yourself turned it a little bit gray, Doug.
A little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. So.
And I would also submit that some of the personalities you had on that team would do that as well.
Yeah,
but
probably so.
About the time you all were building it is when I got done at Lindenwood.
Yeah.
So it was so cool to come home and hang out with all those kids.
Yeah.
And like you said, I follow along with them on Facebook. It's like, hey, haven't talked to Will in forever. How's he doing?
Yeah.
Haven't talked to this guy, that guy, this girl, that girl. So
it's cool. Lifelong friendships and connections.
And a lot of those connections are built here at the high school level. We'll take a look at some of the friendships on 23 and 24, the players in front of us. Aaron Fuller, Austin Bossy, Austin Nelson, Ethan Blake Ackerman, Braden Luttrell, and Braxton Sloan.
So that's Braxton on 23. He bowls for DeSales. He's a freshman, and I coach at DeSales, a disclaimer. But Braxton's going to develop into something really good. You never know how good you're going to be until you develop. He might be good, he might be really good, he might be great. But he's got all kinds of upside, and he loves the game. He's actually out there bowling in an ankle brace where he sprained his ankle playing basketball 2 weeks ago. And,
which ankle?
His right wing.
Oh, it's not the slide.
Yeah,
he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. So, and also Austin Nelson is another PRP. He's a PRP guy. He got mentioned earlier. He's going to Cumberland's. Really good bowler. He talks hardly at all. Doesn't say a word, but he has developed amazing control of the lane, and his game is simple, so it's really effective.
Well,
and I mean that as a compliment.
I'm guessing by the last name and that mop of hair on his head that Blake is Ethan's younger brother.
I would guess that too. So
let's see. Let's pull up our little bios here. Most of the players filled out the bio. I think they told us that 97 of the 113 filled it out. So big thank you to all the players who did do that. Makes our jobs a little bit easier. And Austin Bossy is he's a constant around tournaments in town. He's a little ball of energy. That's just, he loves everybody, and he's just always smiling and upbeat. And I first met Austin and his dad, Nick, bowling John McCarthy's Traveling Sport League that he runs in the summer, like 2 years ago. And Austin has got another one that's shot up like 6-8 inches in the last year and a half.
Yeah.
But to see where he was the first time I saw him to where he's gotten now.
And his game has really developed.
Yes.
He's become a very good player. And he just loves the game.
Yeah, we'll get a look at him here on 23. Near and dear to my heart, a little guy like I was. Little tug, little carry.
A little runaway Brooklyn.
He prays and says thank you.
And see, just smiles coming off him. And Brandon Luttrell is another Louisville bowler. And he's at North Bullitt.
North Bullitt,
yeah. And as a sophomore. And that's a high school that is loaded with freshmen and sophomores on both genders, and they're going to be good. And Brandon's a very good player already.
Yeah, 15 from Louisville. Said he became a two-handed bowler a year ago due to an injury of his hand.
Oh.
Been bowling for 3.5 years and hopes to bowl for college after he graduates high school.
There we go. It's kind of a Matt Ogle story there.
Yeah?
Yeah. So people don't probably remember Matt Ogle bowling one-handed.
There's a video of Matt bowling nationals. I think it was Reno on YouTube somewhere. Maybe I'm guessing it's probably still out there of him one-handed.
Yeah.
And I have to, every now and then I stumble across it. And I'm like, that's what Matt used to look like.
Yep. Big, high, smooth backswing.
Yep.
Yep. He was a great one-handed bowler too. So. It's just,
Good shot there for Ethan. Packs it in 10 deep. And as we watch the players, this is something that I wanted to ask you about before we get into and talk about some of our sponsors. I wanted to ask you the boom of two-handed bowling. You've watched it happen. When I worked Junior Gold in 2019 up in Detroit, I thought that about 30%, 25%, 30% of the field was two-handed. Yeah. That number's doubled by now.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, you're over 50%, and you're starting. We saw one female earlier that was a two-hander. You're seeing more and more of those.
Are we?
Especially in the middle school age, they're starting to figure out that there's a big advantage here, and they have to get strong enough to do it. That's always the big challenge, but it's becoming both genders now more and more.
Well, whether you're bowling one-handed or two-handed, there are a lot of great options on the market for bowling equipment, and my suggestion would be to check out Brunswick. Brunswick is the official sponsor for the Louisville Metro USBC Youth Masters and Queens Tournament this weekend. Brunswick Bowling is the recognized leader in the bowling industry, manufacturers of world-class bowling balls, bowling shoes, and bowling accessories. Visit brunswickbowling.com or your local pro shop to find out more about the products that they offer.
And your search for ways to grow your business stops here. CC Marketing Solutions will help you. Elevate your brand with custom designs and management that make your company or cause stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling them at 502-751-7300 or visiting them on Facebook at CC Marketing 502.
Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl are two great locations, and they're your home for family fun and family entertainment here in Louisville. Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl provide the best entertainment value in the city for all ages, parents, adults, and kids alike. Visit their two locations to have some family fun. Check them out on Facebook on their pages, Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl.
Louisville Metro USBC is the only official organization in Louisville that represents all bowlers alike, with many leagues, tournaments, and events throughout all of Louisville, Kentucky's bowling centers. To find out more on how to become a member and to support the Louisville bowling community, visit LouisvilleMetroUSBC.com.
I had to laugh. I'm sorry. Austin, I'm not laughing at Austin missed a 5-pin, but half the pit area has their fingers up.
Oh.
So he comes back mad because he missed a single pin, but all the kids back here had their fingers up. Water's all around. Well, one thing water is good for is growing grass. And as it starts to get warmer outside, your grass is going to grow, and you might not have time to manage it all. And when you live a busy life, it's hard to find the time to seed, fertilize, weed, and care for your lawns. Paget's Landscape Group is here to take care of your landscaping and lawn services for you so you can worry about what's important. Paget's is a family-owned business servicing the central Kentucky and surrounding areas since 1995. For a quote today or questions about their services, you can call them at 502-905-5673 or find them on Facebook.
Tenback Pro Shop is a veteran-owned pro shop located here at Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you are sure to be able to find a ball for you and fit well. Tenback Pro Shop is the best place to go for anything you need bowling related. Call them at 502-999-7465 for a quote.
ZBMedia is the proud producer of this live stream and of many future live streams for the Louisville Metro USBC and their tournaments. ZBMedia offers affordable videography and live streaming services for events like sports, weddings, concerts, and more. To find out more, visit ZBMedia on Facebook or give them a call at 502-689-0670. So we've talked a little bit about 23 and 24. Let's take a look at 25 and 26. And refresh my memory, I believe two-time champion of this event, Alexa Escamilla.
Yes.
Yes, she is going to be up on lane 25. We talked about how tough this event can be, and bowling on patterns like this can test your mental fortitude and how important spares are. She's showing both, as she's clean through 8 with 7 spares. Her offering here in the 9th looks wide. It is, leaves a 2-pin, almost rolls it out, but can't roll it out.
But she's keeping the ball in play, and that's where those spares come from. I mean, she's 1, 4, she'll have 6 single-pin spares this game. So that's the grind we were talking about earlier.
Well, and we know that shooting a 2-pin can be difficult.
Yes, it can. I'm sure that there's others who would have more boisterous opinions about that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Alexis offering, however, hits it dead in the face. Exactly what you want to do.
You know, on 26 up, we have another Meade County High School, probably Williams Clint, and Alexis Holzer. She just filled her frame up with the strike. She's a, let's see, she is I'm not sure because they don't have. And she does not bowl for high school right now, it appears. Nope, that's not correct. She was second in regionals.
6942. 6942. Please bring out tickets to the desk.
Cross and carry there in the 9th frame for Allison Ginn from Fleming County High School, a junior.
And that's out in the eastern part of the state. She traveled a long way too.
Region 8 All-Star team, and she was on the last year's Kentucky All-Star team.
Oh, very good, very good. And on 26 right now, we have Rowan King. Let's see what we have about her. And we don't have much information on her. So we still want to acknowledge her.
Davis is the lucky winner of the Blackwood Up 3.0. Once again, thank you all very much.
Casey Sapp on 25. I believe Kevin said she's one of the recruits looking at going to Cumberland's.
Yes.
And one of the things that I've noticed, I've seen her at a couple different high school events. I help Tom Shulock run the Manual Baker Challenge in December at Kimball, and a couple of other things around the city. She always has on those high socks. Like that's her thing.
Yep.
Like my thing is cows as my spare ball.
Yes.
Her thing is having those socks.
Her own little style statement. I like that. Be yourself.
Abby Sargent misses the head pin right on her 9th frame offering. She is only 8th grade, going to be bowling for Campbell County. Placed second in regional singles last year.
Wow.
Seems like across the board, both boys and girls, they're becoming more and more talented younger.
Yes. And I think that probably is a direct effect of getting more coaching. Mm-hmm. Even if it's at the high school, and many of the high school coaches came in and were just coaches, and they were there for the team, and they've learned through classes and through talking to others how to be a much better coach. And we're blessed more and more with quality coaches in the state.
And the one thing, and you can speak to this more than I probably can, I know that for a few years there, like in the mid to late teens, as the two-handed boom was coming, one of the complaints I heard from parents and some players alike is that at the time, there weren't coaches out there that could coach the two-handed style.
Yes.
So you had a lot of two-handed kids out there that were doing it incorrectly. They were putting a lot of stress on their bodies. They weren't getting better because they didn't have the right coaching. It seems like now the younger two-handed players are better fundamentally. So are there more two-handed coaches out there now than there were before?
Yes, and I think that's a direct result of USBC's coaching program, and they've put more of an emphasis on that even in their bronze class. Mm-hmm. They spend much more time on two-handed than they did even 5 years ago, and much less 20 years ago when two-handers were a pariah and there wasn't very many, and we had Tony Lambert and then Derek Roseberry in town, and that was really the first two.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, and I had the fortune to coach Derek, and a lot of what I learned from Tony by going and asking questions. I told Derek from the beginning, we'll figure it out, and coaches are now buying in, and they're realizing that it's effective and you score better like that, and I'm glad to see that. Because there's going to be some other revolution happen, scoring, delivery. Something's going to happen.
Just wonder what it is.
I know you don't know what it is.
I mean, because if you would talk to somebody in the 90s, I don't know that anyone in the 90s would have said, oh, we're going to have a two-handed style. You couldn't have conceived of that. So I'm wondering now in 2024, what could happen in the next 5 to 10 years that's going to, revolutionize the game.
Right. But something will happen. Just like, in every sport. And the other thing that's helped a lot is the increased use of video. I can remember starting coaching, and video was just, how do you use video?
Mm-hmm.
And then when your dad and I started using it, and you had to have specialized software, and now everybody has software. They just have their phone.
Yep.
And you can look at things. And the cameras are so good, you can look at somebody's release from 15 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And effectively using that has helped everybody. I see more and more, including you yourself, filming yourself while you're practicing or bowling, and I know it's helping.
And a film can be a coach's one of their best, if not their best, tool, not just to help the player get better, but we know that kids can be hard-headed sometimes, and you'll tell a player they're doing something wrong, and the player will tell you, no, I'm not.
Right.
And then you can go to the video and say, look, look, you're doing it. I'm telling you, you're doing it wrong, or you're doing it in a way that you don't need to be doing it. The video doesn't lie. The camera cannot lie.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes that works.
Sometimes.
Eventually it does.
And then sometimes you get that hard-headed kid that will refute the video evidence. It's like, all right, you know what? Just go home for the day. We'll revisit this next week.
Yep. Or next year.
Or next year.
But the other thing is, the kids hear you. They don't always process it yet, but they hear you, and it might take them a year, and then suddenly they'll get it. Anything big going on?
Let me see.
Is that Devin? I don't want to say the wrong name.
Oh, that is Devin Holland.
Okay, it is Devin. Yeah, Devin Holland's on. He's on a 4-bagger.
Over on just next to us on 21 and 22.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have any scores after 3. I know we've got some pairs that are done. Yeah, after 3. So let's start with the U15 girls after 3. Your leader, Madison Vanover, at 5:56. And your cut in 8th at 4:15 is Elena Wendell. And scroll down, the boys U15 after 3. Jackson Kuiper and Jared Nelson, the only players that are plus. Jackson at 6:03, Jared at 6:01. And then your cut, 8th place, Jackson Bickett at 4:59. The players in between sitting in 3rd through 7th, Joshua Rice, Curtis Baumgardner, Bryce Sargent, Braxton Sloan, and Kaysen Bishop. Let me revisit the U15 girls. 2nd through 7th, Addison Clifton, Abby Sargent, Jordan Hunting, Alexis Holzer, Madison Hatfield, and Taylor Ashcraft. For the U18 girls, the only player plus, the aforementioned Alexa Escamilla, who just shot a clean 189. She was at plus 23, so she's going to fall to plus 12. And then sitting in 8th, your cut going into this game, Casey Sapp was at minus 79, and she just shot a 165. Your players 2nd through 7th on the U18 girls, Olivia Fowler, Alexis Tinger, Ellie McMahon, Kaylee Blaine, Abigail Hamilton, and Taylor Sams. And then finally for the U18 boys, your leader after 3, Connor Woosley at plus 101, Tyler Ketron at plus 26, Austin Nelson at plus 21, Devin Holland at plus 7. Dead even is Grayson Roll at 600. And again, your top 4 for the U18 boys do get that first round bye. 6th is Ross Ramage, 7th Ty McGuffin, 8th Dylan Davis, 9th Lucas Pendola, 10th Hunter Bloyd, 11th Andrew Keatron, and your cut after 3 at minus 23, Bowen Williams. Just outside the cut, Brooks Golden, Hayden Fowler, and Braden Luttrell.
So while we're going along here, we have a 12-year-old that's a little, he's a small guy, 12-year-old, two-handed bowler. He's the youngest in the field, I suspect. His name's Jake Hall. He loves bowling. He's going to be good when he gets bigger. He's actually bowling in a backwards baseball cap, if you've seen. He's an awesome kid.
All right, well, as Game 4 wraps up, we're going to take a quick break. Game 5, the final game of qualifying coming up for our featured pair 23 and 24. We'll take a quick break. For Doug Barker, I'm Daniel Farish. This is the 2024 LMUSBC Youth Masters and Queens from Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be right back. right, welcome back, everyone. Our fifth and final game of qualifying here at the 2024 USBC Youth Masters in Queens from Dixie Bowl. Alongside Doug Barker, I am Daniel Farish, and I'm pleased to announce in the booth with us we have a local legend, one half of a power couple of bowling in this city, Roy Keller. Roy, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great today.
Beautiful. So you came out to watch. At one point, you were a youth player. How much better are these youths than we were at that age?
Well, you know, I was talking back there. The only thing I had as youth, we had family twosome in the state tournament. That was it. We had nothing like this. You know, looking now, there's, you know, the decisions they're making right now. I'm impressed with most of them overall. Most of them look like they're playing right third lane. I don't know. They've got coaches back there pointing in the right direction. It's amazing to watch them right now. It's going to be a pretty good group coming out of this age group right here.
Yeah, and that's something that we haven't had for a while. I know that when, like my age group, Matt Ogle, Chris Chandler, you know, Derek Roseberry, Brett Shepard, the parents, like my dad, would tell the adults, these kids are coming. You know, they're coming, they're going to be here. We haven't had a group like this in a long time, since almost like then, because a lot of these players are going to be bowling adult leagues here soon, and they're going to be taking our money.
You have to give the guy on the left of you, have Gardner a lot of credit for that. You know, he sit there and he works with these kids. He's all versatile, or he brings stuff like that. That makes a big difference for him.
Well, and that's a great point, and I didn't highlight this earlier. I said that Doug had been integral in a lot of our success, my generation. I didn't really explain why. Up until about 2000, 2001, sport patterns were a thing at the national level and the collegiate level, but we didn't know what they were. We'd never heard of them. And sport wasn't a word. It was just, here's a hard pattern, go bowl. He's the one that started running sport patterns for us, 8-game tournaments, junior gold qualifiers, right around that 2001 time frame. And that's how we started learning. And he would run, you know, we'd bowl a 16-game event where we bowled 35 feet, 1-to-1 flat on Saturday at Ken Bowl, and then 50 feet flat on Sunday at Dixie Bowl. But he's the reason that my generation got started on these tougher patterns that we now know to be sport patterns.
That's interesting because the sport patterns then were 2-to-1 ratios, and now what is it, 4-to-1?
Now sport compliant is 4-to-1.
4-to-1. So it was even tougher back then, and I didn't try to make it easy. Not at all.
Back in my day, we didn't have names for
No.
patterns. It depends on whatever the manager decided to put out. With the old century machines, they would actually take the piece of score sheet and put it there to make the shot easier and harder. So
Yep.
the only difference from when I grew up a hard shot and now I have my name for it.
Yeah.
See, he had to walk uphill both ways with no shoes on.
Right.
I got to put shoes on, but I had to still walk uphill. These kids, they got dry cars to drive themselves, and it's so much easier for them. They've got it made, you know.
Yeah, it's so easy.
I remember also Metro Bowling Service, the large bowling balls, but they had a trade-in deal. You get Metro All-Star ball, you get one a year. So my dad told me, if you learn to throw one bowling ball, that you bowl on anything.
Yep.
You could bowl on anything. So I didn't until my senior year, Larry BC gave me a yellow dot. I didn't have 2 bowling balls in my hand until my senior year in high school.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. I've got a picture of that.
Of what?
Of Larry and Roy bowling together
back
at
then?
Ken Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
About hand releases changed back in the days. Now you have to bowl by colors, but I call it now.
Yeah, and you're right, and that's something that I tell a lot of people is 15 years ago I had tricks with my hand I could do. Now the trick is picking the right ball in the back.
It's more of a thinking game. Try to think ahead a little bit. The transition stuff. You're the ambassador of Louisville, being both soccer. So as good as you are with your accuracy, you still have to go out and make the right ball change.
Yeah, I mean you can hit the same spot down lane 10 times in a row, but if you don't have the right ball in your hand, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So you bowled the adult version of this event back in December, had some success. What did you see from this pattern, and how did that event go for you?
Well, I basically was trying to escape the straight up behind the ball, try to use the surface down lane to be really soft early. Just knowing that it's actival, no harder to get to the front part of the lane, which I'm looking at today, it looks like the ball's going to be in the front part of the lane a little bit easier than what we did at actival. The breakdown, I don't know. I really can't tell the transitions bad. I don't see him making drastic moves for the adult version of this. I don't know if he knows there's a little bit more grass. really don't.
Well, what I saw, I walked down and looked at the racks about 5 minutes before practice started, and I only saw, I don't know, 5 or 6 urethane balls. There were a bunch going down the lane for the adult event back in December. So I think these kids have treated the pattern a little more nicely than our guys did.
And the surface between exec and here is substantially different, at least my experience again. And not.
Centers is a more higher friction surface.
Yes. Yeah. And that's part of shots not playing the same. Yeah. We experience that if you lay it out to practice, and you practice here and you go to Kimball even, it's completely different. And that's something a lot of people forget.
Yeah, the surface is a very big determining factor on how a pattern's going to play. I mean, how the field breaks them down certainly is the biggest factor. But the surface you're on, it could be HPLs out here. It could be, Gen 2 Pro Anvil lanes. It could be wood. I mean, it could be anything. And that's going to play probably the second biggest factor is the surface you're on.
So you mentioned your hand tricks. Do you not use those at all anymore?
I still determined to try it, but every time I do, my ball gets weaker.
Okay.
These bowling balls are designed to make, low average bowlers score a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want anybody to take offense to that.
No.
But for somebody to try to controlling ball now, they're designed to do what they want to do. So, me, I won't change bowling balls. It's the ideal to me. Learn different things as I go.
Yeah.
If I start one ball, 99% of the time I will say that ball in 3 games.
Yeah, because you're learning about that
I
ball.
don't have time to practice anymore, so league bowling is my practice.
And that's kind of the same way that I've approached it for the last few years is I'm so busy with life outside of bowling that I don't really have time to practice. I've been started going to Kimball on Saturdays now for the last couple months, but until then, my practice was league. And that was my practice session was league, and then I bowl tournaments, on the weekends and whatnot.
Hopefully I get to retire in about a year. I'll have a little more time to put back into bowling, so I like to come back pretty strong.
Yeah, I know the local association, they're trying to find ways to run new events for not just for like your adults, but for the seniors, for the kids. So Todd Smith and those guys and gals have put a lot of effort into trying to build a full calendar for all the different divisions, boys, girls, men, women, no matter your age.
And Roy deserves a lot of credit on the seniors' part. He's built a great calendar, and he's filling up the centers, and now people are coming from out of state. And it says us a lot about how well things have been run, and it makes the fields very competitive, which is nice.
The senior bowlers is pretty much doing all this. We put it out there. It's insane what's going on right now. Me and Lisa try to get away for Friday, Saturday, so we can get away from all this. It didn't happen. Both our phones are still blowing up over the trio tournament. We've got three teams on the wait list already for a trio tournament, which is filled up in 4 days.
Yeah.
We have 15 entries for singles partners, which is not until June.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about it. It's just great that senior bowlers come down. The reason we start these senior events, back in the day, 35, 40 years ago, Kentucky Open was actually our thing to bowl in. Now, all us older guys, we cannot compete against the modern technology, the young kids, strong guys.
Yeah.
So that was the purpose of senior bowlers competing with each other like we did 25, 30 years ago. And it's probably, I don't know, it's hard to believe I had that much turnout. Last weekend we had bowlers that both PGA Tour actually bowled the doubles last weekend from Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati. We had them in Indianapolis.
Yep, I know. They beat us.
Well, and talking about, all the senior guys kind of coming together and having their stuff to bowl, something that was explained to me when I was a youth, and now I've tried to explain this to current youth players, is that nothing is like youth bowling. The camaraderie, the friendships, you're out there trying to beat each other, but you're not trying to bash each other's heads in. The minute you turn into an adult bowler and you're bowling adult tournaments, it kind of becomes about the money, and the camaraderie goes by the wayside. As you've become a senior player and you guys are building this following, have you noticed that the camaraderie is kind of coming back at this point in life, where it's not so much I just want to bash your brain in, it's, hey, I want to bowl, have fun, I want to win, but I don't hate the guy that I'm bowling against.
That's not it. Everybody's above everybody. that's a great thing. Of course, everybody wants to have the bragging rights. For instance, BJ Hines won the last 2 years in senior singles. You know, he's already talking that, you know, I'm winning my repeat. Because right now there's been 4 people that's actually won back-to-back years, but nobody's won 3 yet.
Yeah, well, the trio tournament you were talking about that you all are running, it's sold out. April 7th coming up in a couple months. And then the big 9-pin no-tap fundraiser is going to be here at Dixie on May 11th at 7. I know that Alicia gets a lot. You all get a lot of baskets, a lot of stuff to raffle on to add money to the prize fund for the singles event. And then the singles tournament is a 3-day event. Starts on June 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Different houses. Friday night, Saturday morning, Saturday evening, and the finals on Sunday. It's a great challenge. It is not full yet. Still got time. So if you want to enter that, check out the Kentucky Senior All-Stars page on Facebook.
Funny thing said that at least actually had 80 people asked to vote on a fundraiser already this weekend.
That does not surprise me. I've had to miss it the last couple of years for a regional up in Michigan or Northern Ohio. So I'm hoping that this year I can make it because it's a lot of fun.
She's got enough door prizes and stuff. If, you know, you basically vote free.
So, Roy, as we wrap it up, what is next on your calendar of bowling?
You know, I'm going to keep going to Thomas tournament, trio tournaments, keep that up. Probably not till we start my trio tournament. I'm going to kind of stay laid back a little bit until I retire. I'm going to try to start bowling. Actually, I even thought about going to Grand Kentucky this year.
All right.
Just,
Awesome.
I just want to make my parents. I think I can shoot spares.
I think you can shoot spares better than most.
But yeah, this has been an honor. Parker,
No,
thank you
it's an
for
honor.
what you do for the youth bowling coaching in your personal time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
So I've enjoyed watching bowl that you put back this sport. You and your dad have all the years.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Roy, thank you for everything.
Yeah, thank you for what
and
you've done.
good luck with everything coming up.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right. Roy Keller, like I said, one half of the power couple of
Louisville.
Louisville. His wife Alicia, 10-time Women's Kentucky Open champion. They were at one point they did have the national record for combined 300s for a married couple. I checked the USBC page a couple weeks ago. I don't know the last time it was updated. They're third on the list right now at like 130 something.
Wow. Yeah. And
Roy with 100 something, and Alicia
Yeah.
with 30
Oh
something.
yeah. They're both amazing bowlers. So before we go to ads real quick, so one year I was bowling in the old fundraiser, the Crusade for Children, that Marlon Browning ran, and it was a precursor to a PBA tournament that came here, and I finished in the top 8 and bowled Roy in the brackets, and Roy beat me by 100 pins, and I had to strike out in the 10th frame to keep it at 100.
Oh my!
So that's always my favorite Roy Keller story. He was very graceful about it, but he just kind of pounded me. So.
Well, one of the few ones I have, the first Kentucky Open that I bowled, the finals were at Thelma Lanes, which is now closed. They were wood up until the day they closed.
Yep.
And the pattern that day, I think it was Highway to Hell, was the Kegel pattern they ran. 40 feet, pretty flat, very tough, especially on old wood.
Yeah.
And I ended up third in my first Kentucky Open, but I was miles behind Roy. And I was like, how is this old guy? I mean, Roy's not old. He wasn't old then. He's not old now. And I was like, how is this old guy just beating the brakes off of me? Because he's really good.
He's really
That's
good.
why.
Yeah. And he's got a very unique release, but he's really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, some other really good things are the products that you can find from Brunswick Bowling. Brunswick is the official sponsor for the Louisville Metro USBC Youth Masters and Queens Tournament. Brunswick Bowling is the recognized leader in the bowling industry, manufacturers of world-class bowling balls, shoes, and bowling accessories. Visit brunswickbowling.com or your local pro shop to find out more about the products that they offer.
And your search for ways to grow your business stops here. CC Marketing Solutions will help you elevate your brand with custom designs and management that make your company or cause stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling 502-751-7300 or visiting them on Facebook at CC Marketing 502.
Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl are two great locations, and they're your home for family fun and family entertainment in the city of Louisville. Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl provide the best entertainment value in Louisville for all ages alike, parents, children, grandchildren. Visit our two locations to have some family fun. Check them out on Facebook at Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl.
The Louisville Metro USBC is the only official organization in Louisville that represents all bowlers alike, with many leagues, tournaments, and events throughout all of Louisville, Kentucky's bowling centers. To find out more on how to become a member and to support the Louisville bowling community, visit LouisvilleMetroUSBC.com.
Well, just like that 4-pin on lane 23, before long, it's going to be time for that grass to grow, and your life is not going to get any less busier. And when you lead a busy life, it's hard to find the time to seed, fertilize, weed, and care for your lawn. Paget's Lawnscape Group is here to take care of your landscaping and lawn services for you so you can worry about what's important. Paget's is a family-owned business servicing Central Kentucky and surrounding areas since 1995. For a quote today or to find out more about the services they offer, call them at 502-905-5673 or find them on Facebook.
10 Back Pro Shop is a veteran-owned pro shop located right here in Dixie-Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you are sure to be able to find a fit for a ball and have it fit well. 10 Back Pro Shop is the best place to go for anything you need bowling related. Call them at 502-999-7465 for a quote.
ZBMedia is the proud producer of this live stream and of many future live streams for the Louisville Metro USBC. ZBMedia offers affordable videography and live streaming services for events like sports, weddings, concerts, and more. To find out more, visit ZBMedia on Facebook or give them a call at 502-689-0670.
Back to the action a little bit here. On 26, we have Ellie McMahon. And she just left a 7-pin. And Ellie did not fill out any information. I want to make sure to recognize her.
Yeah, everybody's pretty much finishing up game 5. The couple pair in front of us, 25 and 26, the girls are stepping up in their respective ninth frames. The boys to our left are still in the 7th. Looks like a couple pair to our right, they're still in the 4th or 5th, so we're still a little bit away from finishing up this qualifying block. But just a reminder, the top 8 from the U15 boys, the U15 girls, and the U18 girls. Your top 8 will advance to the bracket. For the U18 boys, because of the field size, they're cutting the top 12, and the top 4 will get a single bye. And then those matches are 1 game total pinfall.
On 26, getting ready to shoot a 6-pin, we have Maddie Crawford. Maddie is from Pendleton County High School, which again is up in northern Kentucky. She is a high game of 246. She averages 155 with a high series of 618. And she made it to state this year, which was one of her big highlights.
One of the games that we could play is, I think a lot of the averages, like you mentioned earlier, that they've submitted or that have been procured are book averages.
Yes.
And at this age, players will improve at a drastic rate.
Yes.
So it's fun to see what the book average was and then watch them throw a shot and go, all right, I think they're like 20 pins better now.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's like those increases happen in a day. Watching it as a coach, it's like everything clicks. They walk in one week, they have shoulders. You know, it's the guys get shoulders all of a sudden, and it's out of nowhere, and then they're suddenly better players.
Yep. And the average range that these players are in, kind of that 160 to 190, it takes less time and it's easier to get from 160 to 190 than it is 190 to 210.
Yes.
Because in that 160 to 190 range, you're talking basic fundamentals and spare shooting.
Yes.
When you're getting north of 190 into that 2-0 range, then you're looking at, all right, how do I throw more strikes?
Mm-hmm.
And that is harder. Learning the advanced techniques to figure out how to get the corner pins out, to read ball motion and to string strikes is more difficult than just the basic fundamentals.
And reading ball motion has become so much more important, even than it was 5 years ago, and massively more important than 20 years ago. And it seems like it's constantly changing how to read it because the balls keep getting stronger and changing. All right, so there's Jake Hall. I didn't get to see it, I don't think, but on 24, Jake just threw a strike. He's the young guy in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So just a side note. And even as an old guy, I constantly have to learn about ball motion and how it works. and process it, then I know it do it differently than others.
Yeah, and we were talking about what's going to be the next evolution of the game. Physically, it's been the two-handed thing over the last 20 years, but as far as technology goes, it was when urethane came back around 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
And I had a pretty good bead on reading lane patterns, especially short patterns. I was very, very good, at times unbeatable on short.
Yes.
And then urethane came back, and it completely changed how I had to read short patterns. And it took me years to finally drill a urethane ball because I was fighting it for so long.
Sure.
But then I had to start reading, okay, urethane does this to the lane where resin does that. And it took a lot of time to learn how to read it.
Yeah.
And stuff like this, like actual oil patterns and tough stuff, I can read this very well. I can't read a house shot to save my life.
Yeah. Well,
I cannot read a house shot. I'll leave a 4-pin. All right, I'll leave a 4-pin. The move is a 2-1 left, 2-8-10. What?
yes. Yep.
And to Roy's point, it's not always make a 2-1. It's make a ball change and make the move.
Yep.
It's like, well, can I just do one?
No, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can, but sometimes you can't.
Sometimes you can't. Yeah. Talking about two-handed girls, here's one, Jordan Hunting on the right lane.
Yep.
Gets it out, brings it back, throws a strike in her fill. Tough game up to that point, but finishes on a positive note.
And she's a junior at Tates Creek High School in Lexington. And I suspect that she's bowling with her sister. No, maybe not her sister. Yeah, it is her sister. They both go to Tates Creek. And Jaden that's up here, she's a freshman at Tates Creek.
Interesting. One's a one-hander and one's a two-hander.
Yeah, I was noticing that too.
Oh.
Yeah. That happens. So if you were starting youth bowling today, would you be a two-hander?
I'm currently not transitioning, but drilling two-handed stuff for myself.
Okay.
So that's your answer.
Okay.
If I had a kid right now, I would let them do, however they want. But if they said they wanted to take it serious, yes.
Okay. I would be a two-hander if I was youth bowler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I very much so. How you doing?
Yeah.
Good. I'm Doug Parker. Let me give you a microphone here.
Got our representative from Tin Back Pro Shop here at Dixie Bowl, Daniel. Taylor, nice to meet you. I don't know if we've met before. Probably at some point, but maybe not officially.
Yeah.
But now we have. So first off, thank you all for being a sponsor of the tournament.
Yes, thank you very much.
It's always great to have more money thrown towards the kids for prize fund, scholarship money, so that we can host these events and they have something to bowl. So I know that you guys just kind of purchased the shop and reopened it under the Tin Back moniker in the last year and a half.
Yes. So last January 1st, 2023 is when
Okay.
we officially became Tin Back Pro Shop.
Okay, and how have things been going so far?
It's doing great. We stay pretty busy. We love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, working in the bowling industry is something you have to do out of love.
Right.
You have to love to be here, and to do spend long days in bowling alleys, sit in pro shops in the middle of July when no one's coming in. I mean, I grew up in a pro shop, so I know all about it.
Yeah. My dad, Scott Tate, he's actually the owner. He loves doing this stuff, and it's cool watching him doing what he loves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I watched my dad do. Was he would be stressed during the summer when business was down, but watching him do what he loved, he would tell you it felt like there was never a day he went to work because he loved what he did.
Right. Yeah. And I totally agree with that. I feel like he feels the same way.
And it shows. I see, and just Scott, the way he talks to people and the way he's here and he likes everybody, it shows that he has that passion.
Yes,
So.
he does like to make sure he's helping everyone out as best as they could. He loves when new bowlers come in, he helps them out. Especially since they're just beginning, they don't know much
Right.
about bowling. Yeah.
And he likes to educate.
Yes.
That's what great pro shop people do.
Well, and I know that he has a great opportunity for that because this place is full on Saturday mornings for a youth league.
Their youth league is full.
He loves his youth bowlers.
And that's not something you see a lot these days is a full house or a big turnout like that for youth leagues.
Right.
So when I was talking to Bill Carter about, hey, I'm going to come to Dixie Bowl and practice one Saturday, he was like, no, you're not, because I don't have lanes. You wait till the afternoon, but I was like, oh, all right, okay. Never mind. Sorry, Bill. Yeah, but hearing that kind of takes me back to when I was younger. Again, youth leagues for me, we're talking 25, 30 years ago. But, we would fill 40 lanes of the 52 at Exec, or 30 of the 36 at Rose Bowl, or, Ken Bowl, Dixie Bowl were full back then.
We were full.
10-pin was 40 lanes almost full. So that's...
And Fern Valley was at the same time.
Yes.
Everybody was full at that point. Yeah. So, and I'm glad to see it. I was really excited. I'm the Ken Bowl youth director, but I was excited to hear that it grown so much over here, because that's good for everybody. And it's grown in other places too. And I'm excited because we all benefit from that. So, and the more knowledgeable people like your dad we have around, the better off we are. And he's definitely adding to that. I hear it when kids I talk to, who drills your ball? Scott. That's all they have to say is Scott. They don't, and I know right away, and that's a good thing. So, he's a good man. So, are you drilling balls?
I'm not. I do a lot of our apparel stuff.
Okay.
It's kind of my job.
Okay.
But I do not drill balls.
Okay. No, that's okay.
There's a lot of science to that.
It's a science and an art, I think. Yeah. So.
Well, and any ball driller would probably tell you this. Anyone can hit the line on the ball. It's fitting a hand. It's actually laying out and doing the math and the angles and stuff. You put a lines on a ball, anybody can hit it with a drill bit. Exactly. And there you go. That you said it perfect right there, and making it feel good. Yeah, I know the few times, once, because my fiance and I, we just moved out here back in October. We're over here. We're actually right down the street from Jason Branham, like 5 houses down from Jason. When I walked in, Scott, big smile on his face. What are you doing here? Well, I moved out here, Scott. Oh, well, welcome. And always a good conversation to be had walking in a pro shop.
Is he ever in a bad mood?
I'm sorry?
Is he ever in a bad mood?
No, not
I don't think I've ever seen him. He's always happy to see people, and I know I was bowling last week, and I think he said hi to me, and it didn't register because I was focused on bowling, and I went back and apologized right away. Just blew me off. Don't worry about it. I'm like, okay. You know how it is when you're focused.
And I do want to thank you all because I've been to, we've all been to a number of tournaments where whether it's a youth tournament, an adult tournament, you got a full house of bowlers, and the pro shop is not open. So I'm glad to see you guys are open, and that's the way that it should be.
Right. We try to come to all the events that we possibly can, just so everyone can get their balls, get an insert change, because you never know when your insert's going to be too small.
Exactly.
Something. So we try to make it to everything that we can.
Good deal. So what's any I guess specials or anything going on in the shop right now, or anything to people can come in and take advantage of, other than just the hospitality and the great work?
We don't currently have any sales.
Okay.
Not that I can think of, but he's always doing random sales, like all of the month, and he just tries to help everyone out.
Gotcha. All right. Well, again, thank you all for sponsoring the event. It was nice to officially meet you, if we haven't before.
And it's a pleasure to meet you finally.
Yep. And have a great rest of your day. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Wrapping up game number 5 here. Got a couple of decent scores here in front of us. The pattern has obviously been transitioning. Some pairs easier or harder than others. We've seen some decent scores come off 23 and 24 today.
Yes, it's been a good pair.
Yep, and we could potentially see a couple more decent scores. Curtis Baumgardner, clean minus the split in the 6th, has a potential to get into the 2-0s. Max score of 210 up there. Curtis was... He was in or right at the cut, I believe. After 3, Curtis, now this is game 5, but after 3, Curtis was sitting in 4th in the U15 boys at minus 96. So this potentially 2-0 game, don't hook. This 2-0 game is going to help out massively.
Massively. Yeah.
Hayden had a double going into the 10th, was looking at a possible 198 out there. The ball went through the face, got 6, going to get 1 on the attempt. Now Cyrus, we talked to his dad Jason earlier from Midway.
Yes.
Cyrus stepping up in the 10th.
And 6'4", 270.
6'4", 270.
He is tall. And he's right beside the shortest person in the tournament at the same time.
Arguably the tallest in the tournament, give or take.
Yep. He's probably pretty close.
You know what, Jake? I feel for you because I was you. I was a little guy, man. I was the little guy trying to punch above his weight.
Yeah.
Come on, Jake. Yeah, boy.
2 years, he'll be punching. Oh, that's a nice ball. Yeah.
No, Crew gave in that 6-7, 10.
Okay, so it's Jared Nelson that's having the big game. He goes out for 240. Was he in the?
That is what I'm looking up.
Okay.
Of course, we don't have any game 4 numbers just yet. Jared in the U15 for the boys. He was second after 3.
Okay.
At +1. He was only 2 pins out of the lead. Roll the 10, can't get it. Well, pacing 230 still.
We got Austin Nelson on 27-28. We can't see him, but he's on 220. So there's some people taking advantage of what's there. You know what I haven't seen? Is anybody really melt down? This is good. Have you?
I did. I did.
You did? You saw it?
Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of. It was, I believe it was a gentleman that's in the U15 division.
Okay.
I was walking out of the bathroom, and as he was coming in, and I saw him turn and goes, "Gosh, Dad, I know!" And then walks into the bathroom, and I locked eyes with his dad, and I just start laughing, and Dad just drops his head and starts shaking his head.
Yeah.
What I didn't tell the dad was that I had the exact same reaction last weekend during the Bradley, because my dad was there, and we were talking about balls, and I was like, "Gosh, Dad, I know."
Yeah, I can hear that conversation. I'm sure there might have been flowery language included in that.
No, it was Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
You know, when you're doing some ball testing, or when I was doing some ball testing, the way the Bradley cut is, you bowl 5 games, they cut the field to the top 50, and then everybody comes back Saturday night. And the cut, like Saturday morning, was -189. So basically just make your spares and you're in. So it was just a ball testing, and we were talking about what ball to do and what we thought might work, and we disagreed a little bit. That's all good.
I mean, that's okay. That's how you learn.
There were moments in my teens and in my 20s that people would see Dad and I going at it like a father-son player-coach. And that was one of the things that Dad explained to me later on that he had to learn, is that he wore different hats.
Yep.
You know, coach hat and parent hat. And when we had our biggest issues is when player Daniel said something to coach, but the parent heard it. Or player Daniel was disrespectful to parent, and then the hats came off and the gloves went on. And but people would see us get into it out of love, because we're father-son, but they would think we were fighting. It's like, no, we're not fighting. We're just...
That's how you all communicate.
Give us a minute.
Yeah, I know. People say that about me and your father, too.
I know.
They think we're arguing, and we're really not. You know, there's lots of jokes in everything we say.
Jaden Farley, 230 out there. Crosses over 5 pin. Best score now 210. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, make that 198.
Yeah.
Well, we do still have a couple pair that are finishing up over to our right, none to our left. We're going to go ahead and take a break now that bowling in front of us is done. and we'll give the tournament staff a little bit to tabulate the numbers, get our cut scores, and we will come back with those cut numbers and prepare you for the bracket finals here at the 2024 LM USBC Youth Masters in Queens. Alongside Doug Barker, I am Daniel Farish, live from Dixie Bowl. We'll be back with cut scores and bracket action in a few moments. All right, welcome back, everyone. The first round of the brackets for each of our individual divisions here at the 2024 LMUSBC Youth Masters and Queens. Alongside Doug Barker, I am Daniel Farish, and we do have our standings as the players have went right into match play. No shutout practice, no 2 balls per lane. They are right into it. We'll give you the cut numbers first, starting with the U15 boys. Jared Nelson led at plus 28. Jackson Kuiper is your 2 seed at minus 65. A drop down to Curtis Baumgardner at minus 148. Joshua Rice in 4th at minus 174. Braxton Sloan minus 202. Kason Bishop in 6th at minus 210. Bryce Sargent in 7th at minus 231. And your 8th place cut for the U15 boys, Mason Bowman at minus 242. For the U18 boys, Connor Woosley paced the field at plus 163. Austin Nelson at plus 36, Devin Holland at minus 16, and Aiden Fisher at minus 25. He is your 4th place and got the first round bye. Brooks Golden, Ross Ramage, Peyton Monette, Tyler Bloom, Noah Hall, Carly Schrader, Hunter Bloyd, and Joey Adams are bowling in this first round. We have 3 sheets of, here we go. For U15 girls, Madison Vanover led the field at 860, Addison Clifton 829, Abby Sargent 810, Madison Hatfield 789, Alexis Holzer 715, Jordan Hunting 701, Elena Wendell at 700, and Taylor Ashcraft at 680. And then for the U18 girls, Alexa, 2-time defending champion Alexa Escamilla led the field at plus 9. Ellie McMahon 2nd at 920, Abigail Hamilton 3rd at 891, Phoenix Newkirk at 883, Alexis Tigner at 870, Caitlin Nelson at 862, Olivia Fowler at 853, and your cut for the U18 girls, Casey Sapp, minus 152. So in front of us here on 25 and 26.
Ellie McMahon.
This is the 2-7 matchup in the U18 girls division. Again, they went right into match play. And I understand that at some youth events, that is how it transpires. You know, during the break, there's no shadow practice, and then going into bracket, there's no practice. So the kids are used to this. My old body would be like, no, can I get 2 shots, please? But they're young, they're fine.
15 minutes.
Right? And then our picture-in-picture, Zach, remind me, what's our picture-in-picture? Okay, the U15 boys down on 29 and 30. That's going to be your 2-7 as well, Jackson Kuiper and Bryce Sargent. Yeah, the format, one game total pinfall. So no 2-game total, no best 2 out of 3. It's all 1 game across the board. And we're starting off with the fireworks of a match here between Ellie and Olivia.
Yeah.
And now, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but up through qualifying, girls followed girls pairs, boys followed boys pairs.
That is correct.
So they had a uniform, or as uniform as you can get, transition. But now, for instance, 23 and 24 had been a boys pair, and we've got a girls match on it.
Yes.
So some of these girls are going to go to a pair that's drier than what they've seen, and vice versa.
Yeah.
The boys could go to a pair that's tighter than what they've seen.
Yep. And I think if you look at the 2 pairs, you can see that that's probably happening. Because Olivia and Ellie are both opened up and are in the pocket and carrying, and they're struggling on the lane beside them.
Mm-hmm. Ellie started here with the front 3. See if she can snag a fourth one here in a row. Looks pretty good. Was good.
Yeah, that was good.
And I did hear a question, not necessarily voiced to us, but just in the crowd earlier, somebody asking about handicap. This is scratch.
Yeah.
There is no handicap. Another good offering from Ellie. Gets the 5 out.
Yep. That's all you got to do. Get the 5 out, you got a chance.
Be still my beating heart when I see a player kind of slap out a 5-pin like that. I'm like, hey, that's what I do. I watch some of these kids send scouts left and right, and I'm like, ah.
Yeah. I get 1 or 2 a year.
I wasted a couple at the Bradley. Wasted by mean like I've already used them up for the year. Yeah. Like, well, crud.
Oh, yep. Olivia got away with being a little high there. Left the 4-pin. We have a guest coming in. Yeah. Introduce yourself, Bree.
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah. Yeah, living the dream. There you go. There you go. So, tell us why we might be interviewing you.
Well, I bowled the Queens like a few months ago, I guess now. And fortunate to walk through with a win. That was probably my first singles win in a long time since college days. After college, kind of get broke out a little bit. But it was a good experience.
And what have you seen today compared to what you saw when you bowled, as far as winning play? Did when you won your tournament, did you end up moving left? And that's a testament to your ability to play the lanes a variety of different ways, and a lot of bowlers don't have that. And I know you do. I've seen it and I've heard it, and all in a good way. And
I would say it's probably one of the best things that I've added to my game is being able to move left and stop it up. Not always just speed, especially with the women's game, it's very much of a net sometimes. Just got to get prepared the best way that you can.
Okay. You saw Ellie was over here on the front 5, and she was doing just what you were talking about, softening up, and she's keeping it real simple in front of her. So, you bowl college. Where'd you bowl college? Excuse me.
I bowled at Union College for 3 years. I was able to graduate early, start out. I attend pharmacy school now, so that consumes most of my free time. I don't do much other than that. My 2 years at Union, it was definitely eye-opening. Learning college and just figuring out the patterns and what you can. I'm in the new techniques to manipulate
Okay.
surface changes, all the things you don't really think about like this when you're just in high school or going
And you're teaching all that now, I'm sure.
most definitely. We actually, I coach for BOP now. We have 2 girls in the bracket right now.
Yeah.
Both coming in, so.
They've definitely benefited from your coaching. I know that. Yeah. You have a passion for it.
Always, if I don't know the answer, I'm willing to go find the answer.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm always learning something new.
Yeah.
They're always teaching me something.
And the day you stop learning that is the day you stop being a good coach. So are you bowling a lot more competitively now?
So I don't really bowl often right now. Spend most of my time coaching and then practices. It absorbs a lot of my personal time. So I've struggled with like balancing the everyday life and not being able to practice 5 days a week and still be good. I'm excited to start back up here in the next few weeks and get into the Kentucky Open. That's the next big thing on my list. I'm excited to get back into it.
You got something to get done before then.
Before that?
Yeah, before the Kentucky Open.
Is it bowling related?
No.
I didn't think so.
Oh, I am getting
There it is. There it is.
We won't tell Michael you forgot. Yeah.
I'm looking for him. I don't see him. Oh, he's here somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, it will. It will be. It will be. Get ready for the Open after the wedding.
Yeah, the Kentucky Open preparation will begin after the wedding.
Okay.
So, you just kind of got to put back on the back.
Yeah. So you were coaching. How many people were you coaching today?
Today?
Yeah, I know at least one.
I think I'm going to stick with my brother.
Okay.
Senior this year, so it's kind of one of his last big hurrahs. We didn't have the best outcome we were looking for, but it's okay. You know, popped in on Caitlin Nelson and he was new for a few times. Just give him a little pep talk they were looking for and just, you know, what are you seeing, what are you not seeing, where's it all going. Just a little bit of guidance, but for the most part,
Yeah.
they're learning and they want to learn and they ask questions. That's all you can ask for.
That's right. That's right. Is Phoenix going to bowl in college? Going to bowl in college?
I think so. We've been talking about it recently, you know, what does she want to do? I think right now she's looking at nursing, so
Okay.
for our standpoint, plenty of options, and we've been working on, you know, reaching out to the coaches and making more sure.
Good. Yeah.
We led the city female average this year in high school bowling.
Yeah.
I think it was somewhere around 203 maybe, and 30 to 40 plus games or something like
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
It was impressive to watch. It was really impressive. It was definitely calmed the mental illness go around. It's made a world of difference.
Yeah.
Caitlin Nelson, she's right there on it. She's only a sophomore this year, and she took over to be our anchor at state. She had a win.
Yep.
Something we definitely couldn't have done without her. She's killing it today.
She is steadily getting better. And, yeah.
I tell everybody now, if you're coaching people, they don't want to be
Yeah. Preach.
do so much.
And Doug, a correction. These are 2-game total pinfall.
Oh, they're 2 games?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the small window, for the boys, U15, Jackson has a 213 to 179 lead over Bryce. And then on the big picture in front of us, you see Ellie with a 42-pin lead, 2 frames to go in game number 1. Trips the 4.
Yep. She's got a really good look if she can keep that on that line. So, are you seeing more two-handed girls?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely emerging. I would say proudly in our family, my little cousins that go rocking the two-handed world right now. It's something I'm not very well familiar with, and so I'm having to learn with them. likes to move left. I think it would only help my juniors because they're going to help me get in there. A lot of times we battle bowling in the women's divisions. They don't really have the referee with the speed ratio to be able to move left much, so you're always fighting down lane when they're opening up. And I struggle with that a lot recently. But it's definitely something that I think is good. And I do think it's going to get more and more popular as more girls are doing it. They have good success.
Okay. So that kind of goes back to something you said to me once. You'd rather bowl tournaments with the guys than the girls. And how come? Okay. Okay.
Just because I know I don't really have much history and all tightened up, and it's something I've been working on for a long time, but I do like, I'm mostly bowling with my players and his pals and his dad. So I don't really bowl in much women's things, and then also because in Louisville we don't see many women's tournaments, and the ones we do, it's just very every once in a while.
Yeah. Hopefully, as these girls get older, it'll happen more often. Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm hoping, is that as they start to age out of youth leagues and get into adult leagues, that the desire will be there, demand will be there for more women's tournaments. Correct. Mm-hmm.
I think even this past year in Kentucky Open, there might have only been 30 women.
But that's up from what it's been the last 5-6 years.
But that's not just Louisville, like that's
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of advertising just for women to come in here, and it is definitely something that I do hope for. Because from a female standpoint, I guess it is nice to bowl in men's tournaments, but there's just some days when you're not on, you can't average too much. You're looking at the bottom of the barrel and female bowler. Sometimes you just want to be able to average like 190 or more good. Some days you just can't get that 10 pin out.
Yeah. Let me assure you, that happens to seniors too. I know we talked about this. It's the exact same thing. Yeah. Yep.
And it happens to those of us that are rev challenged as well. Me sitting on this side of the table. So the U18 2-7 match, we're through a game. Ellie McMahon with a 231 to 176 lead over Olivia Fowler. And then in the small screen, Jackson Kuiper has a 9-pin lead in this game, but he's up 34 from game one. So effectively a 43-pin lead with 3 frames to go. So Jackson's looking to be in a good position. But we have seen strings of a couple open frames in a row from players left and right in this field. So, he doesn't have it in the bag yet. He needs to stay on the balls of his feet, hit the 1-3, and leave whatever you make. And on the other side of that, Bryce needs to find a way to stay in the 1-3 and to carry. He's knocked down 9 or 10 pins, 6 of his 7 shots this game, so he's there. He's close. Just got to get a little bit closer and hope for some help from Jackson, our 2 seed. And there's some help as Jackson chops a spare in the 8th.
Nope.
So do you prefer like long format tournaments like a Kentucky Open, or like a shorter format like today? A sprint or a marathon?
I would prefer. I like the Kentucky Open just because it challenges you on a it's not doesn't define you on one pattern, one day, one period of time. But I would feel I would stay in my body and then I would like the sprint instead.
Right.
I like the format of the Masters this week. I like the qualifying. It's just enough for you to have some wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I would say I like to do like 5 to 8 games. I was a big fan of the 2-game tournament.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that format often, but it's different than the best we got to play. For me personally, I would be alive to say maybe a little last day for my second game. Got ahead of the first game a couple times, and I was like, oh, chip on the shoulder, take a breather. And there's a couple shots where I was like, I think we're getting lazy.
Uh-huh.
Pick it back up. Like, you're going to throw it away. So, it was different, and I enjoyed it.
That goes back to that mental stamina we were talking about earlier, Daniel. Is that learning how to build that up? And obviously through college bowling, you had to learn how to build that up. And it pays off in bundles now, because you can feel yourself wander and draw yourself right back in, and that's an awesome thing.
Especially in the tournament of bowling, I think it's very, I don't want to say it's more mental than physical, but like if you're not in the right mindset, you can't make a good shot, you're not reading the game, it's hard to make adjustments. If you can't get a couple doubles in there to take the edge off, take the breather, you're going down the drain. It is hard.
You gotta.
As a coach, like I really do preach mental management.
Yeah. And as you get better, it's much more important. One of the things I think the kids have trouble with is shaking off a bad shot. You chop a 6-10, and some of them will lose it for 1 frame or for 5 frames, and you've just got to be able to put that away, and that's a learned skill. It's not something easy to do. Just like keeping up the pressure when you're ahead after game 1. Yeah.
All right. Well, Bree, thanks for joining us. Congrats on your win back in December. And good, I say good luck, but look forward to the wedding. I've got one coming up in October, a little bit further away than yours. Yep, same to you. Oh, we'll have lots of bourbon. Oh, yeah. I'll need it. Whoa, what's that?
Have you planned the wedding?
Oh, everything's done. Yeah. Yeah, everything is done except we got all the save the dates are like our address. We just got to send them out, but pretty much everything's done. There you go. Smart. Smart. Well, congrats on the win. Good luck with the wedding, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you.
All right, one stud leaves, another one comes in.
I know, it comes in. We were talking about him earlier, weren't we?
We were. All good things, I promise.
Yeah, we was.
All good things.
I was reminiscing to when you were a one-handed bowler. Yeah.
And in case you all don't know, welcome to the booth, 2-time PBA national champion Matt Ogle. You got it. So first thing I want to ask, talk about your bowling real quick. How has this season been for you up to this point? You guys are about 5 events in? Mm-hmm. So what are you seeing from these kids out here today? No, be honest.
No, be honest. And yeah. Yeah,
And it very well may be. I mean, a lot of the bowling that you're the level up, but a lot of the bowling that you and I do is very serious stuff. We don't spend a lot of time joking around and kidding around.
No, I think you're accurate. I was thinking about that, and you guys are a serious bunch. Yeah, you didn't like losing to each other. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, because back then we could stay youth until we were 21.
Yeah.
These kids are pushed out at 17, 18. Yeah. I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know. So.
No, I feel old all the time, man.
Yeah, I come to these events, I get called sir. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I'm glad your parents taught you respect and all that, but call me Daniel, man.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with so many matches going on.
Yeah.
We were talking about Jackson and Bryce down there. Bryce almost got the help that he needed. He's going to fall just 17 pins shy. So Jackson is going to advance there. And then in front of us, Olivia has completely flipped it from game one. And she's clean through 4. Now, she's down 55. She's got some ground to make up. And Ellie had the front 5 to start game one. She's been spare here. So this match could tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's her third trip 4 of the match.
Yep. She's tripped a bunch of them. She got kind of fast for a few minutes. Got a little adrenaline going, I think, and looked like she slowed down there some. So Matt, while we're sitting here, I want to thank you for all that you're doing for the youth bowling community. I constantly have people come up and say, "Oh, Matt signed this," or "Matt gave me this," or I talked to Matt, and I'm like, "This is so cool to see," because you were a little. You guys were tough sometimes. And to see how you've grown into this great ambassador for the sport, and especially for our youth in the city. It's a long-time youth director. I want you to know, and I know I've said it before, I say it public, how much it's appreciated. And yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's awesome. Yeah. So, and I looked up to Jim Ewald and Charlie Baker, those guys. So, that's just it constantly goes on. So, yeah.
And there's a couple talented players out there, more than a few, that could have that potential, that could do it. Connor.
Yeah, Connor's one. He's worked so hard, and he's become so bowling intelligent. Oh, yeah.
He does.
And he's serious when he's bowling. But we cut up a little bit at league, but when he talks about his game, he goes, and yeah.
Oh.
No.
Was that the one that was on the sport pattern? Because there were a lot of adults that are parents of bowlers, and the parents were league bowlers. They didn't really know what sport, what a tough pattern was, and there were some humbling experiences that day. Yeah.
He's a quiet kid, though. Just remember that. He's a quiet kid till you get to know him. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he's coming in next round.
Yeah, top 4 get a first round bye for U18 boys. Everybody else was cut top 8. So, quick story, Matt, that I don't think I've ever told you is that when I was in 8th grade, it was me, Stephanie Cron, John Fitzgerald, Jamie, and a 5th. I think Stephanie's cousin Rachel. We both went to Saturday mornings at Executive Bowl. And there was this kid there, a couple years older than me, named Matt Ogle. Backswing up to the ceiling. I'm 13-year-old, 5'3", 110-pound Daniel. And I looked at Dad, and I was like, I want to do that. So I tried getting my backswing high. And Dad kept telling me, you can't do that. And I didn't listen. So he let me, for about a month and a half, try to do it like you. And I went down like 20 pins. And finally, when my average was in the 160s, he said, do you want to go back to doing it the way you can do it? Yeah. Yeah, it's something, I think it was Dad that taught it to me many years ago. He said, no one's going to do what you do better than you, and you're never going to do what they do better than them. He said, so you go out and you do what you do as well as you can, and if you get beat doing it the way you do it the best you can, then we'll talk. But until then, you keep doing what you do.
And, that goes to coaching, too, is that you can't make somebody in your mold. You have to let them be who they are. Like there's a kid down here with a big high backswing. He's limber as all get out, just like you were. Everybody keeps saying cut down his backswing, and I'm like, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. And I've seen people try to slow people down, and it completely muck them up. So, you got to let them be who they are. Right. No, that's good.
Well, the best way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time, and that's what Olivia's trying to do with the depth that she faces to Ellie here. Down 55. Ellie opened in the 6th. Olivia's on a double. She can't get that 55-pin deficit down in one frame, but she can do it in 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Yeah, just chip away at it. Carry to Brooklyn on the last shot in the 7th.
Sometimes that's what frees up her swing.
Uh-huh.
Yep. It looks like it.
Oh, 9-pin.
Yep. Wow.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you got 3 events coming up. You're flying out to Delaware tomorrow?
Yeah, we just got flying out.
Where's the TOC at? Okay, so is Delaware the only flying away event? Everything else driving? Oh, that's right. That's in Vegas. Or, yeah. Not driving?
I've made the Reno drive. It's okay.
So let me get your thoughts on something. The way the PBA schedule has been for quite a while is you all have almost your entire season packed into like 4 months. And it kind of comes down to if you're throwing the ball well in that time period, you're going to have success. But if you're not, then your season is shot. What are your thoughts about how that schedule is laid out?
Yeah, well, for me, I'm okay with it until it goes bad.
You all right?
I would much rather be spaced out, a couple of minutes a month. I would do the whole year. We don't have a big gap.
Mm-hmm.
There is a couple of bits of stuff this year. They got the trios, senior,
Yeah, that trio event looks pretty neat. Mm-hmm. So are you going to bowl the Lucy?
probably not. I'm Sean's backup just because he doesn't have the fast good, but so far it's good, so I think I'll be all right.
Okay.
Next week to go.
Well, I know that's always fallen on a Kentucky Open weekend. You did. That's understandable.
Yep. So how many games of practice do you bowl a week?
I'll do, usually a couple hours a day when I practice. And then when I come down to the tour events, we'll bowl maybe 30, 40 games a week. And then we have practice again, 2 or 3 days later for the next show. And then I practice for 2 hours there. Sometimes I'll practice the whole session. Sometimes I don't. Last week I did because I was trying to work on a few things. So it seemed to work out. I made it up this week. And working about 2 hours a day.
So at your all's practice sessions for the event, and this answer may vary depending on what you're trying to accomplish, but do you approach it as more of trying to figure out the pattern or just working on physical stuff, getting acclimated to the building, things other than the pattern? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You guys are also good out there. And you're the best in the world, so the line between winning and losing is so small that.
Well, unfortunately, a back-to-back stone 9-pin wrap 10 for Olivia. There was a backdoor strike in the 9th from Ellie, got a break there, so the fortunes have swung to the other side. Ellie pretty much has this match in hand.
Yeah.
I think that'll just about mathematically do it. But great bowling for Olivia in this event. Qualified 7th coming into this round. And she put up some pretty good numbers. Once she got through the first couple of frames, game 1, maybe she got some nerves. Was able to climb back on it, but those 5 frames matched Ellie's front 5. And it's just as tough when that happens.
Yep.
Yeah, you learn more from losing. So, well, Matt, thank you for coming to the booth with us.
Thank you, Matt. You're awesome.
Good luck. Good luck the rest of the season. And like Doug said, I'll echo those sentiments. Thanks for everything you do.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, that was Matt Ogle, hometown boy, 2-time NBA. He doesn't play in the NBA. Wow. PBA national champion. Captured a doubles title with Sean Rash 5 years ago.
I think that's correct.
Because we were all in Danville bowling a doubles eliminator there and watching on TV, and then he captured the shark title.
Yep.
Last season.
Yeah. He's on a pretty good team in the team event this year, I think, in the PBA teams.
That's one thing I didn't ask him about. I haven't followed the team bowling super close this year. But I've talked to a lot of guys that I'm friends with out there, and they love that team, that team aspect.
It looks like they just have such a good time. Yeah.
And I would love to bowl at Bayside up in Maine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That atmosphere looks amazing.
Yeah.
That is why I'm looking forward to this 5-man Baker tournament that the association's putting on in April over. It's here. Yeah, it's
here.
Yeah, it's 5-man Baker. And for those of you that might not know what Baker is, a very short explanation. You've got 5 people. One person bowls frames 1-6, and then 2-7, 3-8, 4-9, 5-10. It happens almost exclusively these days, but in high school bowling, regionals and state is all mostly Baker.
Mostly Baker.
Yeah. College, the way we did it in college is you had your team bowling on Saturday and then a bunch of Baker on Sunday.
Yeah.
Now, at the collegiate level, sectionals and nationals is all Baker.
All Baker. Yeah.
But we're going to have that event here, and it's capped at 1075, so basically $215 a person is what you'd average out. So it spreads the wealth, so to speak.
Yep.
It's going to be fun.
Yep, it will be. I'll be right there with you, bud. We snuck a team in the last minute.
Did you?
So, yep.
Good.
Yep. You know,
Yep,
it's a mix of ages and genders.
Same. I've got Ashley, my fiance, and I are bowling, and then Paul Eston, my best friend Paul Eston, his fiance Tiffany,
Okay.
and then good old Jeff Galladay.
There you go. There you go. And I got Barb coming to town, Barb Duffy Beasley.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
She's gonna
fun.
bowl, and then Kyle Rogers and Brad Riggs and somebody you know, JJ Dominguez.
How about that?
Yeah, I know.
That is one heck of a group.
Yeah, and we'll have fun.
All right, well, Ellie had fun that match.
Yeah, she did.
She will take home the win. 9 pins over that game, 55 on game 1, so 64-pin victory over Olivia Fowler. I believe we're going to take a very quick break.
We can go.
Very quick break so we can figure out who we're going to have in front of us for this next round to get all that sorted.
Okay.
So for Doug Barker, I'm Daniel Farish. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
See you in a minute.
Welcome back, everyone. Round 2 bracket action at the 2024 USBC Youth Masters in Queens. Before we get right into the bowling, we do want to thank all of our sponsors for this event. First and foremost, the title sponsor, Brunswick, the official sponsor for the Louisville Metro USBC Youth Masters in Queens tournament. They are the recognized leader in the industry for balls, shoes, and accessories. Visit them online, brunswickbowling.com, or your local pro shop to find out more about Brunswick products.
Your search for ways to grow your business stops here. CC Marketing Solutions will help you elevate your brand with custom designs and management that will make your company or cause stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling 502-751-7300 or visiting them on Facebook at CC Marketing 502.
Big thanks to Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl for sponsoring this event, and Dixie Bowl for hosting. They are your home for family fun and entertainment here in the city of Louisville, Kentucky. Fun for all ages, parents and children alike. Visit their 2 locations or check them out on Facebook at Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl.
The Louisville Metro USBC is the official organization in Louisville that represents all bowlers, running tournaments, leagues, and events throughout the city. To find out more on how to become a member and to support the Louisville bowling community, visit LouisvilleMetroUSBC.com.
If you're looking to save some green, to take care of your green, you can save some money when you call Paget's Lawnscape Group here in Louisville, sponsor of this event. They can take care of your seeding, fertilizing, weeding, and or care for your lawnscaping. Give them a call at 502-905-5673 or find them on Facebook, in business since 1995.
10 Back Pro Shop is a veteran-owned pro shop located right here at Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you're sure to be able to find a ball for you and have it fit well. The 10 Back Pro Shop is the place to go for anything you need bowling related. Call them at 502-999-7465 for a quote.
And ZBMedia, the proud producer of this live stream and many future live streams for the LMUSBC. They offer affordable videography and live streaming services for events like sports, weddings, concerts, and more. Check them out on Facebook, ZBMedia, or give them a call at 502-689-0670. And now we go to the action. We've got 2 pair here with the way that the lanes have been set up for lane assignments for this second round of the bracket. We've got bowling on the far end of the house, kind of where we are at, and then a bunch of bowling on the low end of the house, and nothing right here in the middle. These pairs will sit for a little bit. So in front of you, you've got 2 U18 boys matches on 29 and 30. Your number 1 seed, Connor Woosley, with a split that we haven't seen, I think, from him all day just now on there. He is up against Tyler Bloom. Tyler won his first round match. And then on 31 and 32, you've got
Aiden Fisher.
Aiden Fisher and Brooks Golden. Yeah, Aiden is your 4, and Brooks is your 5. Brooks won his first round match. Both Aiden and Connor had first round buys.
And while we're doing this, we have a special guest with us again. We pull him in at the last minute. He was last year's youth Masters and Queens champion on the boys' side, Robbie Oakleaf. Welcome, Robbie. Tell us a little bit about how long you've been bowling and your trip through bowling. On your bowling growth, and I experienced it with you firsthand, and for most of the years you were both a youth, you were bowling at least 1 day a week in our center. What was it like when you were younger, bowling two-handed, before you reached where you got shoulders and bigger muscles? Yeah, cool. Hey, and what's your long-term goals?
Hopefully make it
Okay. And you've bowled some regionals, right? And how have you done in those? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's the only way to get experience is to get experience. Just like we talked about. So, do you remember your experience from this tournament last year? Okay. So it was a grind. Okay. And do you remember your finals match? Oh, okay. But, okay. Wow. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, cool. That's pretty cool for me too. You know that. Selfishly, it's pretty cool. So, so what else are you? You've moved on to bowling. With bowling, how many leagues you bowling? Okay, and are you bowling a lot of tournaments? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, okay.
So what's on your tournament schedule coming up? Mm-hmm. Did you buy your PBA card? You did. Okay. Because I was going to say, if you didn't, you were probably going to get locked out of Evansville. Because that event, for whatever reason, they can only run, that Evansville Regional only has one squad, and it fills up every year, and the non-members get locked out. So I was going to suggest if you were planning to bowl more than two, then go ahead and get your card. Otherwise, odds are you'd be locked out of that event. I've already got my entry in. I got that in early. And that's going to be on Cheetah. I'm looking forward to that. in a bowling center that already hooks.
Yes.
Arc lanes, a lot of it. Arc lanes just dead hooks.
Always has.
I bowled 4 regionals there. Cashed in all 4, made match play in 3, and 4 different patterns. And I've played the gutter with urethane every event.
Wow.
Every single event. I've ended up out there because it's free hook.
Yeah.
Which means Cheetah will play on 5th arrow, and I'll miss the cut by 400.
Right,
Because
exactly.
I can't play 5th arrow.
Yes, you can. I've seen you. So what are you bowling locally? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 And it makes you a better player. Experience. So, are you bowling in the Baker Challenge? Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. 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 I'm looking forward to that tournament too. That'll be fun.
Who's your team?
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And you like some of those people pretty well. Yeah. So, yeah.
A couple of close matches down here. First, take a look on 29 and 30 after a rare split from Connor in the 4th. He's packed 4 in a row, looking to take a lead here. Got it right. It was right off his hand. and 2 8-10s. His opponent, Tyler Bloom, clean through 9, striking the 9th, buck 65 in the 8th, so he can double be in the 220s. Connor, if you assume 2 here on the attempt, that's he'll be in the 180s in the 9th, so he could punch for 2 teens. So Connor going to be trailing in this match. And then right next to him, Brooks Golden and Aiden Fisher. Brooks with the lead there. Both players only one open. The difference in that match is Brooks started out the match with the front 3, and Aiden has not doubled yet. So there's the difference in that one. 29-pin match going into the 9th.
I'm glad he can read that.
Young eyes.
Yeah.
Young eyes, dog.
Yep. Even with glasses, I can't read it.
So, Robbie, one of the things we've talked about today is how this generation of young players seems to be different than the last couple we've seen. The way I look at youth bowling is a generation is like 4 to 5 years, like a high school generation. And I forget who we were talking. We were talking to Roy Kello earlier. And when I was in high school, a lot of our parents were telling the 20-somethings and 30-somethings in the bowling world, you guys better be ready because this group is coming. Me, Tony Preston, Matt Ogle, Derek Willsbury, Brett Shepard. At the bottom part of that, like Mike Kahn. And we hit adult bowling, and we started winning everything and taking their money in leagues, so to speak. And then for a little bit, the talent gap widened between what we were and the youths behind us. And your all's generation is the most talented group I've seen, arguably, since mine. And talk to me about what it's like, now that you've moved up, you don't compete against them anymore. But what it was like competing against guys, like Connor, like Ethan, all those great players, week in and week out as a youth player. Mm-hmm. Did you just call yourself a low rev player?
He did.
Oh, man. From the mouths of babes, Doug. Boy, my revs are very special. You are correct. Mm-hmm.
Amen.
Do you prefer, as a bowler, a higher scoring pace or a lower, more of a grind scoring pace?
And
Exactly. Yep. Well, Tyler Bloom had a chance there in the 10th to take a lead over Connor Woosley. Left a 3-pin. If he had went spare strike, they would have been tied. Tyler missed the 3-pin to the right, so he is down 12 pins, a 205-193 deficit after game 1. Aiden Fisher only had one open that game, but could not double. Shot 178. Brooks steps up on it. He is on a double.
Yep.
And if he just goes spare count here, he's in the 2 teens. So Brooks with a 30-pin lead if he can just stay clean in the 10th.
So, Robbie, you've been a year out of youth leagues now. Do you see these kids that used to bowl a bit, do you see them getting better?
And he pockets 7-10s, as I say that. Sorry. I say all Brooks has to do is stay clean. He pockets 7-10s. He made a good shot.
Yeah.
But
emotionally and mentally, you two remind me of each other. So it's the desire to learn and the desire to be as good as you can be. And you always want to win, you know. So it's pretty awesome. So Aiden's somebody that you saw grow up. Yeah, you know, somewhat. I guess you were left for a couple years while he was there, but he's a senior now, and he's an example to me of somebody that's worked really hard on his game, and he's kind of a bowling center rat too. It's good to hear other people outside, you know, my Ken Bowl world, but to hear Brooks Golden saying that, I'm like, I want to hear that. We need more people like that. I can't physically do it anymore. You know, I can't practice hardly. My knees fall apart. You know, and I remember the days walking into Ken Bowl Saturday afternoon, $1 a game, PBA membership, bowling 20 games, and it was practice. You know, and go home that night and eat and feel fine. So do that while you can and enjoy it. So. All right, Robbie, we appreciate your time. I know you want to go watch some people, so it's awesome. It's always an honor to talk to you. So, all right, stay well. Yep, we do that. Shake my hand.
Yep. And as I've told you, when you're out in the Central this year, any help you need, just let me know, because I'll be out there.
All right.
You got it. See, there he goes again with the sir. These kids are so respectful, but geez, oh Pete. Robbie Low Rev Oakleaf.
Yeah, low rev.
Low rev.
That's probably the quote of the day.
I am not going to let him live that down.
Nope. I saw him shoot 875 at Ken Bowl in a league. It was just amazing to watch.
Shot that for 4 once.
It's one of those days I'll remember because I looked at one of my other coaches and halfway through the first game, and I said, we might see something really special today. And I was spot on that time. In Connor's first 800, he walked down beforehand. He goes, these lanes are hooking out of the building. And he promptly shot like 820.
We do have the results of the first round of the bracket up on the Facebook page. We'll go over them here briefly. In the U15 girls, the number 8 seed Taylor Ashcraft upsets the number 1 seed Madison Vanover 349 to 326. The number 4 seed Madison Hatfield advanced past the number 3 seed Alexis Holzer 304 to 250. The number 3 seed Abby Sargent fends off the number 6 seed Jordan Hunting 278 to 222. And your 2 seed Addison Clifton defeats the number 7 seed Elena Wendell 324 to 301. So your second round matchup for them, they are down on the very low end. The 8 seed Taylor Ashcraft versus the 4 seed Madison Hatfield, and the 3 seed Abby Sargent versus the 2 seed Addison Clifton. For the boys U15, the 1 seed Jared Nelson defeats Mason Bowman 426 to 293. The 5 seed Braxton Sloan defeats the 4 Joshua Rice 389 to 317. Kason Bishop, your 6th seed, defeated the number 3 Curtis Baumgardner 343 283. And Jackson Kyber, your 2, defeats Bryce Sargent, your 7. We kind of recapped that on the picture-in-picture for round 1, 380 to 364. So your second round matchups, 1 seed Jared Nelson versus the 5 Braxton Sloan, and 6 seeded Kason Bishop versus the 2 Jackson Kuiper. Doug, you want to take this one?
Yes. This is the girls U18. Is this U18, Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, it is. First round, Alexa Escamilla beat Casey Sapp, 374 to 327. The 5 seed Alexis Tinger lost to the 4 seed Phoenix Newkirk, 364 to 289. The 3 seed Abigail Hamilton beat the 6 seed Caitlin Nelson, 353 to 343. And the 2 seed Ellie McMahon beat right in front of us Olivia Fowler, our 7 seed, 431 to 367. So no upsets there.
Nope. Chalk advanced.
Yep.
And then the final one, boys U18.
Okay, boys U18 in the first round, the 8 seed Tyler Bloom beat the 9th seed Noah Hall 393 to 336. The 5 seed Brooks Golden beat the 12 seed Joseph Adams 367 to 310. The 7 seed Peyton Monette beat the 10 seed Hunter Boyd 443 to 348, and in an upset here, in the 11 seed Carly Schrader beat Ross Ramage, the 6 seed, 348 to 347.
And it sounds like I can't see the scoreboard from 35 and 36, but Jackson Kuiper just threw a strike in the fill, and the crowd erupted. So that may have been a single-digit match down there. But Jackson is going to advance unofficially, I believe, based on the reactions down there, over Case and Bishop. So that could potentially put Jackson Kuiper, and I believe that does put Jackson Kuiper in the finals as Kaysen walks by me with bowling balls, and a look on his face that tells me that was a loss.
Yep.
So our matches at hand in front of us. Connor, 3 out of 4 to start. Tyler, 3 out of 5 with a 6-count spare and a split conversion in the 4th. So Tyler trying to keep it close. And then for Aiden and Brooks, Brooks split the first frame, struck in the second. Aiden has went chop spare, missed single pin, and spare in the third. Aiden down 25 in that match as Brooks doubles.
So Jackson did some striking against my DeSales team in the final in the Bakers matches to shut us out a couple times.
So you're aware of what he can do then?
I am, as an anchor bowler, yes. And he has the right personality. He's a very even kid. So I'm not surprised at all that he struck. No.
And what you said is a really good point, and that's we touched a little bit about what Baker bowling is, but setting up a Baker lineup is as much about what a player can do physically as it is their mental, where they are up here.
Yes.
I always had a game and have a game to be an anchor player, but I didn't have that mentality when I was younger. So I was leadoff because I was going to fill frames. Right. I was the 1-6 guy. I was one that was going to set up, middle of the game. It was going to start the tone off frame 1. But there's some players who can strike a bunch, but mentally they can't handle that anchor.
Yeah.
Or even the setup in the 4-9.
Mm-hmm. But in Baker, that leadoff position is almost as important, if not as important, as anchor. Because you have to start off the game filling a frame.
I would put it as important, if not more, than the 4-9.
Yeah. And if you're movie lanes, movie pairs, it's even more important because that leadoff bowler has to get a read.
Yep.
And give all that information to the team. So they have to be able to repeat shots. I like being leadoff too. I don't carry as much as I used to, but I can repeat shots, and I'm a pretty good spare shooter, and that's what I prefer.
Connor gets the late 10 out there. Down 10 in the game, up 12 in the match, so a net 2-pin lead for Connor.
It might come down to the...
Aiden's going to need 2 really good shots here in the 4th and 5th to get off the schneid, so to speak. Rolls a 2-pin. There you go.
Tripping twos.
He walked up and told me that he started the day with a 500 grit phase 2 and threw it the whole day.
Oh.
And I said, and he said, I'm looking to throw it in the bracket. And I said, well, what if it doesn't work? Mm-hmm. Because you can't plan for what you don't know.
That's right.
I said, so what other things do you have in the bag? He listed off a bunch of balls, and one of them he listed was a stealth pearl, and I was like, that's probably, I've seen you bowl like twice, so I'm not coaching you. I said, but that is the closest thing in your bag, it sounds like, to the phase 2 that's in your hand. Big, solid, symmetric core, kind of a slower motion, not very quick, and I don't know what he's throwing now.
Yeah, and I can't tell very well at all. So, for those who don't know, I'm very colorblind, and most of the bowling balls from a distance, if they're solid, they look black to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it doesn't look like it's a pearl to me.
No, it looks like it's still that phase 2.
Okay, so
Tyler Bloom with another split conversion in the 6th. I keep looking away and missing it. Slaps out the half 10 there. He's going to keep Connor honest here.
Yeah, he is. And we got two good matches because in the 10th, Brooks opened, and it was only a 20-something pin difference.
25.
So it's plenty close enough. So it's gotten a lot less crowded in here. Whew.
Temperature's cooled off a little bit too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I ran the high school state tournament in here one year, 2007, 2008, and it was so packed that the fire marshal came in and threatened to arrest me.
Oh.
Never been arrested in my life, but thank goodness Bob Carter came to the rescue and talked the fire marshal off the cliff. But it was worrisome, and it was shoulder to shoulder.
I
was
believe
packed.
it.
Yeah.
And that might be an opening that Aiden can take advantage of. 5-count washout for Brooks. Going to lose count on the spare. And it's not an easy pickup. Connor looking for 3 in a row.
Yep. Hey, to Matt's point earlier, everybody's a lot more serious now. If you notice that there's not the smiling and the cutting up. They're still slapping hands, but they're, at least this end, they have game faces on.
Yeah, the deeper you get into the bracket,
Yeah.
they realize it's starting to get serious. Tyler pitches one outright. My assumption would be that the 4th frame and 6th frame were 3-10s, and maybe that was an adjustment, or it was all right, don't tug the ball or don't do this, and then do the exact extreme opposite.
Right. Yeah.
Brooks got 4 on that spare on that PBA washout attempt. This shot, he gets it right again, and 2 4-10s.
Yep. Yeah, we got a match.
Yes, we do. And for those of you that may be in the area that are association card holders, we do have the annual membership meeting following this this tournament here at Dixie Bowl, 345. We're going to hand out city tournament awards, city tournament checks, a number of other awards as well, and we will be voting in new board members. So if you're in town and you want to say in what is going on with your local association, I think the scheduled time is 3:45 for the membership meeting. Again, depending on the length of this tournament, it's 2:25 now.
Pretty close.
Yeah, because we'll have championship matches for 3 of the 4 divisions, and the U18 boys will be in their final 4.
Aiden let the 6-pin cross over. At least I think it's just a 6-pin.
And I think we're waiting on a ball return for Tyler. Because he left the 1-2-4, and it's still standing, and he's still sitting. All right, so 90 in the 6th frame for Brooks. Aiden, with a strike in the 7th, would have 97 in the 6th frame. So he's closing that gap. He did convert that 6-pin.
So it makes that 18-pin match, right?
Yeah, because it was 25.
25, yeah.
This shot needs to find the 1-3. It found the 1, missed the 3, but it's a makeable spare. 3-6 up there. And let's take a look at the bracket that's coming up to let you know what we're going to have here in front of us. So the U15 Girls Championship match is going to be on 17 and 18, a couple paired to our left. The U15 Boys Championship match on 19 and 20. And then the U18 Girls will be right here in front of us on 25 and 26. So that'll be on our main channel. I think Zach is going to maybe move a camera down to one of the U15 title matches. I'm not 100% sure what the plan is there. And then the U18 boys will be in the semifinal round. And then their title match will be on 23 and 24, the round after all these other title matches, because they had one extra round of match play. And that shot for Connor,
probably iced it.
Just about, I mean, it's a 12-pin match. Tyler can punch for 228. Connor, spare strike here, he's in the 30s. So, yeah, I mean, short of like a 4-2 kind of a frame.
Yeah. Which, It's possible.
It's not mathematically over, but it's realistic. Of a great shot there from Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks brought it back.
Yep, bounce back from that split. Flat 10, but that'll do it.
Yep. That's enough.
Yep, that puts him 07, 16, 225. Best that Tyler can do is 28. That would close the gap from 12 to 9. So not enough. So Connor's going to advance to the semifinal round, and he'll face the winner of the match to his right.
Cover 6-10 for Brooks.
Again, Brooks with a 25-pin lead over Aiden. So Aiden right now, if he were to throw the back 5, would put him at 205. So Brooks' magic number is 181. But that pair looks to be particularly tough. 5 in a row would be a tall feat.
Would be a feat, yes.
Big spare.
Yeah.
Oh, almost
Got
wraps
away
the
with it.
6 around the 10.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I finished the tournament last week on that pair, and it was a tough pair.
31-32?
Yes. I think I was the only one that broke deuce out of 6, and it was 6 quality bowlers, or 5 and me.
Oh, stop it.
But it was tough. I mean, it started jumping on us and got very over under.
Whatever ball Connor just tried in the fill ball, I would put that back in the back.
He probably will.
Aiden
just missed the spare.
misses the 7. That puts his max score at 183.
Yeah, now he's got to have a lot of help.
That brings Brooks' number down to 59.
Yeah. Aiden shared with me on one of the breaks that he had shot 94% on his single pin spares today.
Oh, man.
Yeah, which is great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. So. Aiden currently is unsigned for college. If there's any college coaches out there listening, he's still looking around.
Is he?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, he struck there in the 9th, so he can still max at 83. That puts Brooks' number still at 59. 110 in the 7th, spare in the 8th. He needs a couple marks here.
Yeah, he needs a couple marks.
He can't have another back-to-back PBA washout split through the middle kind of a stretch here. Need to finish it off. Little loft, short approach.
And he
gets it.
Carries it, yep. Little emotion out of him.
So if he fills 9 here, Aiden would punch and they would tie. So he does need a mark to win the match. So we have 2 matches to our left still going on. It's like U18 girls, Alexa Escamilla and Phoenix Newkirk. I see Carly Schrader and Devin Holland. Looks like further down, still a U15 boys match going on. So still a couple matches going on in the building.
Is that a bad sign?
I'm just the talent. Through the face, the 6 is up. Is the 4?
Ooh.
The 4 is up.
Ooh. So now
he has to get 1.
Yeah.
You have to get 1 here because if you miss both of them, your opponent can punch to beat you.
Yeah. And this is one of the things that I've been kind of waiting to mention. Getting count on splits is so important. And so many of these youth bowlers and so many adults try to make splits when the mathematics say it's better to get a pin.
Yes.
And
All right.
and take those short baby splits are not part of that equation. But most people don't make more than 10% of the other splits, and it just doesn't pay off to try to make it every time. Not to say that there's not times in matches like this in 9th and 10th frame you don't try to do it. But.
Well, it's situational.
Yeah.
Like right here, situational. Aiden needs a strike. Got the 7 out. All right. That's big.
And this is where kids really mature. This is both of them.
Yep.
Because, you know, Brooks made a big shot. And
how many of your players can do bowling math?
maybe half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, oh, he packed that one. Oh, baby. At this point, I'm taking a re-rack.
Yeah.
I'm slowing my breathing down.
Yeah. That's not something they understand.
All right, Aiden's offering is, I think it's right. It was, oh man, Swisher 7.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, but he knows he threw it. Oh. No. And good sportsmanship there at the end.
Aiden Fisher wins the game by 24. Unfortunately, he lost the first game by 25, a 1-pin defeat.
But that's great bowling by two
it
kids.
was.
You know, that's.
Hey, Aiden stepped up in the 10th, and he needed all 3, and
Yep.
he packed. He half pocket the first one, packed the second one, and the third one was good enough to strike.
It's a good ball.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good ball.
Yep.
No, I can't get scores from the other lanes. I was hoping I might be able to cheat and do that.
Let me check. Let me see if I can get up on the lane talk.
I couldn't.
Our producer has stepped away for a moment, so you're just going to have to deal with
Us.
Doug and I here, trying to figure stuff out. Well, let's see. Live scoring, yeah. Dixie Bowl lanes. Yeah, there's only one match still going on. But with it being A and B up there, I'm not sure which is which, and I don't know what their game 1 scores were.
Yep. So Devin, if it helps, Devin Holland just threw, I think, a strike. And Carly's is up on the right lane. If my eyes don't deceive me. Carly just left the 3-6-10. Oh, he left me here all by myself. So we're getting ready to head into 3 of the 4 finals, and we have the semifinals of the U18 boys still to go. Carly Schrader just covered the 3-6-10. We're trying to get a score from that match. One of the things I enjoy seeing right here is there's a lot of the youth bowlers that have stuck around to see how this finishes. Carly filled. It's a little bit hard to see. Carly filled the 10th, and now Devin's up. He covered a single pin spare. We're about to get some scores here. Daniel's back.
All right, so got some U18 girls results. Our title match on 25 and 26 is going to be Alexa Escamilla versus Abigail Hamilton. Let me get our previous bracket up here for U18. Alexa defeated Phoenix Newkirk 336 to 311 to advance to the final. And Abigail Hamilton defeated Ellie McMahon 400 to 304. So that'll be your title match for the U18 girls on 25 and 26. Alexa looking to become 3-time defending champion of this event. And Carly Schrader, Devin Holland are still there in about the 8th frame of their match. So we got a little bit of time.
Devin just hung a 7-pin.
I'm going to go find out what's going on in their match.
Okay, all right. And I'll kind of give play-by-play. Yeah, I think that's just a 7-pin down there. I suspect this is a close match because there's a lot of taking their time and really focused on shots, which is great to see. Devin's got a spare ball up. And he covered the 7-pin by about 1 coat of paint. But it fell over, and that's all that matters. Yeah, must be close. Here comes Daniel back with some scores.
All right, so the current match that's still going on between Carly Schrader and Devin Holland is effectively over. Carly shot 175 the first game to Devin's 144. So Carly had a 31-pin lead. Devin stepping up here in the 10th. He's got 152 in the 9th on an open. He can max at 182. And Carly has 131 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. So effectively this game is even. And Carly holds a 31-pin lead in the match. Devin splits the 10th.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yep. Yep. Shoulders drop, that's a sign. That's still something else to get this far. That's a lot of
It is.
a lot of effort and a lot of emotion and a lot of good bowling.
Devin had a bit of a roller coaster today, had the front 9 to start the day off with.
Right.
Came back next game, I think, with the 150, then went back to 202-teen. So he was a roller coaster of a day. And at some point, you have to get off.
Yep,
and
do.
his ride is done.
But he finishes effectively 3rd, right?
No, quarterfinal.
Oh, that's
so
quarterfinal.
5th through 8th.
Effectively 5th, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I would tell people. I'll finish 5th.
Oh, yeah, that's what I would too. Yeah.
It's like the Bradley Open last week, and I lost in the quarterfinal round.
You finished 5th?
I did.
Uh-huh.
I was the only match that went 2 games and not 3 because Brandon Bone's really good. But hey, 5th place. Put it on the resume.
He got pretty good jeans there, yeah.
Oh, he had on slacks. He wasn't wearing jeans. It was
Well played. Well played.
It's a high-level amateur tournament.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I've got to say something to a parent here.
Okay, go ahead.
Breathe. Breathe.
I don't know if it's worse on the parents or the kids.
The parents.
It's the parents.
Yeah, it's worse on the parents.
Yeah. That's Jackson's parents we're talking to.
Okay.
Jerry's a pretty good bowler. I think his son's passed him up, though.
A lot of sons do that to their fathers.
They do. They do. And you know what? Daughters do it, too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty cool to see.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, it's definitely worse for the parents. I mean, and this is just for the sake of the story. Monday night, I shot my 75th 300 game. And you always feel it if you're on a string or you're trying to accomplish something. But I felt more nerves watching Ashley try to shoot her first and second 300s than I have on any of my threes that I can remember.
Yep.
Because you want it so bad, and that was that was my girlfriend / fiance. Wasn't my kid. Like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Lord willing, and the creek don't rise, and I have a kid who wants to bowl, and they're in a position to shoot 300. I'm going to be a basket case.
Oh, yeah. I was. We were at Kimball bowling on the same team, and she was a leadoff bowler, and I'm an anchor bowler, and we're both up at the same time. She throws Allison, throws her first strike. She proceeds to have a conversation with me. And I'm like, and internally I'm panicking.
You wanted to bowl?
I wanted her to bowl, but she wanted to have a conversation. So we had a conversation. And she promptly went up through the 12th one. I ran it out 6 lanes, and she was right there. She didn't run it out or anything, but I was 6 lanes down when it hit. So, yeah. And I was sure her mom was back there just going, Doug, what are you doing? Why are you talking to her?
When Ashley shot her second one at Fern Bowl a couple weeks ago, it was back in January, she threw the one of the 10th, and the team that we were bowling against, their leadoff bowler was like, should I keep going? I was like, yes, keep going. Like, I hate it when they stop around you because that's what I think people don't realize when they're watching a PBA telecast, let's say, and somebody, the bowler hears someone's phone ring or a conversation, they step off. It's not that, and it's the same in golf or tennis, it's not that we need to bowl without sound. It's that sudden change in the environment.
Right, exactly.
You know, imagine the opposite. You're in a bowling center, bowling league, and there's a full house, 36 lanes here at Dixie Bowl, 5-person league. Everybody's talking, doing just league bowling, you know, and you're up in the approach, and then it stops, and everyone gets quiet.
Yeah.
You're going to look around like, what in the world's going on? So it's not the quiet, it's the change in environment.
Yeah. I always check with the bowlers team. Should we bowl, or do they want the lanes themselves? And I kind of do it that way. Most experienced bowlers want everybody to keep on bowling.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So waiting on the unofficial official results of that second round of the bracket. We will be heading into title matches. So U15 girls finals on 17-18. Madison Hatfield. Abby Sargent. That's your U15 girls final.
Your girls U18 final.
U18, we've covered that. They're going to be right here in front of us. Alexa Escamilla and Abigail Hamilton. Boys U15 final. Jared Nelson, Jackson Kuiper. Yeah.
All right, your U18 boys, final 4. On 15-16, Connor Woosley, Brooks Golden. On lanes 5 and 6.
All right, and I'm going to, our producer had to step away, take care of something. So I am going to attempt to flip some cameras over here. So just give me a minute. And Doug, you can hold it down?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
I got it.
Sweet.
Yep. One of the fun things here is watch the parents walk by. And you can tell who's got kids still in it because they walk a little different and they're a little bit more nervous and breathing a little different. And Connor Woosley, who's in the semifinals of the U18, his sister reached the finals of the middle school tournament that was happening today. So Connor and Bailey's poor parents have been through this twice in one day. I understand that Bailey got a horrible break in the 10th frame to finish second in the middle school tournament, which is pretty daggone good. As I told somebody once, I made a career off of finishing second.
Once I went over and looked at it, I was like, oh, a lot of switcher programs are very similar to one another. And his board that he has is not very different than the one we used for Bowl TV, one that I used for TTV when I was at Trinity. So they're all kind of cut from the same mold.
Okay.
So we do have our title match on the main screen here. It's going to be Alexa Escamilla versus Abigail Hamilton.
Everybody's moving around. I was commenting about, you can tell the parents who've still got kids involved. They're a lot more serious and they're breathing a lot heavier, and it's kind of interesting to watch. So. We got our cameras all set up.
And as we wait, again, I want to thank all of our great sponsors of this event. First, the title sponsor of the tournament, Brunswick Bowling, and then all of our associate sponsors, the Louisville Metro USBC, CC Marketing Solutions, Paget's Lawn and Landscaping, ZBMedia, Tinback Pro Shop, and of course Ken Bowl and Dixie Bowl for hosting the event.
They've done a wonderful job.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't, to my knowledge, there wasn't any breakdowns, anything longer than 5 minutes to deal with. Haven't seen hardly any respots in the 180s, ball returns. It's been a very well-run day.
Yep. Everybody's fighting for position now for good seats.
Mm-hmm.
Not fighting. That's not true. They're just positioning themselves.
And if they think it's bad here, wait till their kids get to college.
Yep. So true. The only people that can really see are the coaches. And sometimes they can't.
Yeah.
Right.
Most of the events that I did for Bowl TV, collegiate events, we were up on some kind of a platform or a stage. But at St. Clair for the McKendree Baker tournament, we were on floor level, and so we couldn't see. You've got 16 players in the pit area, a handful of coaches. We couldn't see the pins. We're looking at monitors. Wow. And as the bowling nerd I am, that wants to see ball motion, but it drove me nuts.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, that would be hard. St. Clair's not the one that has upstairs, is it?
It is.
Okay, and why didn't they put you all up there?
Probably internet. I mean, that, and you want to be there, at least on the concourse area with the bowlers. Plus upstairs, they got the whole bar up there.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I forgot the bars.
And that's a great spectators area.
Yeah.
If you don't know what we're talking about, St. Clair Bowl, just on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River, there in Fairview Heights, has a second floor bar, and they've got windows that stretch from about 19 to 30, maybe 15 to 30, but you can look down on the players, and it's a very unique view. You're looking down on a bowling ball as it's carving its path on the lane. It's really neat to see.
It is, yeah. So the first match is opened up, and Jackson Kuiper started up with a 3, 6, 9, 10, and got 3 out of that. The Big Ugly. And Brock's just chopped the 1, 2, 4. Championship match here, right?
Yes.
It started, yes.
Yeah, this is the U18 girls title match. And then just to our left is the U15 boys and U15 girls title matches.
Okay.
So we can easily see those and kind of keep you updated as to what's going on there. Get out my handy little notepad so we can keep scores in real time. And then a couple of U18 semifinal matches going on down there. Alexa's first offering looked a bit right, got out to about 5-6 down lane, did not recover, left the 2-8, and then she hooks right past it. Connects with the 2, but going away leaves the 8.
And in the U15, one of the athletes just left the 7-10 in the pocket. Jackson just left the 2-4-8-10. I think that's what that is. That could be the 1-2-5-10.
Nope, 2-4-8-10.
Okay.
You were correct.
Okay. He's obviously got a little different look on that pair. We'll see how it goes. Alexa just had a pocket 10 pin there. It was flush.
Two quick missed spares here in 3 frames on our U18 girls match. Maybe a little bit of nerves.
Yeah. And Jackson came back with a strike in the 3rd frame, so maybe he figured it out.
There we go.
Yeah. Alexa with a high flush. Yeah, now they're starting to strike down there. Oh, he's got the front three. Who's bowling Jackson?
Jared Nelson, Jackson
Yeah.
Kuiper.
Okay,
is
Jared,
your U15 boys.
Yeah, Jared to start on with the front three. Putting some early pressure on him.
Your donuts make me go nuts. He's got that donuts jersey on.
Alexa just doubled.
Abigail responds with a strike in the third.
Jackson left a 2-8 after a strike. I'm just too far away to see what Connor's doing in his match.
He's been split strike and then a 7 count on the last shot.
Alexa goes a little high and leaves a 6-pin.
Let's see what kind of balls that they're into right now. I know Abigail's throwing a Venom Shock. And looks like a phase. Hard to tell for Alexa. I know she's a Storm girl. Can't tell what ball that is. Looks like a solid, though. So they're not into balls that appear to be too weak just yet, as I wouldn't expect the girls to be.
Nope.
Even this many games, you know, not a big rev rate for girls their age.
Right. Nope.
U15 boys, Jared, 3-bagger, 9-spare to start. Jackson, open, strike, spare. So Jared with an early lead there. And then between Madison, Hatfield, and Abby Sargent. Abby has went 2 missed spares and then a spare in the third. And Madison's clean, spare, strike. Alexa again leaks this one out to the right. Left a 2-8 in the first frame and now washes out here. Just watch Connor Woosley miss a single pin.
Oh.
See if Alexa can run this one down. Maybe.
It's
Maybe.
got a chance.
Got it.
Got it. Well done.
Great effort. All right, thank you, Mr. Producer. So we've got the U15 boys girls finals in your picture-in-picture, and then the U18 girls on the big screen. I remember the first time my parents had a TV is the mid to late 90s that had picture-in-picture capability. It was the coolest thing, man.
It was the bomb.
It was. It was awesome.
Nice cover by Abigail.
I shot that like 4 times at the Bradley last weekend. And the last time I shot it, and this goes back to talking about like mental resilience and building it and the grind, it was later on Sunday, And I was kind of at a point where I was in the top 8, but I still couldn't trip and fall over myself.
Yeah.
And I missed the head pin again and left the 1-2-8 again. And I stepped up and I said to myself, I'm so tired of shooting. I mean, I was tired, man. And I stepped off the approach and I was like, all right, if you walk up there like that, you're going to miss it.
That's right.
And I had to reset myself. And like, don't do that. Stay in the moment.
And that's that mental stamina.
I was just so tired of shooting that darn thing, man.
And Jackson just missed the head pin right. He's kind of lost right now in that lane.
Yeah, and both of the girls in the U18 final look to be lost on this pair as well.
Yep.
Not a lot of 1-3 pocket hits. And unfortunately, their scores reflect that.
Yeah.
Now, Abigail not helping herself with missing 2 makeables. Jackson just missed the 1-3, or I'm sorry, the 1-2 that he left.
Yep. He's we're going to learn a lot about resilience and grit here. Yeah, they don't. Either one of our girls are getting the ball reaction they want. But,
No, like when they get the ball to the right, it feathers.
Yep.
It just kind of wiggles and goes straight. But it's like they can't get everything far enough left to take advantage of the friction that's there. Jackson back-to-back chop spares, 4 opens in the game already.
Yep.
Alexa, the unconventional way to make the 3-6-10, but they fell.
I call that textbook.
I call it a spare, man. That's the kind of thing I turn around and I go, wow, I missed it so bad I made it.
Yep.
Been there, done that.
Many times.
Speaking of that 1-2-8 we were talking about, I was shooting them by throwing the spare ball at the 1-2, and the ball takes out the 1-2 and then the 2-8.
Yeah.
It was right off my hand, and I hit the 1 on the right side, kicked the 1-2 into the wall back into the 8. And I was like, oh, I missed it so bad I made it. All right, good shot there from Alexa.
Alexa struck.
Yep. Jared's first hiccup of the game, a 4-6 here in the 7th. Another 3-6-10s, back-to-back 3-6-10s for Abigail. The last one, she missed the 3-pin to the right, took off the 6-10.
Yeah.
Makes that one.
Yep.
She's got to find a way. I mean, she's still, she's down 30 on count, 20 just by total score, but she's got to find a way to hit the 1-3.
Yeah.
The last 3 first ball counts, 7-7-7. That's great on the slot machines, not great on the bowling recap.
There you go.
Well, hit the head pin. Can you get the roll?
Oh, yes,
got
you got
the roll on the 3. There you go.
And in the meantime, Jared just stuffed one down there and struck. So he's opening up a big lead. And
Jackson light, the 2-5.
Yep. He tried to soften up there. And he chopped another spare.
Yes, he did.
Oh, boy. When it rains, it pours.
It does. It does. He's got 100 in the 8th. Great shot there from Alexa, doubled up. Jackson, 100 in the 8th. His opponent has 145 in the 7th and a strike in the 8th. So Jackson right now needs to be about damage limitation.
Yep.
And try to make this deficit as small as possible going into the second game.
Just fill frames and hope for a break.
Yep. Because the fortunes can turn at the drop of a hat.
Yep.
Alexa, good shot off her
That's a
hand.
good-looking ball.
Great shot off her
Yep.
hand.
All right. Jackson covered a spare. Alexa's starting to open up a little lead here, isn't she?
Abigail needs to put a good shot on a good break.
Oh, Oh,
That's
she did.
exactly what she did. High flush 4-pin.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought it was going to carry.
Great pin action.
Yeah.
For Jared. Goes through the face. Something comes out of the back. Takes out the 3-6, leaves the 10.
Let's see if that shot frees up Abigail's swing some. Oh, Jared just missed his spare.
Abigail Brooklyn, 5-pin.
Just stay clean, keep yourself in it. That's
Connor with 4 opens in 6 frames.
Oh, wow.
Split, strike spare, miss single pin, open. Like 5-2, 7-2 type stuff.
Wow. And he just struck.
I can't tell what his opponent is doing. His opponent looks double, pretty clean, maybe an open early on, but I'd be willing to bet Connor's down in that match. And then the other U18 boys semifinal is way down on 5 and 6. There's no chance we can see that.
None at all.
But I will try to get an update once kind of game ones are done so we can see who's where and what's going on. Move left there for Abigail. Gets the ball more in the track area. That was a quality shot.
Yep.
So Abigail 170.
170, yeah. Jared left the 4-pin. I think he likes that lane a little bit better.
Well, Jared with the spare is going to have 193. The best that Jackson can do if he punches out is 150 on the nose. Jackson looking for his first strike and first pocket hit since the 3rd frame. He has been lost on the pair. Conversion on the single pin, 193 for Jared. Again, all these matches, 2-game total pinfall. For the U15 girls final, looks like Abby has 128 in the 9th, and she's up in the 10th now, so best she can do is 58. Leaves a single pin, so 48. And then Madison has a $150 something in the 8th with a strike in the 9th. So Madison Hatfield is going to have a lead in that match going into game 2.
Alexa's making a ball switch here. It's something shinier. That's about all I can tell you. She covered 124 on the last frame. He's going to go into the next match with a 30-odd pin lead.
And that was a fate.
A feint?
A fate. One of the Belmore balls.
Okay.
I think one of his newest ones. So she's going to be 205.
Yeah, she's up 35.
And then we got 193 for Jared, and Jackson had 127. So he did not finish that game out the way he needs. So that's a 66 pin deficit.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Let's see.
I'm stating the obvious, sir.
Abby's in, looks like 146. Madison's struck the first shot in the 10th, so Madison's in the 2-0s right now.
Yep.
So we've the closest match of the 3 in our vicinity is the one on the camera on the main screen right now. Abigail down 35. Like Madison gets a little bit right. Misses the head, but she can get to 199. She'd be up 53 if she converts.
Yeah. Jared opened the second game with a 4-7-10. Jared got 2 there. Alexa hits high, flush, and leaves the 4-9. She went back to her original ball. Abigail struck in the first frame, so it got a little better. Jackson just started game 2 with a strike. Maybe a little tiny momentum swing. We'll see. Looks like Connor's in the pocket, but his body language does not say good things about how the match is going.
Connor,
Yeah.
let me go down and check and see what's going on.
And Jackson has just doubled. So Alexa just threw a great ball. That's the best ball she's thrown this match. She bounced back nicely from that split. And Jared just left a washout. 1-2-4-10. I'm sorry, the 1-2-8-10. And Abigail just threw a crossover double. So she started out with the first 2. Jared got 3 off the washout. Abigail comes up high and leaves the 4-7-10. She kind of flirted with that last time, crossing over. She did get aggressive with that shot, but didn't work real well. She made the smart play and got 2. And Jared just left the 4-6-10. We may have a match developing on our hands. We'll see. Alexa just threw another great ball. Looks like she's locked in all of a sudden. She's walking with a little more confidence. Working on that 3-time championship. It's really cool to see who else here watching this. A lot of City Hall of Fame bowlers up here watching. All right, Jackson's on 3. We have a match, folks. 66 pins suddenly doesn't look like a lot. Alexa just left a 10 pin. And I'm sorry about the other matches. My eyes aren't good enough to see down that far, and I don't want to miscall something. I guess I'm going to learn something here. I'm going to bring binoculars next time. If they have me back, we'll see about that. And while we're here, just Alexa just covered her 10 pin. And Jackson left a 3-pin and covered it. So, oh yeah, a box, but it has to have a magnifying glass, yeah. But we also need 10 lights, remember? Yeah, yeah. I'll let him explain that one to you. Yeah. So, actually, I'll tell that story. So I said, do you got anything to make me look younger? And he said, I need 10 more lights.
Burn.
Yeah, it was.
All right, so here's what we got. Full recap of game 1. In the boys U15 final, Jared Nelson, 193, Jackson Kuiper, 127. So a 66-pin lead there.
Okay, I'm going to note, it's down to 14 pins.
I can see that.
Yes.
The U15 girls, Madison Hatfield, 199, Abby Sargent, 146. And that's kind of flipping because Abby's going to be clean through 3 frames if she makes this single pin. And Madison, she missed it, but Madison has started open. In the U18 boys semifinals, Connor Woosley, 163, Brooks Golden, 214. So Connor down 51 there.
Yep.
And at the other end, Austin Nelson, 208, to Carly Schrader's 159.
Oh, okay. So we have big leads everywhere. Alexa's steadily started working on putting this away. She looks locked in. She's in the pocket.
And the two U18 boys matches, I mean, Connor's down 50, and he had a stretch in the middle where he went 9 out, 5-3, 7-2.
Oh, wow.
Carly is down 50, and he had a stretch. He starts the game out, spare double, spare strike. And in the last 5 frames, he goes 8-1, 6-2, 6-2, 6-3, 6-3.
No.
So it's stretches of bad bowling. It's not like they're lost the entire game. It's just it's a stretch that's costing them.
Mental stamina.
Yeah.
That seems to be the theme that I accidentally kicked on today. So Jared struck on that last frame, so he's and
flat 10 for Jackson.
Flat 10, yeah. But he's in the pocket, so that one could stay very interesting.
It's bowling. It's all very interesting.
It is, but as far as anticipation of results, and he flagged the tip in.
I thought she was getting 1 on that, and she got 3. That was a good break, but better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. And Jackson missed his 10 pin.
It's not something you want to do when you're down.
Nope, it's not.
And we talked about Madison having a 53-pin lead over Abby. Madison's went open, open, strike, and then gutter right there.
Another thing we haven't touched on today is some of these kids are probably getting physically tired, especially if they don't fuel their body right.
So,
and
I'm going to agree with half of that. It's like when you hear people talk about like the NCAA tournament and then the college kids playing all these games in a row and all that. Like AAU basketball, they play 3-4 games a day.
Yeah,
like these kids have stamina.
Yeah.
But if you don't fuel your body, you will not have it.
Yes,
If you do the proper things nutritionally, they can bowl all day.
Yeah.
But if they don't do the right things before and during bowling,
that's exactly what I was trying to say. Use it much more artfully, and it's hard to do sometimes at bowling centers.
Oh, okay. All right, Alexa, scaring me there. It is. You know, when I bowled youth tournaments, I used to like a drink of Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And Dad was like, no. He said that is caffeine that will get your emotions all over the place.
Yep.
So what we would do is, let's say it was a 6-game block, like game 4, he would buy me a Mountain Dew from the snack bar, and he would let me sip on it.
Oh, okay.
I'm like 18 years old, and he's like, take a sip and then take the cup away from me. I'm like, Dad, I'm an adult. No, you're not.
No, you're not. Yeah. Just had an 8-10 down there, so the opening's back there.
Yep, that was for Jared.
Yeah.
He's got 75 in the 6th with 4 opens, 3 of them splits.
Yeah.
Jackson's filled 5 out of 6, started with the front 3. Effectively
127.
It was a 66.
14 pin match, yeah. And Abigail cannot find lane 25. He's thrown some good balls on 26, but she's struggling. Her one strike on 25 when you were away was in Brooklyn. So.
Oh, great shot from Jared.
That was.
Oh, don't do it.
No. Yeah, we all know that feeling.
And you can see it. If you've watched enough bowling off a player's hand, you can see a shot like that, and you're like, oh, that's going to chop.
Yeah.
That is not good.
Or if you bowl with somebody a lot, you can just watch their body.
Yeah.
And you know that you're going to do it.
All right, Jared, knock it down. Oh, no.
Wow.
So he's missed one. He missed one right in the first match and now missed one left. It's hard to believe I'm going to say this, but this is turning into Jackson Kuiper's match to lose, and he was down 66 coming in. The momentum has completely swung. Like we said, it can turn in the drop of a hat.
Drop of a hat, yep.
And you don't have a hat on today, which is weird. Oh.
Little adrenaline, maybe?
Yeah, may have gassed that. So if he gets 2 here, that's 133. That's 49. So it's a 17-pin match with 3 frames to go. Assuming the 2 here, he could make it. He could pick it.
This is a good one to try to make.
This one I'm going after because you're on a spare, not on a strike. So 1's not 2, 2's not 4. At worst, I'm picking the 4 off. He made it.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love seeing people perform under pressure. It's so awesome.
And all of a sudden, he has a lead.
Yeah.
Because he strikes here. Well, it's 6-man match if he strikes here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's 84.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah.
All right, Jared.
Body language is so interesting. He's just, one's more walking upright and looking up. And,
And the girls' match right next to him, like Madison, she still has a lead. Abby hasn't done enough yet to threaten, but she's still within a distance. She still can put some pressure.
And back over on the feature pair, they're nobody's pulling out ahead, way out ahead, so it's Alexis.
Alexis up 35.
Yeah.
Strike here, and the match is even, though. All right.
Yeah, she needed a strike on that lane because that's the one she liked. She's really struggling to find the pocket on 25. Abigail is.
That's amazing because in her field ball, she made a move left and dead aced it.
Yep.
All right, Jared spare, and she misses the 10.
Yeah.
All right.
Connor's body language is not very good still. He just struck, but.
So Jackson's up 60 by pinnage. On count with the strike, he's actually up 70. So net, Jackson has a lead in this match.
Yeah.
That looks good, Abigail. Oh.
Yeah, that's what happened every time. It's jumped off the spot. And they're trying to figure it out.
Oh, Jared did not like that, and for good reason.
Oh, he 3 counted?
No, he got the 4, or he got the 7-8 out. He got a 5 count.
Okay. Wow. That might mean a lot, that 3 to 5.
That count, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the fact that it was 5 and not 8, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Connor's opponent, Brooks Golden, just split in the 4th, I think.
Okay.
4th or 5th. Connor's got like 5 in a row.
Okay.
Connor went spare 5-bagger, so he's probably just so disgusted with how the first game went. His body language looks bad.
Okay.
Great shot there from
Yep.
Alexa.
She's been wired in. It's from that second frame on, every ball but one, she just looks really comfortable.
All right, good spare. Good spare there in the 9th from Jared. Just trying to limit the damage as best you can.
Yep. Jackson's doing some math now.
Well, math or not, the result is the same. He needs to hit the 1-3.
Yeah.
Big double from Alex. That puts her in the 170s. That match is over.
It's over.
Yep.
Yeah, we have a 3-time champion.
We do.
And we have a double from Jackson.
Great shot from the 2 seed.
Wow. This is a very dramatic match going on down there.
Well, let's do some math here. It is 66. The best that Jared can get to is 49.
Yep.
Okay, well, Jackson can't win. He can't shut out.
Yeah, you can't shut him out. Right. You can force him to double, though. Right?
Yeah, because spare strike is 13. 60 off that's 53. That's 47. It's 48. Yeah, double. Double and 9, if I'm getting my math right here.
And we do have a 3-time champion, Alexa Escamilla.
Yes, we do.
Congratulations to her. We'll have her up here talking to us in a few minutes once everything settles down. Jackson strikes, finished with 213. Jared's got to throw 2 and get count.
Double and 9.
Yep.
147 would be a tie.
Ooh. Yeah, I just cannot see the pair afterwards. we got
Oh, my
one. Triple
goodness.
8-4. Wow. Wow. Two. Woo. Now, eight to tie, 9 to win, right?
8 to tie, 9 to win. You got it. I had to double check my numbers.
Yep.
Jackson back here just pacing.
Yeah. But he's going right down there like he should. He's going to handle this right.
One, two, three, 4 times this game.
Yeah.
Jared's gotten less than 8. Come on. Just make a good shot. That's all you ask for in the situations. Make a good shot. Let the pins fall where they may.
Down the lane.
9. At least 9. 2 pin. The 10 fell. 10 fell. 148.
1 pin.
1 pin.
Wow.
341 to 340.
I'm too bad somebody had to lose.
I know.
Because they both bowled great under pressure. That's a real shame.
The U15 girls match, Abby Sargent has 128 in the 8th with a strike in the 9th. But Madison Hatfield is doing just enough. 116 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. Madison was up 53. So Madison Hatfield is going to be your U15 girls champion.
Yep. We get to talk to her in a minute, too. Hey, there he was. Zach showed himself there for a second.
The camera froze right at the wrong time. It froze. So upset right now.
Connor went spare, 5-bagger, 9 out. And Brooks just, I think, threw a double or 3-bagger. Let me go check on that.
Okay.
That was a, Connor was down 51.
What's that?
All right, so Brooks Golden has 103 in the 5th and a 3-bagger. So he can max at 53. Connor just struck in the 8th. He can punch for 57. So Connor needs to strike out, and he needs help because he's down 51. Like, he needs this right here. Hacked it. It's a good shot.
Yeah. See, his body language already gotten better. So.
And Brooks, if he spares out 9th, 10th, he's in the 220s. So Brooks just needs to stay clean. Don't have any, funky 5 counts or something like that. Hit the pin closest to you. Make what you leave. All right, off camera, I think. Yeah, it's just off to the left of our viewing range. You can see the pair. Brooks is going to be up on the right lane, working on a 3-bagger. Stay clean, and he will advance to the finals.
Yep.
As I say that, looks like Zach has moved the camera for us. Great shot there from Brooks in the 4th.
Yep.
That pretty much does it.
Okay.
He can get to 53. Spares in the 30s. Open with crazy count. He's in the teens. Best that Connor can do is 57, and he's down 51.
So in our chat, Jack McCarthy, or John McCarthy, I think, said something that Brox was singles runner-up this year and champ in 2022. I assume that's state high school.
I would assume.
Which he has a history of winning. He does it a little different. He takes only a couple step approach, two-handed, and it's very compact.
It is. 9-pin, doesn't matter. That's enough. Winner in the match advances to the final. And on the far end, it was Austin
Nelson.
Austin Nelson had a 49-pin lead over Carly Schrader.
Okay.
And they just dapped up down there, gave a hug. Let's see.
They're good friends. That does not surprise me.
Carly is putting on a shoe cover. I'd be willing to bet Austin held on to that win, held on to that lead.
Okay.
So that is it for 3 of our 4 divisions.
Yep.
Based on what Doug and I can tell from the math we have done, your U15 girls champion is going to be Madison Hatfield, defeating Abby Sargent. Excuse me. Your U15 boys match was a classic with Jared Nelson clutch, doubling the 10th, and then getting 9 on the fill to defeat Jackson Kuiper by 1, 341 to 340.
All right.
And then our U18 girls champion, who is joining us right now, three-time champion of this event, Alexa Escamilla. First of all, congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. That's awesome.
3-time champion. How's it feel?
I don't really count the wins back to back. It's more of a day-by-day tournament. So it is 3 wins in a row, but I just look at it as 1 win. So I'm not like feeling any different wins. I tried my best and I came out doing pretty well, and I was pretty excited.
So that match between you two, it looked like for most of the match, you all were just trying to keep the ball in play. The pair looked atrocious. It did not look good. What was your biggest struggle on that pair?
I tried a more aggressive ball like a pro, and it split on me, so I missed the hook pin again. So it was more of just keeping my speed, like, controlled and hitting 10. So it's just like, it's mainly speed.
You looked like you got really comfortable in the second game. For like the second frame to the 8th frame, you looked very comfortable and very in control of the lane.
By the end of that game, I was already tired. I was just tired. I was really hot, and I was just like conserving my energy. So once I knew it was a bad frame, I didn't do as good as I wanted. So I was just like, let me get my energy together and finish out the best as I can, and just see how it.
Well, we know that you are a very accomplished, very talented player. So first off, congratulations on the win. Second off, what is next on your bowling schedule?
So that's pretty exciting. We're trying to do more SYCs this year, and Florida is pretty cool, and I get to go to this big tournament, so I'm really excited for that.
Now, the SYC travels around the country, doesn't it? Yeah, so.
Last month we were in Texas.
Okay.
What was this month, actually? I just got back late last month.
Oh, wow.
How big are those tournaments? How many participants? How many participants do they have?
It's only like 20, maybe more. It's very tough field because they have trouble designing their patterns.
Mm-hmm.
They're all different and it's definitely challenging. So I get challenged and it makes me happy, even though sometimes I don't finish how I would like. I'm getting challenged and it makes me feel like I'm getting better. So it's a fun challenge.
So you'd rather bowl on tough stuff than house shots?
Yes, I would. I actually bowl on tough patterns so much that when I hit a house shot, I'd be lucky to break. So I'd rather bowl on tough patterns, not only because I can do better, but
Your boys final, U18 on 23-24. Austin Nelson, Brooks Sheldon. Good luck, guys. Those of you that just finished, I'm asking you guys to stick around. We will do our trophy presentations.
All right. So how old are you now?
Also, those that are here for
16. So you still have, I guess 2 more years or 1? Okay.
Oh.
So junior this year? Okay. So I predict you're probably already looking at colleges.
I'm trying to.
Mhm.
It's like a nerve-wracking thing to me.
It can be.
Yes, it's very nerve-wracking, but I'm definitely looking into some right now, and it's just a matter of getting myself to do it because it's a very tough process if you think about
Yes.
it. Like, you have all these people like trying to reach out to you, and it's just overwhelming sometimes. So I'm still in school. Obviously, I'm a junior and trying to get through my year, while also talking to other people about what I'm going to do after school. So it's very overwhelming, but I'm definitely doing it.
Well, I can tell you as someone who went through that process 20 years ago, the first thing you want to look at is academics because, I'm a very good bowler, but bowling doesn't pay my bills. What I learned in school does. So certainly find a bowling program that fits you, but whatever and what is it you would want to do academically? Like, what do you want to be?
I want to be a pharmacist.
There we go.
Okay, there you go.
I'm going to go into pre-pharmacy or just something pharmaceutical in a way.
Mhm.
Definitely with college, I'm not looking to go. If anything, if I find a good college, I might not go.
Mhm.
I'm more focused on like reaching what I want to be. I would like to be a pharmacist. So if I don't go, it's not a huge deal because I'm still going to do it out apart from
Right.
but I'm definitely just going for my academics.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Love to hear
That
that.
is awesome. Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations
Yeah,
on your win today,
congratulations.
and good luck in Orlando.
Yeah. And
All right.
hopefully you'll go get 4 next year. So, I think we have another person right beside us.
Who we got?
We got Jared.
Oh,
here.
come on in, Jared.
Yeah. He probably lost a couple years in age in that last match, didn't you? Yeah, that was quite a match. 1 pin. Yeah.
I think we probably had more fun watching it than you had bowling in the middle of that because that looked hectic.
Yeah.
Here, hold it up right there. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. So, talk to me about the first game. You had a pretty big lead. You had a 66-pin lead after game 1, and then game 2, it just kind of flipped on you. What happened? And then so the match started off slow, and Jackson was throwing some strikes there early on. So as you look up and your 66-pin lead is almost gone, what's the thought process in your head 5 frames in? Mm-hmm. All right, so you step up in the 10th. You need a double and 9. What are you thinking when you step up for that first shot in the 10th? Okay. Okay.
So you didn't know what you needed? Okay. Did you know what you needed on the last ball? You didn't. Good for you. That's a great way to do it.
Yep.
So.
And there's 2 types of bowlers. There's people that scoreboard watch, and they have to know the numbers. And then there's players like yourself who are like, you know what? I'm going to go out and make the best shots I can make. They will fall where they may, and we'll see what the results are.
Yeah.
And that worked for you. Awesome.
That's awesome.
So talk to me. So how old are you? 15? How about that? Oh, that's right. You 15. Yeah.
15.
So you're a sophomore in high school? Okay. So where you go? Charleston, over in Indiana?
Indiana. Okay.
Awesome.
Good. That's cool.
Okay, so what's next on your bowling schedule after this event? Okay. Do you know what you're bowling on? Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. So it'll probably be
All right.
tough.
Well, it was a lot of fun to watch that title
Yeah.
match and watch you step up clutch in the 10th and double to get the win. Congratulations on that, and good luck your next event.
Good luck.
All right.
Yep. See you. Awesome. Good job.
That was Jared Nelson, our U15 boys champion. Came in clutch in the 10th frame.
Yep. Dad's right here over my shoulder. He's pretty
is.
proud. Huh?
So nervous, he said. That's what he said. The parents are more nervous than the kid. Jared was like, I'll just throw the ball and see what happens.
Yeah. That's exactly what he said. So we got 1 more to go here.
Yep, we got 1 match to go. And for the last time, we want to thank all of our incredible sponsors for this event, starting off with the title sponsor, Brunswick. Brunswick is the official sponsor for the LM-USBC Youth Masters and Queens Tournament. Brunswick Bowling is the recognized leader in the bowling industry, manufacturers of world-class bowling balls, bowling shoes, bowling accessories, and if you didn't know, they also make boats and pool tables. Visit BrunswickBowling.com or your local pro shop to find out more about the products that Brunswick offers.
And your search for ways to grow your business stops here. CC Marketing Solutions will help you elevate your brand with custom designs and management that make your company or cause stand out. Let them help you achieve your creative vision today by calling 502-751-7300 or visiting them on Facebook at CC Marketing 502.
And a big thanks to our host center Dixie Bowl and their sister center Ken Bowl for donating staff to help out the event. There are 2 great locations, and they're your home for family fun and family entertainment in the city of Louisville. Great for all ages, boys, girls, men, women, everyone. Visit our 2 locations to have some family fun. Check them out on Facebook at Dixie Bowl and Ken Bowl.
And the Louisville Metro USBC is the only official bowling organization in Louisville. They represent all bowlers. They conduct many leagues and tournaments and events throughout the year. To find out more on how to become a member and to support the Louisville bowling community, visit LouisvilleMetroUSBC.com.
You know, Doug, we all hate yard work, especially when you live a busy life.
Amen.
And it's hard to find the time to take care of your lawn, to seed, to fertilize, to take care of the weeds, and just overall care. Paget's Lawnscape Group is here to take care of your landscaping and lawn services for you so that you can worry about what's important. Paget's is a family-owned business serving central Kentucky and surrounding areas since 1995. For a quote today, call them at 502-905-5673 or find them on Facebook.
10 Back Pro Shop is a veteran-owned pro shop located here in Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. With helpful and knowledgeable staff, you are sure to be able to find a ball for you and have it fit well. 10 Back Pro Shop is the best place to go for anything you need bowling related. Call them at 502-999-7465 for a quote.
All right, and ZBMedia, the proud producer of this live stream and of many future live streams for the LMUSBC. ZBMedia offers affordable videography and live streaming services for events like sports, weddings, concerts, and more. To find out more, visit ZBMedia on Facebook or give them a call, 502-689-0670. And as we can see here in front of us, the title match for the U18 boys division has started. Austin Nelson starts off with a strike. Brooks Golden taking a big step in front of that ball return for his first frame offering.
Covers. 25 to 26 are up here in the county.
If you've left your shoe cover behind 25 and 26, it is at the front counter.
Any bowlers who left their shoes on lane 30, they're here at the counter.
If your shoes are behind lane 30 and you've left the building and you're watching the stream, they're at the front desk.
That's a good ball.
It is.
Yeah, that's a great first shot. Found that pocket early. We have one more winner we're supposed to interview, I believe.
Yes, Madison Hatfield.
Yeah, where is Madison Hatfield?
That's a really good question. I do not see her amongst the crowd.
I'm going to go see if I can find her.
A couple marks to start the title match off for the U18 boys for both our competitors. Trying to take a look at exactly what they're throwing. I can't imagine they're throwing anything too incredibly strong. I think Brooks was throwing a Columbia top speed, or a high speed, I'm sorry. I see one on the rack. The colors looked about right. Taking a look at the U18 boys bracket. Let me get it pulled up here. Austin is your 2 seed. He defeated Peyton Monette in the second round because the 1 through 4 seeds all got a bye. And then he defeated Devin Holland in the the semifinals, excuse me. And then Brooks Golden was your 12 seed. I'm sorry, he was your 5 seed. Brooks was your 5 seed, and he defeated Joseph Adams in the first round, Aiden Fisher in the quarters, Connor Woosley in the semis, and now in the final. right here. All right, and our U15 girls champion, Madison Hatfield, joins us. First of all, congratulations. Here, go ahead and hold the mic.
Yeah, and my arm will get tired.
So we watched your match, 2-game total pinfall. You were up 53 after the first game, and it seemed like the second game, neither one of you had a great look. You were just trying to do enough to keep the match close in your favor. So how was that pair for you, that second game? Because you had 199 in the first game.
So the first game, I'm going to vote on it earlier, so I was kind of using my knowledge for it.
Mm-hmm.
But the second game, it was kind of not drawn out. It was heavier rolls on it, and then passed on using better looking better.
Mm-hmm.
And then being outside and hitting between that first and second game, with a stronger bowlers just a little together.
And it kept you close. Now, I know that second game started out, you kind of stumbled out of the blocks. She had some marks. So were there any thoughts in your head like, oh, man, I had a 53-pin lead, and now I'm starting to lose it? Like, were you concerned, or were you pretty even keel? Mm-hmm. So is this a big title for you here? Have you had previous wins leading up to this? Is your first big win? Where's this fall?
Oh, really?
Really?
Congratulations.
That is
That's awesome.
amazing. I love to hear that.
Yeah.
So 15? Okay, sophomore? Where at?
Okay.
Up in Indiana?
Yeah. Lexington.
Oh, Lafayette.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so how did the high school season go for you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I know these days it's really tough to get to state because you've got to be top 2 in your region.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So it's tough to get to state. So getting there is an accomplishment of its own.
Yeah. Now, do you all have a young team at Lafayette? Is that right?
Yes, we had about 3 freshmen and 3 sophomores.
Okay, so you do have it. Okay, so you've got a lot of good years ahead of you as a bowler. That's awesome. So do you bowl a lot of tournaments individually?
Yes, this is my second year doing my competitive.
Okay. And have you obviously won today? You saw a big jump, but have you seen yourself improving in tournaments as you've gone along? When you started, were you ready to compete scratch-wise against everybody?
I don't think I was, but I think that it was just at the beginning I just needed to try to do good, and this year improving still that being like I guess a rookie at the first in the beginning is good because then you can see how you're doing.
Yes. Okay.
So does a win like this make you hungry to bowl more?
Yes.
Okay, so what's next on your calendar? Do you know? Okay. All right.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Okay.
All right. Well, congratulations on the win
that-
today.
that's awesome.
And good luck on everything moving forward.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Madison Hatfield, our winner in the U15 girls division. Take a look back at our U18 title match. Brooks is, I still haven't really looked at what he's throwing, but whatever he's throwing is very forward down lane. It's not something that's going to go like a hard jerk to the left. It looks like to me he's just trying to control the 1-3 with that ball. And it's going to keep him out of trouble. A little bit of a loft there. He maybe grabbed it. Maybe he was in.
Yeah.
The tricky thing with where he's playing is this is like the flat part of the pattern. There is some shape in the middle, but at a certain point it does flatten out, and you want to try and avoid that flat area as long as you can. This late in the day, you may not have a choice,
right,
to stay away from there. So what you want to do in this situation, and this isn't something as a lower rev player, not quite as low rev as Robbie Oakleaf, but as a lower rev player, I can create hold down lane with my lack of rev rate. These higher rev, two-handed players, they use what's called angle shim, and what that is they get the ball to the right very quickly. They use the angle of the ball off their hand to give them hold down lane, and that's kind of when you get into the flat area of the pattern like this. For a guy like Brooks, that's almost what he wants to do. Austin, more of your traditional one-handed player, thumb in the ball, straighter. He can attack it a completely different way than Brooks.
Yeah. And he missed right there.
Yes.
And
Oh, and you mentioned, we were talking about, that's right. You mentioned a John McCarthy comment in the chat, and he was talking about Brooks's success. But the first John McCarthy comment I saw when you were scrolling was he asked the question, were there any purple hammers being thrown today? How much urethane, general? Not a lot.
Yeah.
Very few.
I have not seen any that I noticed.
No.
Yeah. But
no.
So, that's what he was saying. Purple S. Okay.
I mean, I saw some purples. I saw more new blues than anything else.
Okay.
From that, like, that genre,
Yeah.
if you will. But not a player's had success with them. All right, so Austin is throwing a high speed. So he was the one that had that ball. Great shot.
Yeah, great
Quality effort. So he's got the left lane figured out, does not have the right lane figured out.
And we basically have 3-pin match, don't we?
We do.
Yeah, that's a good way to start. I haven't seen anybody spit on their soul since Derek Roseberry.
Oh, was he doing that to try and get some stop?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to slide more if you do that, I'll tell you that.
It looks like that lane's playing. They're playing different. The two lanes are. Yep.
So whatever Brooks is throwing, it looks older. Just the cover looks like it's got some games on it. All right, good spare.
Yep. Pretty much straight at it.
Players bowling on the 2023 USBC Open Championships team event pattern. The pattern's run out at Nationals each year. They do tweak it from year to year depending on the host site, whether it's South Point in Las Vegas or it's the stadium in Reno. Next year we're in Baton Rouge at a convention center. But generally speaking, that team event pattern's in that 40 to 42 range. This one's 42, 27 units. So not a ton of oil out there. Yeah, that's like a virtual gravity nano. I mean, that isn't. Or no, that's an Axiom Pearl.
Okay.
That's a 6-7-year-old ball.
Yeah. A lot of people were pulling those out. You got that farther right.
He did.
Yep.
That was better.
Yes.
There you go.
Yep. Got that just a couple boards wider. So, you going to Baton Rouge?
It's a Nationals we can drive. Absolutely.
Wow.
We are looking forward to it.
Yeah. And there's a lot of good seafood there.
Oh, I know.
That one's tempting. I've kind of gotten to watch Austin grow up from a middle schooler to a high schooler, and it's just he wasn't always tall and lanky like he is, but he never talked a lot. Didn't have a lot to say.
Just quiet, reserved.
Yeah, quiet, reserved. He's got a sneaky sense of humor, but he's quiet and reserved.
Is he the same way now?
Yes.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And like most of these kids, he's a really good kid.
Looks good.
Yep.
It was good.
Yep.
And that's the one thing about that speed line, the original speed and then the top speed and now the high speed, is those balls are very forward down lane. That was the one drawback from the original one. I liked it because I like watching balls go forward down lane. I don't like that east to west jerk motion. And each of them, it's been the same core, solid cover, pearl cover, hybrid cover. I believe the high speed's the hybrid, the newest of the three. But it's not going to do anything stupid down lane. It's going to go very forward. You can control the pocket with it. But if it's matched up, it'll carry everything.
You generally don't like balls that jerk anyway, though, do you?
Not really.
Yeah.
You would think, and I thought for a long time when I was younger that because I was low speed, low rev, because I didn't generate east to west motion, I needed balls that did that.
No.
And all it did was confuse me.
Yeah.
We would put these layouts in bowling balls that would make them skid jerk, and they'd work. It'd be great. But then when they didn't work, that should be good. It's going to hold.
Ooh.
When they didn't work, I didn't know why.
Yeah.
So we quit drilling that stuff that way, and I learned what to drill for myself. And it wasn't the skid snap balls.
Yeah.
It was the medium stuff.
I can't make a ball skid snap, so I've never tried. I mean, it's my release. So I can drill skid snappy stuff, and it's still forward rolls, which gives me some flexibility in the arsenal. These two look very under control emotionally, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, they're being present in the moment. Austin's having a little hand issue. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, I saw that coming off the approach after that last shot.
Yeah, he might be having, he's having hand cramps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's not a good thing to have when you're doing anything.
Well, that happened to Kyle Trippier on the telecast last night.
No, did it?
After he won his first match, he went to the crowd, gave a big high five to a big guy, and Kyle's thumb caught the guy's ring.
Oh.
Now, Kyle doesn't put his thumb in the ball as a two-hander, but it's still the pressure on it, and he was complaining about it in his next match.
Wow.
He thought at the time, he thought maybe it was broken because it was swollen and it looked, it was painful.
Ooh. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, didn't read. Boy, it's touchy. There's just
it is.
There is not any room to miss. I've had periodic cramping issues with hands and legs.
He's throwing two different balls too.
Oh.
Because that was the older ball that I thought I saw with some purple in it, and then over on the left lane was a red and blue ball. Backup ball at it. Gonna get two?
Nope.
It's one. Tough about a format like this with all the lane jumps is there's no blueprint for them to follow. This was a boys pair during qualifying, and then it sat for, it was used the first round of match play, it sat for the second, girls running on the third. You know, it's not, oh, this pair's only had guys or only had girls. It's been a smattering of players.
Makes it a little tougher.
It does.
Yeah.
Even more tough is the fact that they come into the match and you don't get two shots.
Right.
It's just you go right into it.
There's a good crowd watching. That's what I was looking at.
Got that one right, faced up, nice. I wonder if he switches to that ball in the right lane. Because with no practice, how would he or why would he know to throw two different balls? Maybe because he's in front of the ball return on 24.
Well, he was, but he's not now. So he made some change off of that first ball. So when you need your ball rep.
Yes, I need answers to the questions.
Oh, we got that one right. Did he get away with it?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. He got it to read early enough.
I've never understood how these kids could bowl with hair in front of their eyes.
He's always done it.
I know he has. I've watched Austin, not quite as much as you've had the ability to, but I remember All-Stars a couple years ago. Long hair in front of his eyes. A lot of kids do that. It's like, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, Braxton Sloan that we were talking earlier, he does it all the time.
And no spare ball.
Yep.
Interesting.
He's kind of old school in some of that regard. I suspect that comes from his coach, who's also his dad.
you know what? If it gets the job done.
Oh, no, I'm not faulting it at all.
Nope.
They've done a great job together. You know what I say about you all. You're all the exception.
It's like there was a young man that you all coached at Bellarmine, and he never used a plastic ball. And I think you and Dad, maybe more Dad, I don't remember, but very, very adamant. Young man, you need to use plastic. And drilled him a plastic ball, and his spare percentage was the exact same, or worse.
Yeah, I think it got worse, yeah.
Kevin Graffanti looking at you.
Yep.
So it's like, all right, Kevin, go back to using resin.
Yep.
All right.
Austin just grinding now.
Well, his opponent hasn't put him in a position where he has to start gambling or trying stuff. A strike here in the 9th from Brooks. A good effort in the 10th. Maybe that changes some things.
Yeah.
But as it stands, a 23-pin lead for Austin. Thank you to Jennifer Golden in the chat. She confirmed it is an Axiom Pearl that he was throwing that left lane. He still has one undrilled too. It's his favorite ball.
Wow.
He has switched to it on the right lane.
Yeah, he went back to it.
Much better motion down lane than the one he was throwing before. Gives a thumbs up to somebody back here. That was a good ball change.
Yep.
Oof. Pack that one in there. He's getting up on the approach. He's looking over to 24, where he's standing to make sure that he's in the same spot on the approach on 23 as he is on 24. To get it right, he did, but he's going to get the half 10 out.
Yep. So John McCarthy gave us another little nice factoid here. His best friend is Alexa Escamilla. That's pretty cool.
I don't know that he likes it.
Yep.
He doesn't.
Didn't get it this far right.
All right, 9 spares good. $190 out there.
Yep. It's going to be a pretty close match after the first.
Yeah, I mean, after Austin would have to double to get into the 2-0s. If Austin doesn't double, we got a single-digit match here. Crossed 15, maybe 16, looked a little bit in.
Yep.
Mm.
We just can't miss more than one and a half board.
Well, we've seen the Big Four made once on TV. That was Walter Ray.
Yeah.
Can we see it made once here on ZBMedia?
Wouldn't that be cool?
I think it'd be very cool. You ever made it before?
Yes.
I made it once in my life.
I made it twice.
I need some help. Oh.
2 days in a row. I
Really?
made it. I made it at the Hoinky, and got a nice little paycheck out of it.
Oh yeah, because they got that. Yeah.
Yep. And the next day, I made it at Vernon Lanes to advance in that scratch tournament they had after the Monday Night League.
Made it at Vernon too. That's even.
Yeah.
It's even better.
Still never made the Greek Church.
I made that. I've made that more than a few times.
Yeah.
Last time I made it was actually at the U.S. Open last year.
No. That's the one that's evaded me. So we have a 12-pin match. With
Yep. Brooks with 190,
Brooks.
Austin 178.
Austin had a little moment with his coach back there.
And Brooks would start the match since Austin started the game one.
Yeah. If you see on the feed right now, you can see where Austin and his dad had a little chit chat.
I think I've seen the 3-6-10 converted today in every which way except the textbook way. Let's see if if Brooks can can break that streak.
Nope.
He cannot. But he made it.
He made it.
He made it.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like every time I see a player hit the 3-6 that way, they make it. And every time I hit the 3-6 that way,
you don't.
I snap the 6 around the 10.
Well. Austin moved a little deeper.
Pretty good shot.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. He moved a couple boards deeper there. Good adjustment. Keeps it in play.
You know, going back that axiom, probably the last person I saw throw that ball, Kevin Kirstein.
Oh, wow.
Former Bellarmine player, friend of ours, bowled on my Monday night team. But now he has 2 kids, and he has daddy responsibilities, and he can't bowl anymore.
Oh. That's a surprise.
That's not what you want to see.
No.
You don't expect to miss a 2-pin right this late in the day,
No.
especially hooking at it.
Yep. The ghost of Chuck Ferris.
That's one.
Kevin was one of those that missed those.
Was he really?
I think so.
I'm sure. I guarantee you, Dad remembers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he can tell you.
think the best way to share the details of that story is that Doug coaches from a background of positivity.
Great shot.
Positive. That was a great shot. My father coached from a position of fear. And one of his dad was coaching the B team at a Bellarmine team at a tournament, and they missed 3 2-pins in a row in Baker. And Dad let them know about it. And we've never forgotten that little incident.
And then he came and told on himself.
He did.
He did.
He
Before
did.
I heard about it, he came and told me the language he used.
He used adult words with adults. And, yeah. People wonder why I was so good at bowling as a kid. It's because if I didn't bowl well, I didn't eat dinner.
Yeah. Your mom's so mean.
She is the boss of the family.
We know that.
All right, he packed it in last shot in the second frame. Let's see if he can do it again. Catch a double here. Brooks up 12 in the match. Take advantage of his opponent's miscue.
Yep.
He did.
Yep.
Good shot.
Now he's put some space in between them. And you're going to learn the moms are always the boss.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was always a joke in the pro shop. You know, Dad ran the shop, but Mom was the one that signed the checks.
Yeah.
So everyone in the pro shop referred to Mom as the boss.
Yeah. Yep.
Happy wife, happy life, I think they say.
That's one of the things they say.
All right, crossed about 17. Ball didn't get to, it's like it didn't want to get right.
Yeah.
I don't think he missed left there. I think it just did not want to get right.
He's really fighting it. In a short match, you don't have time to fight it and figure it out
No,
sometimes.
with the experience that we have back here, the simple fix is move your feet like 3 boards left. Maybe make a 3 and 1, because I don't think the ball's in the wrong area of the lane at the arrows. I think he's coming at it from 2 straight. And like you said, you don't want to force it. You don't want to try and make it work or throw it harder. Just make the move.
Yep. But you're also getting to the stage where you got to start going after it.
Uh-huh.
Go big or go home.
Got that one right. Way right.
Way right.
Ah.
Overcorrection.
Yep.
Happens to us all. If memory is correct, that happened last week on the PBA telecast to somebody. It might have been Simonson.
I didn't get to watch all of last week. Oh, yeah, because we were bowling the Bradley.
Right.
So I was watching on TV, but wasn't quite paying attention. I was trying myself not to miss the head pin right. Didn't work. I missed it right a lot.
A lot. Mm-hmm. Couple of big deep breaths here.
What, for Brooks?
Yep. Mm-hmm. He just stood at the monitor and took 2 big deep breaths.
Someone I used to bowl with would always say when they were on the front 11, they would step up and take a deep breath and say, "Not too perfect, Michael Lee." Like, just don't throw it too perfect. Just make a good shot.
Yep. Ooh.
This is a get your count situation.
Yes.
Yeah. Got to lead the match, a lead in the game. No need to try and get 4 and end up getting 1 or 0. Just get your 2 and
It's
move
worth,
on.
Yeah, it's worth 4 pins right now, so. Yeah.
Get your 2.
And he pumped his fist. He knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What I've noticed from Brooks is he's very deliberate. He doesn't rush. He doesn't, think too quick up there. He's just taking his time, making sure that
That's a
everything's
good ball.
right. Oh,
Everything's
no.
jumping now. Yep. He's very methodical.
Yes.
And if you do that, it takes some of the pressure off of it because you know what your next step is. And he's counting boards.
That is one I would go after. You're not sacrificing count. You know, it is a lot more makeable than a big 4.
Yes.
He did get the ball to the left side of the 4-pin. So
And you saw him kind of lean a little bit,
Yep.
so he was hoping.
Yep, he gave it a shot and still got 1. Got a hole, trip to 4, got it.
He made a nice little move there. Keeps moving deeper. He kind of did what we talked about.
Yep, just make a little bit more of a move.
And suddenly with the double here, he's kind of right back at nose to nose.
You know, this late in the day, if you're a board too far left with your feet, the worst thing you're probably going to see is a 2-pin, maybe a 2-4. If you're a board too far right with your feet, you're looking big 4.
Big 4.
4, 6, 7. He got that one right again. Stay out there.
Yep.
All right.
Stay out of trouble. But he knew it right away.
Yep.
But, you know, in the last match it was on this pair, they playing different. So that's what happens a lot with pairs lines. People don't always realize that. They talk about moving on a pair, and you should really move on just a lane. Or at least that's what I think.
Well, I mean, the pair can certainly play different from the 2 lanes from one another. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Well, the advantage that Austin could have gained, he just gave back there.
Yep.
Big missed spare in the 6th.
Oh.
Cover.
Yep.
Yep.
Good ball. Good ball. Wasn't afraid to get it right.
And that's what Brooks has to do because he doesn't quite have the ball speed to hold that 1-3, so he has got to give the ball room to slow down because it is going to slow down.
Yeah. See him up there breathing?
I see it.
Yeah. That's a great practice. He's got skid marks on the
I see
bottom.
that.
Yeah.
I see that. He fed it right. Is it going to give him the carry he needs? It is not. It is not.
Keeps that door open.
John, to your question, I don't know if they've started the membership meeting yet or not.
Yes, they have.
They have? Okay.
Yeah, they have. see that question.
Can I put in an absentee ballot for my board selection?
He covers
All right.
his spare.
Yep. So Brooks up 12 after game 1. He's effectively up 9 in this match, so 21-pin lead.
Up, crossed over, got away with it.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Now you got to put a good shot on a good break.
He's definitely still fighting his fingers. That's a better shot. Well, he didn't get it right, but
nope.
Got away.
He's not getting his feet deep enough.
Yeah.
He's fighting it.
Yeah. But he got a double.
He caught a couple breaks out of it. Good shot if it hits.
Yep, that's a fearless shot right there.
Yep. Brooks just has to give the ball a chance. Just get it right. Hit your target down lane and get it right. Posted it.
Yep.
Ooh. If I can see on the we've got the broadcast on our laptop, so a bit of a delay. And on my screen, I'm watching him get ready for that first shot. I want to see if maybe he did something there. I don't know if he gassed it. I didn't think he got it too far right. No, that was good. The ball just did not roll the corner. Now big spare, big spare.
Great
big
shot.
Spare.
Great shot. Yep. Austin can put a whole lot of pressure on her.
Well, Austin can punch out to win.
Yeah.
Austin's down 12. He can punch out for 212.
Yep.
If he were to do that, the best that Brooks could do is 191.
Yep. out of the split.
Well, it's a 1-pin game.
Yep.
Makes it a 13-pin match if Austin spares it. He'd be down 13.
Yeah, he would have to have an open.
Yeah, because he can punch for 190. I mean, the spare is out there for both of them, so count could come into play in the 10th. No matter what, has to spare this. Flat hand at the bottom, no doubt. Oh, gets the 4 out. All right, fortuitous break.
We've seen a lot of trip 4s today.
We have.
Ghost of Herbie Lyons in the building.
That's what I was thinking. So if he spares here, Brooks could go 9 out to win by 1. A strike here.
Oh,
he got that one right.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that.
Forcing
Brooks going to have to mark.
Yeah, forcing the mark.
Yes, it did. And, you know, what type of mark depends on the count that they get here in the fill and Brooks's first shot.
Yeah. You know, and Austin had not hit the pocket on that lane the entire game. And he's hit it twice. Grit.
So 186 for Austin.
Still
Brooks needs a mark. Yeah,
Yep.
still needs a mark, because if he were to go 9 out, that would be 169.
Yep.
You know, strike here in the first shot. All Brooks has to do is fill 4 pins in 2 shots.
Yep.
So he can do himself a big favor by hitting the 1-3 right here. He struck 3 of 4 times on this lane.
He likes this lane.
Tripped a 4 in the 6th and then packed it in elbow deep in the 8th.
He got it
He
right.
got it right. Tripped the 4.
Wow.
And that pretty much does it. He needs a 175. He needs to fill 4 pins in 2 shots.
Hit the head pin.
Yep.
Yep, I think he did it. Great ball.
Yep, and that's going to be enough.
Yep.
Congratulations to Brooks Golden, your 2024 Boys U18 LM USBC Youth Masters champion.
Yeah, he bowled absolutely wonderfully in the bracket, especially. He went to a tough field.
He was a 5 seed. He had to bowl that extra first round.
Yep.
That the top 4 did not have to deal with. He defeated Joseph Adams in the first round, then defeated Aiden Fisher in the quarters, Connor Woosley in the semis, and now Austin Nelson in the finals.
Yeah. So he beat 3 of the top 4 qualifiers.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
All right, we'll see if we can't get Brooks back here
Yep.
for a quick interview. He's kind of taking in the moment to finish out the score sheet. Oh, he's got a notebook. I like that. that goes to what we were talking about. He's a very methodical
Yes,
player.
and
It doesn't surprise me at all. He has a notebook.
Not at all.
For whatever notes he may keep.
Yep. Thought Zach was going to grab him there.
You want to yell out to him? Or?
Yeah, I
okay.
will. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Wow.
Congratulations, young
Well
man.
done. Yeah.
All right, hold that one up to your mouth.
Yeah.
How's it feel? 2024 U18 champion. Not too bad at all. I got to ask, you were up 12 going into that second game, and then you had the split in the fourth, fifth. What's going through your mind at that point?
First one was not like this best shot of it. So the second one, I remember throwing a good shot on that one.
You're right.
And before, a good friend of mine was that left. I was talking with them and talking about the moves I could make.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just shifted a little bit back and tried to figure out the biggest problem with especially 23 and 24 South Carolina. It's been way drier than any of the ones I've touched.
Mm-hmm.
And so I knew going into it, I needed to stay ahead of that transition. And so I just tried to make my moves probably as quick as I could and as soon as I saw it, bring it up.
So you were throwing an Axiom Pearl that match. The right lane, you were throwing something else to start, it looked like.
Yeah, so I had Axiom Pearl.
Okay.
One of my go-tos. And I had that one on the right lane against Connor. Actually both very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw on that pair, and I think that was my go-to start on the right. And so what happened is that left lane down there was super, super heavy. And so I used that Axiom Pearl to break through a lot of that push down. And so when I saw that ball starting to die off on the inside, I knew I needed to make that better change to at least get the pocket light. And the Axiom Pearl really did get away after that.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about your mental game because I'm noticing that up there. You take how many breaths before every shot?
I probably, when I'm more stressed out I am, I'll probably take more, but I think I used to too.
Okay.
The biggest thing is I really love to be quick and I love to speed up my feet. So I say the same three things every shot. It's been the biggest focus on my practice lately. And it's telling myself to relax, focus, and stay slow. So I want to be able to look through my target through the entire shot, stay relaxed, I don't force anything. And the biggest thing today was keep my ball speed slower. So anytime I got fast, it's either wide and it's not coming back. So trying to keep my heart rate low and try not to think about what was happening outside other than just being away.
Just being there. And so right before you deliver the ball, you tap your left hip thigh twice. Is that something you developed as a go mechanism or is it a common mechanism?
Honestly, I don't really know. I think it's more just habit, if anything. I just try to do my best I think and look what's happening and try to make my best shot I can.
Okay.
So I think a lot of it just comes randomly from habit, honestly.
Okay, so it's not making a conscious effort; it just happened. Well, I love the mental game when we were talking about that, and we can see that. So, yeah.
Do you do bowling math in your head?
Sometimes.
Were you this match?
A little bit here and there.
Like when you stepped up in the 10th, did you know you basically needed to mark?
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
I knew I basically needed at least like a down count to at least keep myself like.
For the girl with the
I
218, that's
know I can go with that 14 pin method, which I mean, it's not much of me all day. I mean, I'm winning like 50 something against time. I was expecting him to shoot 290
He was trying to.
Yes, definitely. It's like I just try to keep within all day and not worry about things like that because I think we don't get away from them before. And so I didn't want to do that today.
So how old are you?
I'm 17.
So senior this year?
Yes, sir.
So you're graduating?
Yes.
Looking at college?
Yes.
Going where?
My big plan right now, I'm headed to Wichita State.
Okay.
Awesome.
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, I love it.
absolutely.
Absolutely love that. So what's next on your calendar for bowling?
Just practice this week. I work Galaxy Bowling Center, so just a long week of practice for myself. I thank everyone down there for what they did for me. I think I wanted to do boys U18
Okay.
at Capitol, and then after
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be at Capitol as well, so I'll look forward to competing against you. And good luck with everything coming up, man. All right. Yep.
Hey, we got to get you up on stage.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Matt Ogle's up there presenting awards to everybody.
All right. Well, I think that'll about do us, Zach. We good? I think we're good to. As far as he knows, I don't think we got anything else coming up.
No, thank you, Daniel.
Doug,
it was a pleasure.
An absolute
I hope I
pleasure.
get to do this again with you.
I'm sure we will.
Okay.
You know, ZBMedia, Zach Budd's going to be doing a lot of stuff with the local association. So if any chance that he needs to call us back, I would certainly share the booth with you again.
Okay.
Before we leave, I want to again thank all of our great sponsors, our title sponsor, Brunswick Bowling, all of our associate sponsors, the local Louisville Metro USBC Association, CC Marketing Solutions, Pageant's Lawn and Landscaping, ZBMedia, 10-Back Pro Shop right behind us, and of course our host center, Dixie Bowl, and the sister center, Ken Bowl. This has been a ZBMedia production. Thank you all for joining us for the 2024 LMUSBC Youth Masters and Queens. And finally, congratulations to all of our great champions in the U15 Madison Hatfield, the U15 or girls Madison Hatfield, U15 boys Jared Nelson, U18 girls Alexa Escamilla, 3-time champion, and we just spoke with him, our U18 boys champion, Brooks Golden. For everyone involved, Doug, Zach, the staff and management here at Dixie Bowl, thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Zach.